Well, well, my exhausted listeners, it appears that we have made it to your end of your day. As it is a little different for everyone, why not settle in with me under that comfy blanket, and let's talk about something that you guys will love that has not been covered, I believe, on here by us yet. The rise and fall of the Three Kingdoms' powers. That's right, the imperial era of China history has been on the back burner, so let's just learn and snooze with it all tonight. We will cover everything here, and before you know it, you'll be out like a light. Before we begin, please feel free to follow, give us a thumbs up, and let me know how you're doing in the comment section below. The community is constantly expanding. Let's ease in together, turn on a fan for some noise and turn down the lights. Tonight you're travelling more than 18 centuries back, to a world where the great Han dynasty, having held China together for 400 years, was quietly coming apart at the edges. What rose from that slow collapse was one of the most vivid, complicated and endlessly retold eras in all of human history. A time when three rival kingdoms emerged from the wreckage of empire and shaped the course of a civilization that is still telling their stories today. Pull the blanket up now, slow your breathing, and let the ancient world carry you somewhere quiet and very far away. We are now in the visual sight of a courtyard in Luoyang, if you can picture it, the great eastern capital of Han China. It is evening in the 2nd century of the Common Era. The tiles beneath your feet are cold and smooth, worn by decades of ceremonial processions and the quieter shuffling of palace attendants carrying documents from one hall to another. The air carries the scent of pine resin and slow-burning incense drifting from an unseen chamber somewhere close. Across the courtyard, a row of paper lanterns casts a warm amber glow along the base of a whitewashed wall. The stars above are very bright and very clear, and somewhere in the palace building surrounding you, a dynasty 400 years old is quietly unravelling. Luoyang itself was worth pausing on before anything else happens in it. The city had been built with a particular grandeur that dynasties tend to reserve for the places that represent them most completely. Wide ceremonial avenues ran between government buildings whose tiled roofs curved upward at the edges, in the manner that would eventually define Chinese architecture for other civilizations across the world. Markets sold goods that had travelled extraordinary distances, bronze vessels from the northwest, salt from the coastal regions, silk cloth dyed in colours that required months of preparation, and an entire supporting industry of mulberry cultivation and silkworm cultivation to produce. At its height, Luoyang held hundreds of thousands of people, which in the 2nd century of the Common Era made it one of the largest cities on earth. The palace complex at its northern edge employed thousands of servants, officials, and soldiers. Outside its walls, the surrounding farmland was intensively cultivated and closely administered. It was exactly the kind of city that gives people the impression that whatever is at its centre will last forever. The Han dynasty was not simply a government. It was the organising principle of an entire civilization, something so large and so long-lasting that for most people born within its borders, the idea of Han China and the idea of China itself were the same thought. The empire stretched from the dry western reaches bordering Central Asia all the way to the misted coastlines of the east. Silk Road merchants moved through it with relative safety, carrying bolts of lustrous fabric and lacquered boxes westward into Persia and beyond. Farmers in the far south, living among the humid river deltas where rice grew in flooded paddies, worked under the same administrative framework as millet growers on the northern plains. The state conducted regular censuses, maintained a network of roads broad enough for grain wagons, built storage facilities along major supply routes, and performed the elaborate rituals of Confucian governance that held official life in its proper shape. For 4 centuries, the arrangement worked with remarkable consistency, but the Han dynasty carried a structural problem that returned every generation or two, like a guest who always arrived at an inconvenient moment and had never once taken a hint about leaving. The emperors kept dying young. When a Han emperor died before leaving an adult heir, his mother or widow typically stepped into the regency, and she brought her brothers and uncles with her into the highest offices of the court. The regent families gathered land, followers, and influence at a pace that began, over time, to rival the throne itself. Then, as the young emperor came of age and decided he would prefer to actually govern his own palace, he turned to the one group of men who were always nearby, always loyal to whoever was covering their salaries, and who had no powerful family networks waiting in the wings. He turned to the eunuchs. The palace eunuchs had been fixtures of Han court life for generations. Some were educated, genuinely capable, and useful, in the way that people who live in close proximity to power tend to become. When young emperors needed reliable allies against regent families who'd grown uncomfortable to be around, the eunuchs were right there. The problem was that eunuch factions, given access to enough imperial trust, accumulated titles and reach of their own. Then the scholar officials, the men who had spent years studying for the civil examinations, and who considered themselves the natural guardians of the Confucian order, began pushing back with real force. By the middle of the 2nd century, the Han court was a slow-motion argument between two entrenched camps. The eunuch factions held influence over the inner palace and the emperor's immediate household. The aristocratic clans and scholar officials controlled the outer administration, the prefectures and commanderies, and the long official correspondence networks that kept a large empire organised. Each side believed, with complete sincerity, that the other was dismantling everything worth preserving. Each side had gathered enough evidence to make its case persuasively. The resulting conflict produced what were called the partisan prohibitions, a series of purges in which scholars who had spoken too critically about eunuch influence found themselves blacklisted, imprisoned, or permanently barred from government service. Hundreds of careers ended abruptly. Thousands more were closed off by association with the wrong names. A great deal of talent, ambition, and accumulated frustration drained outward from the capital into the provinces, where local strongmen were quietly building operations and networks of their own. And then, in the spring of 184, a man named Zhang Jue gave the empire something it could not afford. Zhang Jue had spent years moving through the provinces as a healer and religious teacher, distributing medicine and preaching a doctrine he called the Way of Great Peace. He drew enormous crowds, people who were hungry, chronically overtaxed, and deeply tired of watching their harvested grain disappear into official storehouses, found something steady and genuine in his message. The provinces he travelled through had been neglected by a court too absorbed in its own interior conflicts to pay careful attention to the countryside. Local officials were underfunded and overextended. The irrigation works that farming communities depended on were deteriorating in some regions for want of organised maintenance. By some accounts, Zhang Jue gathered hundreds of thousands of followers across the northern and central provinces, which tells you less about Zhang Jue specifically and considerably more about how far the gap had grown between the court's sense of itself and the conditions of ordinary life outside Luoyang's walls. When he launched the Yellow Turban Rebellion, named for the yellow cloth his followers tied around their heads as a mark of allegiance and shared purpose, it was not one uprising in one place. It was simultaneous outbreaks across multiple provinces at once, coordinated through months of quiet preparation by regional lieutenants who had been watching for the signal. The Han court was shocked, scrambled, and was, for the first time in a long while, genuinely afraid. The court's response was to do the very thing it had been carefully trying to avoid. It granted substantial military authority to regional governors and local commanders, allowing them to raise their own armies, gather their own supplies, and deal with the yellow turbans as they saw fit on the ground. The rebellion was suppressed within a year or two. The imperial forces prevailed, and the armies did not go home afterward. Because armies, once raised, have a way of making whoever commands them deeply reluctant to be without one. The regional commanders kept their forces, they kept their supply networks, They kept the authority that had been granted in the emergency, and when the emergency passed, they simply retained it. Arrangements made in crisis have a persistent habit of outlasting the crisis that produced them. Chen Shou, who compiled the records of the Three Kingdoms in the decades following the era's end, documented this chain of events with the precision of a man who had lived through its consequences. The Book of the Later Han, assembled by the historian Fan Ye in the 5th century, traces the same fractures through an even longer lens, filling in the social conditions and court dynamics that shaped the crisis from the inside out. Neither source makes the collapse sound fated or inevitable. Both make it sound, in retrospect, deeply understandable to anyone willing to sit with the sequence of decisions that led from one point to the next. You're still in that courtyard. The incense is still threading upward through the cold air. A gust moves the paper lantern slightly, and the amber shadows shift across the wall. Somewhere in the provinces, a young official named Cao Cao is making careful observations about how power actually works. Another young man named Liu Bei is trying to figure out how to feed a small band of recruits through the coming winter. A boy who will grow up to be Sun Quan has not yet been born. The Han dynasty remains on its throne. It has at this particular moment roughly 36 years remaining. The Yellow Turban Rebellion had the quality of a flood. It came. It damaged everything in its reach. It receded, and it left the landscape rearranged in ways that nobody entirely agreed on afterward. Provincial commanders had fought the rebels. They had come through the chaos. And they returned to their home territories holding armies that the central court had neither the military capacity nor the political coherence to reclaim. The court in Luoyang was still conducting its own interior war. By the late 180s, the eunuch faction and the aristocratic clans had been circling each other for so long that the final confrontation had the feel of something that had been scheduled without anyone admitting it. He Jin, the regent of the young Emperor Shao and brother of the Empress Dowager, decided to settle the argument permanently. He sent word to a powerful military commander stationed in the northwestern frontier region, a general named Dong Zhuo, inviting him to bring his army to the capital and help eliminate the eunuch influence once and for all. This was, to put it very gently, the kind of decision that deserves its own permanent display in a museum dedicated to plans that seemed reasonable at the time. Dong Zhuo arrived. The eunuchs, finding themselves cornered and facing elimination, killed He Jin before his plan could unfold. He Jin's own military officers then massacred the eunuchs in retaliation. Dong Zhuo walked into a capital that had just finished destroying its own leadership structure and found it essentially unguarded. He moved his forces through the gates, seized the young emperor, deposed him, and installed a different child on the throne, a boy history records as Emperor Xian. Dong Zhuo positioned himself behind that throne and pulled whatever cords he wished, with no particular care for who was watching. He was not a comfortable presence under any circumstances. He had no use for the Confucian social rituals that scholar officials treated as the fundamental vocabulary of civilized governance. He confiscated properties that caught his attention. He moved the capital westward from Luoyang to Chang'an, stripping Luoyang of its accumulated artistic and material treasures in the process. The great Han capital, which had been the administrative and cultural centre of the empire for generations, was abandoned and then burned, leaving behind a ruined city that travellers passing through years later described with a particular kind of bleak wonder at what had been lost. The great families of the Han aristocracy were appalled. The regional commanders who had spent years enduring eunuch factionalism began, in that particular way common to people watching someone else cause a disaster, to feel a strange nostalgia for eunuchs. A coalition of warlords assembled against Dong Zhuo in the year 190, nominally led by Yuan Shao, a man from one of the most distinguished families the empire had produced across its long history. The coalition was impressively assembled, gathered from every major region, and united by exactly one shared conviction, which was that Dong Zhuo was terrible. On every other question, the disagreements began almost at once. The anti-Dong alliance achieved something historically notable, which was to accomplish very little militarily, while thoroughly transforming the political map. The coalition never mounted a coordinated campaign that seriously threatened Dongzhuo's position. Internal disagreements about strategy, supply, and who should receive the credit for any eventual success consumed the coalition's energy far more effectively than any enemy force managed to do. The warlords returned to their home territories when the enterprise stalled, and they did not return as subordinates of any central authority. They returned as independent powers. Yuan Shao consolidated the great northern plains of Hebei and claimed the region as his own domain, building an administration that looked, on paper, remarkably functional. Yuan Shu, his half-brother and not his warmest acquaintance, held the Huai River region in the center-east where the grain surplus and water networks made anyone based there feel considerably more powerful than they perhaps were. Liu Biao settled firmly into Jing province, the strategic heart of the country, a vast and fertile territory positioned where north met south and east ran toward west. A province so central that controlling it gave any warlord at least the comfortable feeling of centrality. Liu Biao was an administrator by temperament rather than a conqueror, which meant Jing province under his care became a refuge for scholars, artists, and officials fleeing the chaos elsewhere, a relatively stable island in a turbulent era. The province accumulated talent the way quiet harbours accumulate ships. Sun Jian, father of the future Sun Quan, commanded forces in the southern territories with a practical aggression that his enemies found persistently inconvenient. Others held smaller domains with equally firm intention and equally limited cooperation with their neighbours. Dongzhuo was killed in 192, not by the coalition, but by a man named Lu Bu, who had served as his adopted military son and most effective battlefield commander. Lu Bu had changed his allegiances so many times at this point that contemporaries had essentially stopped keeping score. He killed Dongzhuo for reasons that involved another warlord's promises, and a situation that the later romantic tradition developed into an elaborate story about a woman named Yao Chan, whose actual role in the affair was almost certainly more complicated than the stories prefer to make it. Dongzhuo's death removed the one figure, however catastrophic, who had been providing the chaos with something resembling a centre of gravity. After he was gone, the warlords stopped even nominally coordinating. The Han Emperor, Liu Xie, was still technically in residence somewhere, still issuing edicts in correct imperial form, still surrounded by officials in their proper robes performing their ceremonies. But Liu Xie was a figure passed from one strongman's control to the next, his edicts meaningful only when a regional commander found it useful to invoke imperial authority in a letter to a neighbour who had been raiding his supply lines. The provinces filled with armies consumed grain shortages produced refugees. The old Han roads, built over generations to move people and goods efficiently across enormous distances, now carried something heavier. They carried people who were not sure where they were going, moving toward rivers they had heard were quieter, toward mountain valleys that the armies had not yet reached, away from the territories where taxation had become difficult to distinguish from confiscation. Population records from this period, read alongside the archaeological evidence of following centuries, suggest the Central Plains lost somewhere between a third and half of their inhabitants across the decades of civil war, through death, displacement, starvation, and the slow southward movement of farming families who decided the Yangtze Valley was worth the distance. That number carries a weight that strategic analysis alone cannot absorb, and yet ordinary life continued alongside the disruption, as it always does. Crops were planted and harvested in territories not yet swept into active fighting. Artisans worked. Scholars copied texts by lamplight and argued about interpretation. Astronomers tracked the movements of stars from observatory towers and recorded what they saw with careful precision. A collapsing empire is not an unbroken catastrophe for every person living inside it. It is largely characterized by the grinding, anxious quality of sustained uncertainty, broken by moments of genuine devastation and interrupted far more frequently by the everyday requirements of staying fed, keeping the children warm, and deciding whether today is a day for optimism. Pei Songji, who annotated the records of the Three Kingdoms in the 5th century and added substantial documentary material that Chencho had not incorporated, preserves stories from this period that give the warlord era a texture and human scale the main text alone cannot quite reach. Reading Pei Songji alongside the original is something like opening a drawer someone else organised and finding that the neat arrangement on top was only the beginning of what the drawer contained. Cao Cao was born in 155 into a family that had an unusual relationship with respectability. His grandfather was a court eunuch, which in Han China placed the Cao family permanently outside the old aristocratic world, regardless of how much wealth or official rank they subsequently accumulated. The great hereditary clans, who traced their lineages back through generations of distinguished service and memorized their genealogies the way other people memorize poetry, would always see the Cao family as newcomers regardless of what the Cao family achieved. For a man of Cao Cao's intelligence and ambition, this was not a minor biographical footnote. It shaped his entire approach to power, his suspicion of inherited status, and his unusual willingness to promote men on the basis of demonstrated ability rather than family name. He entered government service young, demonstrated an early talent for administration and military organisation, and made the kind of brisk, unsentimental decisions that generated results while accumulating enemies at roughly the same rate. He arrested a relative of the powerful regent Jin early in his career, an act that was either genuine principled impartiality or a carefully calculated demonstration of independence, depending on which ancient source you find more persuasive. He retreated from the court during the worst of the factional violence, spent time in the quieter months studying military texts and composing verse, and returned when circumstances made action possible again. When the Yellow Turban Rebellion broke out, Cao Cao fought in the campaigns that suppressed it. He came through with a functional army, experienced officers, and practical battlefield knowledge that no amount of classical reading adequately substitutes for. When Dongzhuo arrived and the capital destabilized, Cao Cao joined the nominal warlord coalition against him, departed when it became clear the coalition was more ceremonial than operational, and began the patient work of building something durable in the east. By 196, he had made his most consequential decision. The Han Emperor Liu Xie was at this point in a condition of remarkable material misery, the court having been reduced to foraging for their own food in the ruins of Luoyang, officials sheltering in whatever standing walls remained, performing their ceremonies in buildings missing their roofs. Cao Cao moved the emperor and his remaining court to a new capital at Shu, provided food and shelter, restored the administrative machinery, and presented himself as the loyal minister who had rescued the dynasty in its darkest hour. The streets of Shu were not Luoyang's wide ceremonial avenues, but they functioned. The markets operated. Grain moved through official channels again. Craftsmen returned to their workshops. The court musicians, who had been performing their ceremonial pieces in burned-out buildings with missing walls, were given a proper hall. The historians resumed their record-keeping. The astronomers returned to their instruments. For the restored court, the contrast with the preceding chaos was striking enough to generate genuine gratitude, the kind that comes from having very recently experienced the alternative and found it wanting. There is a particular relief in the restoration of ordinary bureaucratic procedure that anyone who has ever worked through a long organizational crisis will recognize immediately. In practical terms, Cao Cao's arrangement meant that every campaign he launched from that point forward carried imperial authorization. His letters to rival warlords were not correspondence from one strongman to another. They were commands issued in the name of the Son of Heaven by his faithful minister. In a culture where legitimacy was not merely a practical convenience, but a moral question of real weight, this distinction mattered considerably more than it might seem from a comfortable distance. The Yellow River Plains in spring have a particular flatness, the kind that lets you see the sky, beginning a very long time before you reach where it meets the earth. That vast expanse of loess soil, farmed for thousands of years and striped with irrigation channels, was the foundation of what Cao Cao was now building. His campaigns over the following decade and a half were exercises in sequencing, in choosing enemies carefully and fighting them in an order that prevented effective alliances from forming against him. Yuan Shu was eliminated first, his premature public claim to imperial authority having alienated virtually everyone who might otherwise have supported him. Yuan Shao, the great northern magnate who commanded substantially larger forces and far more territory than Cao Cao, was the genuine test. They met at the Battle of Guandu in the year 200. Cao Cao won. The victory came partly through battlefield improvisation, and partly because Cao Cao destroyed Yuan Shao's main grain depot in a night raid, a target that Yuan Shao's own subordinates had been urgently warning him to reinforce for some time. Yuan Shao died the following year, still possessing considerable territory, but no longer possessing the will that had animated it. His sons spent the next several years competing with each other for what remained. Cao Cao collected it piece by piece. By around 207, after driving the last Yuan remnants into the far northeastern territories, Cao Cao controlled everything from the old Han heartland to the northern frontier. The Yellow River Valley, the fertile Hebei Plains, the Guangdong region around Chang'an, the iron-bearing ranges of Shanxi, all of it answered to Shu, and, through Shu, to Cao Cao. What he built with that control complicates the simpler versions of his reputation. He was genuinely invested in agricultural recovery, establishing military colonies called Tuntian, where soldiers could farm government land during peacetime and produce food for the army rather than consuming it. He pursued local strongmen who had hidden registered population from the tax rolls, restoring labour and revenue to the central system. He promoted men of ability regardless of ancestry, which made him deeply unpopular with the great hereditary clans and deeply appealing to anyone talented who lacked a famous surname and had been blocked from advancement by that absence alone. He was also, by every account that survives him, genuinely interested in literature and ideas in a way that was not merely performative. He gathered writers and scholars at his court in the way that a man gathers things he actually finds interesting. His sons, particularly Cao Pi and Cao Ji, were accomplished poets in their own right. The Cao family court at Ye became one of the most literarily active environments of the era, producing a body of verse that later critics would identify as foundational to the development of Chinese poetry as a distinct art form. This happened during the same years that Cao Cao was suppressing rivals, reorganizing agriculture, and managing the enormous administrative demands of a polity stretching across the northern half of China. The combination is not as paradoxical as it sounds. People who are genuinely curious tend to stay curious regardless of what else they are doing. He also wrote poetry that people are still reading 18 centuries later. His verse is spare, emotionally direct, and free of the ornate decoration that court poetry of the era favoured as a mark of learning. He wrote about aged horses resting in stables, crows searching for shelter in bare trees at night, the shortness of human life measured against the scale of ambition. He composed these pieces on military campaigns, sometimes in the intervals between engagements, which gives them a quality of genuine reflection, rather than performed sentiment. There is something quietly interesting about a man who spent his life in the largest consolidation project of his civilization, and who used his spare hours to write carefully about how brief everything was. He was also profoundly difficult. He could be generous toward subordinates he trusted and severe toward those who crossed certain lines, sometimes within the same season. The historian Chen Shu assessed him with notable care, acknowledging his extraordinary range of ability, while remaining honest about the ruthlessness running underneath. The Records of the Three Kingdoms refuses to flatten its central figures into convenient shapes, which is part of what makes it a remarkable document and not merely a reliable one. By 208, the north was his. He turned south. There is a quality to winter mornings in the mountain valleys of what is now northwestern Hubei province that a traveller notices immediately and does not easily forget. The ridges descend in long parallel folds, weathered and dark with pine, and cold air pools overnight in the lower channels. By dawn, the valleys are full of mist sitting at roughly chest height, so that the hilltops appear to float above the white surface like dark islands in a slow sea. The farmsteads below are invisible until you are nearly upon them. Smoke rises from chimneys you cannot yet see. It was in this landscape, in the years just before Cao Cao marched south, that a young man named Zhuge Liang was farming, reading, and waiting with considerable patience for something he had not yet seen arrive. Zhuge Liang's family had moved south from Shandong during the Civil War displacements, part of the larger southward migration that was quietly reshaping the demographic balance of China. He had grown up reading deeply and thinking carefully about statecraft, military strategy, and the administration of agricultural land. He built a quiet reputation in local scholar circles as someone whose mind moved in directions other people found unexpected. He compared himself, according to accounts that Pei Songji preserved in his 5th century annotations, to 2 famous strategists of an earlier era. His friends found this presumptuous. It turned out to be completely accurate. Liu Bei came looking for him in the year 207. Liu Bei had been on the move for a long time by then, and his story before this meeting is one of the more genuinely improbable in the period. He was of the Han imperial lineage in a genealogical sense, though the connection was remote enough to provide dignity without accompanying resources, a distinction that becomes somewhat ironic when you consider how much dignity without resources tends to cost in daily life. He had raised troops against the Yellow Turbans as a young man, served under various regional commanders without finding stable footing, lost cities through betrayal and overextension on multiple occasions, and relocated his base of operations more times than was comfortable for anyone involved. He arrived in Jing province as a guest of the governor Liu Biao, with a compact army and a set of accumulated experiences that had given him an exceptionally thorough education in how quickly things could go wrong and from how many directions wrong things could arrive. What sustained Liu Bei through those years of repeated setback is worth thinking about, because it was not resources or powerful family connections or particularly reliable allies. He had essentially none of those things for most of his career. What he had was a quality of personal loyalty that attracted people who then stayed. The 2 sworn brothers who had committed themselves to him in his earliest days, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, were still with him in Jing province years later, which in that era of shifting allegiances was itself a remarkable fact. People who knew Liu Bei tended to stay with Liu Bei, even when staying was not the obviously sensible choice. That quality of attachment, whatever produced it, was the one consistent advantage he carried through all the years of losing cities and relocating bases. He was told about Zhuge Liang by figures in the local scholar network. He went looking. The accounts in the records of the 3 kingdoms describe Liu Bei visiting the farmstead twice, and finding Zhuge Liang away on both occasions, an episode that later became one of the most celebrated in the entire period, remembered as a symbol of how seriously a leader should take the search for genuine counsel. Whether those visits unfolded exactly as the later accounts describe, or whether memory had softened certain practical edges by the time Chen Shu compiled them, is not something the historical record can settle with confidence. What the sources do make clear is that when the 2 men finally sat together and talked at length, something was established between them that neither would abandon while both remained alive. What Zhuge Liang laid out in that conversation was later called the Longzhong Plan. He had been studying the map of China's territories with the focused attention of someone who had treated it as a genuine puzzle with genuine solutions. He saw 2 territories that Liu Bei might realistically pursue. The first was Jing province, the great central holding where north connected to south and east ran toward west. The second was Yi province, the Sichuan basin in the southwest, sheltered behind mountain ranges that made it extraordinarily difficult to enter from outside but richly fertile within, a place where rivers themselves were agricultural infrastructure. If Liu Bei could hold both territories, he would have a foundation from which to wait for Cao Cao's position to show its inevitable weaknesses and move when the moment aligned. The plan required patience, good fortune, and a southern ally. For that last requirement, Zhuge Liang pointed toward the kingdom taking shape along the Yangtze River. The Wu state had been assembled by one of the more remarkable family trajectories the era produced. Sun Jian, a capable military commander from the Jiangnan region, had built a substantial reputation fighting for Han interests before dying in battle while his sons were still young. His eldest son, Sun Si, had taken a small inherited force south at the age of 17 and reconquered the Jiangnan territories through a combination of battlefield effectiveness and administrative confidence, establishing control over one of the most naturally fertile regions in China before dying at 26 from a wound received in circumstances the sources describe with the kind of detail that suggests the event remained vivid in collective memory for a long time afterward. His younger brother Sun Quan, 18 years old at that moment, stepped into command and held everything together for 5 decades, which is an achievement that tends to get considerably less attention than the more dramatic events surrounding it. The lower Yangtze Valley in that era was still a frontier of sorts, rich with rice paddies and mulberry groves for silk production, threaded with waterways connecting the main river to interior lakes and coastal marshes. It was a landscape that rewarded the patient builder rather than the rapid conqueror. The Jiangnan families who had been settling it for generations had developed a culture that was in certain respects more comfortable and more commercially sophisticated than the older aristocratic culture of the north, which had been repeatedly disrupted by civil war while the south was slowly building itself up. Sun Quan held this world with a confidence that came from knowing it well. He was not a brilliant battlefield general in the sense that later storytelling tends to celebrate. He was something arguably more useful in his situation. He was a careful judge of other people's abilities, and he trusted the people he trusted with genuine thoroughness. Zhou Yu, a childhood friend and one of the most capable military thinkers of the era, commanded his forces. Lu Su, a man with an unusually clear view of long-range strategic questions, advised on policy and diplomatic positioning. Zhang Zhao managed the internal administration with the kind of steady, demanding competence that keeps a state functioning, while the more dramatic figures are occupied being dramatic. The Wu state along the Yangtze had the settled quality of a place that knew exactly what it was. Its river fleet was the finest on the continent's waterways. Its sailors and river warriors had skills that no northern army could develop through a single season of practice. When Cao Cao began marching south in 208 with everything the north could provide, the question of whether Wu would accommodate him or resist was the question on which the entire future arrangement of power depended. Cao Cao's southern campaign in 208 began with something he had not expected to receive so easily. Liu Biao, the governor of Jing province, died at exactly the wrong moment for everyone except Cao Cao. His sons disputed the succession almost immediately. One of them, facing the scale of the northern army approaching from the direction of Luoyang, made the practical decision to surrender and send his formal submission. Jing province, the territory that Zhuge Liang had identified as the strategic centre of the country, came into Cao Cao's possession without a serious military contest. Liu Bei fled south with whatever he could organise under pressure. The northern forces followed quickly, covering ground at a pace that gave Liu Bei's retreating columns very little comfort. The scale of the army Cao brought south has been recorded in numbers that later historians have adjusted substantially downward, since armies in ancient chronicles have a consistent tendency to grow between the event and the written account. What is beyond dispute is that the force was very large, that it moved with the confidence of an operation that had faced no serious resistance yet, and that it arrived at the Yangtze River carrying the momentum of what had looked, until this point, like an unstoppable campaign toward complete reunification. At the court in Wu, the internal argument was fierce and genuinely difficult. One significant faction among Sun Quan's advisors believed that accommodation with Cao Cao was the only realistic path. The forces from the north were simply too large, too recently victorious, and too well supplied to oppose in open battle. Lu Su held the opposite position, arguing that surrender would mean the end of everything Wu had built, and made this case with a clarity that appealed to something firm in Sun Quan's character. Zhou Yu made the case for resistance with the directness of a man who had already thought through all the reasons not to fight and found them insufficient. He laid out specific vulnerabilities in the northern position, the unfamiliar river environment, the likelihood of illness in a large army operating outside its familiar conditions, the difficulty Cao Cao would have sustaining a long campaign south of the river. Sun Quan listened to all of it, weighed it over several difficult days, and decided to fight. What happened at Red Cliffs in the winter months of 208 has been retold in so many forms and accumulated so many additional layers over the centuries that separating the historical event from the story that gathered around it requires patience. The scholarly record preserved in the records of the Three Kingdoms and expanded by Pei Songji's annotations is specific enough to establish the essential shape of what occurred, even if the precise sequence of every contributing factor remains a subject of careful scholarly discussion. Cao Cao's northern soldiers were not comfortable on water. They had spent their careers on the dry plains and hard frozen river crossings of the north, where horses were the decisive element and the ground stayed firm underfoot. The Yangtze in winter offered something genuinely foreign, a wide, slow, grey-brown current moving with its own authority. A cold that was damp rather than dry, settling into the bones differently than the steppe cold they knew. Illness spread through the northern camp with the quiet efficiency that large armies operating in unfamiliar terrain and crowded conditions tend to produce. The northern fleet, pressed together and unfamiliar with river navigation, had lashed its ships together with chains to give the soldiers a more stable platform. This was a reasonable solution to one problem that created a considerably larger one when conditions shifted. The sources agree that fire was the central instrument of what followed. Zhou Yu positioned his forces carefully across the river, watching the northern camp. When the wind shifted in a favourable direction, fire ships were sent across the water, and the chained northern fleet could not scatter quickly enough. Cao Cao withdrew north through the winter mud of Jing province, with a force substantially reduced in size and effectiveness, retreating along roads that the southern winter had turned into a particular kind of misery for soldiers used to dry country campaigning. He made it back. He managed the retreat with a composure that even his critics acknowledged. He wrote about the campaign afterward in a register suggesting he found it instructive rather than personally shattering, which was either genuine philosophical equilibrium or an extremely disciplined performance of it. There is some evidence it was both. The Battle of Red Cliffs did not destroy Cao Cao. He still controlled the north and commanded enormous resources. He still held the northern portions of Jing province and could threaten the middle Yangtze from above. What it ended was the possibility of quick reunification on his terms. The river had become something very close to a permanent boundary, and every observer who had watched the campaign understood that crossing it in sufficient force would require a different scale of preparation than this expedition had assembled. Liu Bei moved with purpose in the aftermath. He gathered the southern Jing commanderies, the middle Yangtze prefectures sitting between Cao Cao's reach from the north and Wu's hold from the east, filling the space that the battle had left open. This created friction with Sun Quan's court almost immediately, since Wu had its own claims on those territories and had borne the primary cost of the fighting that made Liu Bei's gains possible. A negotiated arrangement emerged through Lu Su's practical diplomacy, allowing Liu Bei to administer the Jing commanderies while acknowledging a working relationship with Wu. No one on either side was fully satisfied with the terms, which was probably the clearest indication that it was as close to workable as the situation allowed. If you imagine standing on the southern bank of the Yangtze on a winter evening in 209, the far shore is barely visible through the mist. The river is wide and brown and moving with the unhurried authority of something that has carried water this far for a very long time and intends to keep doing so. Fires glow on both banks. The sounds of distant camps come across the water in fragments, voices, and the creak of rope, and something that might be a watchman striking a drum, and then the river takes those sounds and folds them quietly away. Archaeological finds along the relevant Yangtze stretches have confirmed the general location and historical period of intensive activity, adding material weight to events that centuries of storytelling can sometimes lift too far from the ground. Objects recovered from the era's sediment layers, fragments of weapons, vessel components, tools of the campaign season, return to these events a physical reality that belongs to people who were cold and uncertain and had no idea yet what the following decades would bring. The years immediately following Red Cliffs were a period of rapid territorial sorting. Cao Cao, back in the north, turned his attention to the northwestern frontier and the consolidation of the territories he already held, building the administrative infrastructure that would eventually become the Wei Kingdom. Sun Quan expanded his hold along the Yangtze and pushed development of the Jiangnan region, where wealthy families were transforming wetlands into paddies, with a steady industry that would eventually make the south the agricultural engine of China. Liu Bei began planning the next move in Zhuge Liang's strategic framework, looking west toward Yi Province and the Sichuan Basin. The three powers were not yet formally separated into three kingdoms, but the geography of the standoff was becoming fixed in ways that would prove surprisingly durable. The Yangtze was a boundary, the Qinling Mountains were a boundary. The old Wei heartland was a zone of northern power that neither southern rival could realistically contest. What remained was the long work of building, administering and surviving within those established limits. The three-way contest was now unmistakably established. The formal division of China into three kingdoms happened not in a single declared moment, but through a sequence of acknowledged steps, each one dissolving a pretense that had already become transparent. For some years after Red Cliffs, the three main powers continued using the Han Dynasty as a shared reference point. Cao Cao maintained his presentation as the loyal minister, carrying the emperor in his care. Liu Bei continued claiming to fight for the restoration of the proper Han inheritance. Sun Quan avoided the kind of explicit imperial claims that would force everyone to choose sides and disrupt arrangements that were currently functioning. Then, one by one, the fictions expired. Cao Cao spent the years following Red Cliffs completing the consolidation of the north and watching his formal titles ascend through the Han official hierarchy in ways that made the underlying reality increasingly difficult to paper over. He became Duke of Wei, then King of Wei, with his own full ministerial apparatus operating alongside the nominal Han government. When he died in 220, his son Cao Pi was not inclined to maintain the performance any longer. He arranged for the formal abdication of Empress Xian, who was moved to a comfortable private estate and lived out several more decades in peace, which was historically unusual enough to suggest that Cao Pi had thought carefully about what a martyred former emperor would have cost him politically. Cao Pi declared the Kingdom of Wei, accepted the imperial title, and the Han dynasty officially ended after 426 years. In Chengdu, in the Sichuan Basin, Liu Bei's advisors framed Cao Pi's action as the event that made Liu Bei's own step both necessary and justified. With the Han line formally broken, the duty of continuation fell to whoever could make the most legitimate claim. Liu Bei was a Han descendant, however distant. He declared himself Emperor of Han in 221, and the state that history calls Shuhan, named for the ancient kingdom whose memory still drifted through the Sichuan Basin like morning mist rising off the Min River, came formally into existence. Sun Quan navigated his path with more care and a longer patience. He initially accepted a nominal working relationship with Wei that provided imperial recognition without requiring open confrontation. After a decade of watching both neighbours and building Wu's internal stability, he declared himself Emperor of Eastern Wu in 229, completing the three-way arrangement that would define the remainder of the era. Wei occupied the north. By every measure of scale, it was the largest and most historically weighted of the three. Its territory covered the Yellow River Valley and the Great Hebei Plains, the grain-producing flatlands of Henan, the iron-bearing ranges of Shaanxi, the old Han capital districts, and the steppe frontier zones where horses could be acquired through trade and negotiation with the nomadic peoples beyond the frontier. Its population was the largest of the three kingdoms. Its agricultural output was the most reliable. Its administrative infrastructure was the most developed, staffed through a formal recommendation system that, over time, concentrated influence in the hands of a small number of great hereditary clans. Those clans accumulated authority that did not always align with the emperor's interests, a structural imbalance that would eventually prove more consequential than any external threat. Shu Han occupied the southwest. The Sichuan Basin, ringed by the Qinling and Daba mountain ranges to the north, narrowed by the dramatic Yangtze Gorges to the east, and bordered by high western plateaus rising toward the Tibetan highlands, was among the most naturally defensible territories in the ancient world. Moving a large army into the Sichuan Basin from outside required navigating passes that were genuinely treacherous in all seasons and impassable in the worst of winter. The Chengdu Plain, inside those encircling mountains, was deeply fertile, irrigated by a channel system of considerable antiquity, the Dujiangyan network that had been directing the Min River's water onto farmland for centuries with remarkable efficiency. Shu produced rice, silk, lacquerware and brine from its salt wells that moved along trade routes to surprising distances. Its weakness was its enclosure. The same mountains that kept Wei's armies out also slowed Shu's own movements and limited its strategic options. Population was smaller, access to horses was limited, the treasury was adequate rather than abundant. Zhuge Liang served Shu Han as prime minister until his death, running the civil administration while simultaneously commanding the military campaigns, a dual burden that would have exhausted someone with twice the material support he had available. Liu Bei's son, Liu Shan, who inherited the throne in 223 after Liu Bei died still grieving the loss of Guan Yu and the failure of his campaigns against Wu, was a gentle figure who trusted Zhuge Liang fully and left the governing to him. Later generations have been somewhat unkind to Liu Shan, describing him as passive to the point of negligence, but the stability of Shu's administration during Zhuge Liang's tenure suggests the arrangement functioned as both men intended. Zhuge Liang's conviction was that Shu could not afford to wait for time to work in its favour. Shu's resources were smaller than Wei's, and if Wei was left undisturbed to develop its advantages, the gap between them would widen until it became permanent. The only viable approach was sustained offensive pressure through repeated northern expeditions that kept Wei off balance. He launched 5 campaigns north across the mountain passes toward the Wei heartland. Each one ran into the same fundamental constraint: supply lines stretched across terrain that consumed oxen and provisions faster than the Sichuan Basin could resupply them. Each expedition ultimately withdrew. This strategy made a certain hard military sense, and was a sustained drain on a treasury that could not fully recover between campaigns. Eastern Wu occupied the east and south. Its territory ran from the Three Gorges region down along the Yangtze to the coast, and extended into the southern lands that Han China had only lightly administered. The great aristocratic families of the Jiangnan region had been developing the land for generations, draining wetlands, building irrigation works, establishing large agricultural estates, and creating local networks of influence that connected only loosely to whatever was happening at the court in the capital Jianye, the city that later became Nanjing. Wu's river fleet remained its defining military capability. Its wealth came from silk, rice, and the maritime connections developing steadily along the southern coast towards Southeast Asia. It is worth pausing before moving to the endings to hold the Three Kingdoms period in the mind as a lived experience rather than purely as a strategic contest. In the Sichuan Basin, farmers worked the irrigated fields of the Chengdu Plain in patterns their grandparents had established, and the markets of Chengdu sold lacquerware, salt, silk cloth, and river fish. And scholars debated texts in academies that Zhuge Liang's administration had supported. In the Wei heartland, the Yellow River Valley was recovering from the devastation of the warlord era, with a speed that the military colony system had made possible, and towns that had been nearly empty a generation earlier were filling with people again. In the Jiangnan region of Wu, the estates of the great families were surrounded by mulberry orchards and rice paddies and fish ponds, and the river traffic between the major Wu cities carried enough commercial volume to constitute something genuinely resembling economic integration. These were not simply abstract polities on a historical map. They were places where people ate and slept and argued with their neighbours and worried about the weather, living their ordinary lives in the shadow of the extraordinary events that later history would spend centuries examining. Its fatal weakness was political. After Sun Quan's remarkably long reign ended with his death in 252, the succession produced a series of short-reigned emperors, sharp factional conflicts, and political violence that made the late Han court look serenely organised by comparison. The material prosperity of Jiangnan and the natural defensibility of the Yangtze were never translated into a sustained strategic program during Wu's declining years, because the court was too occupied consuming itself to direct those advantages outward. The question of Jing province, which Zhuge Liang had identified as strategically essential, and which the Shu-Wu arrangement had left in an ambiguous shared administration, was settled badly in 219. Guan Yu, Liu Bei's most celebrated general and the man who had stood beside him since before there was anything worth standing beside, had been conducting a brilliantly successful campaign deep into Wei territory from his base in Jing province. Then Wu forces moved against his supply lines and rear positions in an arrangement his enemies had been coordinating quietly while his attention was directed entirely north. He was captured and killed. Jing province was gone. Liu Bei's grief drove him to launch a campaign against Wu in 221 that ended in a serious defeat at Yiling, cementing the loss and exhausting Shu's resources at the very moment they needed careful husbanding for the long contest ahead. Structures that appear permanent are often simply waiting for the right kind of pressure to reveal what they are actually made of. The Wei kingdom, largest and most powerful of the three, carried inside it a tension between the ruling Cao family and the great aristocratic clans that no administrative skill could permanently resolve. The Cao family had built Wei. The great clans staffed it at every level and controlled the recommendation system through which new officials entered government. Over time, those two interests began moving in different directions, slowly enough that the divergence was easy to miss from day to day, and impossible to miss looking back over a decade. Cao Cao's descendants managed the state competently in the early generations. Cao Pi gave Wei its constitutional form and a sense of its own identity as a legitimate successor state. Cao Rui, his son, was a serious administrator who maintained stability through difficult frontier pressures from the northeast and from Zhuge Liang's persistent expeditions from Shu in the southwest. When Cao Rui died in 239, however, he left behind an 8-year-old heir and 2 appointed regents. One regent was Cao Shuang, from the Cao family itself, well connected and surrounded by advisors who shared his confidence in their collective judgment. The other was an elderly general and official named Sima Yi. Sima Yi had been serving the Wei kingdom since Cao Cao's time. He was extraordinarily patient, a quality his contemporaries noted in various ways, and which his eventual actions confirmed as his defining characteristic. He had advised Cao Cao, assisted Cao Pi in the early years of Wei, and supported Cao Rui through the following reign, always present, always building networks and relationships without ever moving quickly enough to become a visible threat to whoever currently held authority. He was well past 60 when Cao Rui died. Cao Shuang spent the following years accumulating influence, filling key positions with his associates, and gradually reducing Sima Yi's role in the governance of the state. Sima Yi responded by appearing to be very old, very frail, and harmlessly finished with ambition. He received visitors looking unsteady. He gave the impression of a man whose main concerns had narrowed to the small, warm radius of personal comfort. In 249, while Cao Shuang had taken the young emperor outside the capital on a ceremonial visit to the imperial tombs, Sima Yi moved. He occupied Luoyang with forces loyal to him, sealed the city gates, and issued statements in the name of the Empress Dowager, presenting the entire operation as a necessary correction of Cao Shuang's overreach. Cao Shuang, facing a situation that had developed considerably faster than he had been paying attention to, accepted terms that promised him personal safety and a retirement from power. The terms did not hold their meaning for very long. Cao Shuang and his principal associates were executed shortly afterward. The Sima family now controlled Wei. Sima Yi's sons, Sima Shi and Sima Zhao, managed successive Wei emperors with the same minister controlling the throne template that Cao Cao had once used with the Han emperor, and the arrangement had now completed a full rotation. The Wei emperors issued documents. Sima family officials made the actual decisions. Officials who objected too visibly were removed. A few who objected with particular force were removed more permanently. Among those who objected was a group of scholars and writers who had withdrawn from active political life and gathered around a set of ideas about natural spontaneity and individual authenticity that put them at odds with the rigid Confucian propriety the Sima administration preferred as its public face. The most famous of them, known collectively as the 7 Sages of the Bamboo Grove, spent their time in philosophical conversation, drinking wine, playing music and writing poetry, with a freedom that official culture did not encourage. Their existence as a recognizable cultural phenomenon during this period tells you something about the quality of the disillusionment that the transition from Cao family to Sima family produced in the intellectual class. The kingdoms had changed hands. The atmosphere of the era had changed with them. In Shuhan, the deterioration had been underway since Zhuge Liang's death in 234. He had died on campaign, not from a wound, but from the compounded exhaustion of a man who had been administering an entire kingdom, while commanding an army in the field for years without adequate rest between campaigns. He died in his military tent near the Wei River, and the news reached Chengdu with the weight of something that had been dreaded, and that was still somehow a shock when it arrived. His successor in military command, Jiang Wei, continued the northern expedition policy with considerable persistence, and somewhat less of the comprehensive administrative framework that Zhuge Liang had maintained behind the campaigns. The Sichuan basin remained fertile and defensible, but the treasury's margin had been thinning for decades. The Yi, farming families who bore the accumulated cost of repeated campaigns, felt it with the particular clarity of people who have no mechanism for avoiding what the state requires of them. In 263, Sima Zhao committed 3 separate armies to the destruction of Shuhan. The main forces moved through the mountain corridors where Shu maintained its established defensive positions, keeping Jiang Wei and the main Shu army engaged at the expected frontier points. A secondary force under a general named Deng Ai took a different approach entirely. He moved through mountain passes that the Shu defensive planning had treated as effectively impassable for any force of significant size. The terrain was genuinely treacherous, narrow, icy, and without the supply infrastructure that any careful commander would want before attempting such a route. Deng Ai's soldiers reportedly descended certain sections wrapped in felt to manage the ice, moving equipment through terrain that seemed to argue strenuously against the attempt. The maneuver brought his army out onto the Chengdu plain from a direction that the Shu defensive plan had simply not covered. Liu Shan, the Shu Han emperor, surrendered without organizing a prolonged last defense. He was taken north to the Wei capital, given a comfortable estate, and lived out his remaining years among people who asked him curious questions about Shu at social gatherings. His cheerful answers puzzled his attendants, and have puzzled historians ever since, interpreted variously as genuine equanimity, practiced self-preservation, or a form of grief that had moved past the point where demonstrating it served any useful purpose. He survived the fall of his kingdom, survived the transition to Jin rule, and lived into old age, which placed him among a fairly small group of people in that era who managed it. Shu Han had lasted 43 years from its formal declaration. The Sima family's position after Shu's fall was beyond reasonable challenge. Sima Zhao died before completing the final formal step himself. His son Sima Yan had no particular attachment to appearances. In 266 he accepted the abdication of the last Wei emperor, declared the Jin dynasty, and became its first emperor. The Wei kingdom that Cao Cao had spent his life assembling, that Cao Pi had formally established, that 2 more generations had administered with varying degrees of success, ended in a ceremony that formalized what had already been true for some years. Eastern Wu held through the final decade of the Three Kingdoms period with a combination of geographical advantage and internal disorder that nearly cancelled each other out. The Yangtze's defensive value remained exactly as real as it had been at Red Cliffs. The court's ability to use that advantage steadily diminished as political violence and factional competition consumed the energy that should have gone toward maintaining the fleet, the frontier garrisons, and the loyalty of the Jiangnan aristocracy. The great families watched developments carefully, weighing what they stood to gain from continued resistance against what Jin might offer those who made their accommodation early. In 280, Jin forces crossed the Yangtze at multiple points simultaneously. The river that had protected Wu through decades of the Three Kingdoms era, the natural boundary that had stopped Cao Cao in 208, proved crossable when the preparation was sufficient, and the defending kingdom's own coherence had been consumed from the inside. The last Wu emperor surrendered. The Three Kingdoms era was over. China was briefly reunified under the Jin dynasty. The Jin reunification lasted only a generation before its own internal crises began, but that belongs to a different evening's telling. What the Three Kingdoms period left behind, once the kingdoms themselves were gone, was something that outlasted all of them and proved considerably more durable: stories. Chen Shou compiled the records of the Three Kingdoms in the years immediately following Jin's reunification. He wrote as someone who had himself served in Shuhan before its fall, which gave him both access to the period's internal texture and the particular caution of a man recording events he had lived through among people who had also lived through them and held strong opinions about how they should be described. His account is precise and structurally careful, organized to present each kingdom's history in its own internal sequence, while maintaining the connecting threads between them. It is not a dramatic text by temperament. It is the work of a meticulous observer who had learned not to say more than the sources could support. Pei Songji added his annotations in the 5th century, incorporating material that Chen Shou had not used, including alternative biographies, private accounts, documentary fragments, and records from sources that would otherwise have been lost to the general record. Reading Pei Songji alongside Chen Shou is something like looking at a carefully composed photograph and then discovering that someone kept all the contact sheets from the session. The additional material changes what you see in the final image, adds faces and details and contradictions that the composed version had smoothed away. Fan Yi's Book of the Later Han, assembled around the same period, covers the Han dynasty's decline with the same careful sourcing, tracing the structural and social forces that Chen Shou's account picked up midway through their unfolding. Archaeology has continued adding what texts leave open, recovering from the Yangtze Valley, the old Wei heartland, and the Sichuan Basin, objects and inscriptions and physical evidence that return the period's people to something like material weight and presence, reminding anyone who looks closely that these were actual places where actual people lived and made decisions and worried about the harvest. The document that reshaped how everyone outside scholarly circles thinks about all of this was written by a man named Luo Guanzhong in the 14th century, more than 1,000 years after the last of the Three Kingdoms came to its end. His romance of the Three Kingdoms took the historical record as its raw material and transformed it into something of an entirely different order. A novel so vast in scope and so morally vivid in its telling that it altered the cultural landscape of East Asia permanently, and has not finished doing so. In Luo Guanzhong's telling, the historical figures became something larger than biography could contain. Liu Bei became the archetype of the burdened, benevolent ruler. sincere in ways that fortune never quite rewarded, always searching for solid ground and never quite finding it beneath his feet, but never abandoning the search either. Zhuge Liang became the ideal counselor, a figure of such apparent foresight and composed intelligence that he reads in the novel less like a man who got tired and died of overwork on a campaign, and more like a principle of wisdom given human form for a limited time. Cao Cao became the complicated figure, brilliant and cold in equal measure, whose achievements the narrative cannot deny, and whose methods it never entirely forgives. Guan Yu, the general who lost Jing province and was killed in its losing, was elevated in the cultural imagination to something approaching divinity. Worshipped in temples dedicated to loyalty, martial virtue, and the keeping of oaths, temples that spread across China and into the Chinese diaspora communities of Southeast Asia, where some of them still stand and still receive offerings from people who find something durable and useful in his example. The romance introduced phrases and strategic concepts that became part of the living vocabulary of Chinese culture, moving through opera, painting, woodblock illustration, and travelling theatre troupes before arriving, centuries later, in television productions, graphic novels, and strategy games played by hundreds of millions of people who may not know the historian Chen Shu by name, but who know exactly which battle is being recalled when someone mentions fire on the river. The history became a language, and like all living languages, it kept growing long after its original speakers were gone. It absorbed new interpretations in each era that told it, shaped by whatever that era needed the Three Kingdoms to mean. During periods of division, the story offered models of loyalty and principled resistance. During periods of unity, it offered warnings about the cost of fracture. During the 20th century, it was read as a story about strategy and leadership. In the 21st, it became the source material for some of the most widely played video games on Earth. The story is not finished finding new places to go. Which brings you back, very gently, to where you are right now. The Yangtze is still out, there somewhere, wide and brown and moving, carrying its water to the sea with the unhurried patience of something that has been doing so for a very long time and expects to continue doing so for a very long time more. The mountain passes of Sichuan are still ringed with the same cold mist that covered them when Zhuge Liang looked north and calculated the cost of the next campaign against an enemy he knew he could not outlast indefinitely. The plains of the Old Wei heartland stretch flat under the same kind of sky that Cao Cao crossed in every direction, reading the landscape for whatever it might offer next. The people of the Three Kingdoms era spent their lives in motion, planning campaigns, building administrations, negotiating alliances, raising and losing states that took decades to assemble and could come apart in a single bad season. What they left behind was not only ruins and dates in a chronicle, it was the raw material for one of the longest running conversations in human history, about loyalty, about strategy, about ambition, and about what it means to try to hold something together when everything around you is pulling apart and the river keeps flowing regardless. That is a worthy thought to carry into sleep, history dreamers. Rest well tonight. The river keeps moving, and the stories are in no hurry at all. Hello, my tired friends. Tonight, we are going back to a time before harbours and compasses and sails snapping in ocean wind. We are going to the very beginning, when humans first realised they could move across water without drowning, and when that realisation changed everything about how we understood our world. Before we had cities or written language or metal tools, we had boats. The story of how we learned to float is older than almost any other human technology, and it began not with grand designs but with simple observation and desperate need. You're standing at the edge of a river in what will someday be called the Fertile Crescent. The year is roughly 8,000 before the Common Era. The water moves past you with that particular sound rivers make when they are full and confident and going somewhere important. Your people have been following this river for 3 generations now. You know its moods. You know when it floods and when it shrinks back into itself. You know which fish swim near the surface at dawn and which plants grow thick along the muddy banks. But you have never been to the other side. The river is too wide to throw a stone across, too deep to wade, too fast to swim without being pulled downstream into waters you do not recognise. On the far bank you can see fruit trees heavy with something your people have never tasted. You can see birds nesting in numbers that would feed your family for a moon cycle. Everything you want is over there. Everything you need is here. Someone in your group has been watching logs in the water. This is not unusual. Logs float past every few days, torn from upstream banks during storms, but this person has been watching differently. Not just seeing them, but thinking about them. One morning after a night of heavy rain, a massive tree trunk comes down the river. It moves slower than the water around it, turning slightly as it catches on rocks and sandbars. 3 people from your group wade out to where the water reaches their chests. They grab the log, they pull it to shore, then they do something that has never been done before in exactly this way. They climb onto it. The log rolls. They fall off. They try again. The log rolls. They fall off. By midday, 6 people are attempting this strange new game. By evening, someone figures out that if you lie flat on your belly and spread your weight across the wood, the log becomes more stable. You are not that person. You're watching from shore. You're the one who notices that when they splash their hands and kick their feet, the log moves forward, not quickly, not gracefully, but forward. The next day, someone ties 2 logs together using vine. The lashing is crude but functional. The double log does not roll. You can sit on it without falling. You can use a branch to push against the river bottom and move yourself through shallow water. Within a week, your group has created something that looks less like a log and more like a platform. 5 logs bound together side by side, wide enough that 3 adults can sit without tilting it, stable enough that someone can stand if they keep their knees bent and their weight centered. This is not a boat, not yet, but it is the great-great-grandmother of every boat that will ever exist. Archaeologists call these bundle rafts. They appear in the material record across multiple continents at roughly the same time period. The specimens found in Peru date to approximately 7,000 years before the Common Era. The examples from the Persian Gulf region might be older still. You push your raft into the current on a morning when the air smells like rain but the sky is clear. The water is cold. It seeps up through the gaps between logs and soaks into your clothing. The raft sits low, with only a hand's width between the top of the logs and the river surface. You have a long pole cut from straight wood. You push it down into the riverbed and feel the mud give way beneath the tip. You push harder. The raft moves forward 1 body length. You pull the pole up and plant it again. Push, move, pull, plant. The rhythm becomes automatic. Halfway across the river, the bottom drops away. Your pole finds no purchase. You pull it up and lay it across your lap. The current takes you downstream. You do not panic. You have expected this. You have watched the river long enough to know it will push you toward the far bank if you let it. The raft spins slowly. You see your camp from an angle you've never seen it before. You see the curve of the river valley. You see the tree line and the smoke from morning fires and the shapes of people standing at the water's edge, watching you drift away from everything familiar. Then the bottom comes back. Your pole finds mud. You push towards shore. The raft scrapes onto a sandbar with a sound like wooden breathing. You step onto land that your ancestors have never touched. You walk to the fruit trees. The fruit tastes like honey and sunlight and the future. When you return to your people with your arms full of food, they ask you the question that humans have been asking about boats ever since. They ask how far you could go. The bundle raft spreads across human cultures faster than agriculture, faster than pottery, faster than woven cloth. The design appears independently on every continent where people live near water. The Uros people on Lake Titicaca still build these rafts today using totora reeds. Their construction methods are likely identical to methods used 10,000 years ago. The logic is universal. Things that float can be tied together. Things tied together can hold weight. Weight distributed across floating things can carry people over water. This is engineering at its most fundamental. This is humans looking at a problem and solving it with whatever materials happen to be within arm's reach. But wooden reeds deteriorate. They rot in water. They come apart when lashing loosens. They work for crossing rivers but not for travelling rivers. They work for fishing close to shore but not for following coastlines. They work for getting across but not for coming back. You need something better. You need something that can be shaped instead of just bundled. You need to stop tying things together and start making things whole. You're standing in a forest in what will someday be Northern Europe. The year is approximately 6,000 before the Common Era. You're looking at a pine tree that fell during the winter. Lightning struck it at the crown and split it down to the roots. Half the tree is still standing, half lies on the ground in front of you. The fallen half is longer than 5 people lying head to toe, thicker than your torso at the base. The wood is solid. The bark is still attached. Inside the split, you can see the pale flesh of the tree still damp with sap. You have been thinking about boats for 2 seasons now. Your people have bundle rafts, but they come apart. The reeds get waterlogged. The vines stretch and snap. You spend more time repairing rafts than using them, but this tree is one piece, solid all the way through. If you could make it hollow, it would float with nothing to come untied. If you could make it curved inside like a bowl, it could hold people without letting water in. You do not have metal tools. Metal has not been invented yet in your corner of the world. What you have is stone. Sharp stone that can be chipped into edges, stone that can be hafted onto wooden handles, stone that holds an edge just long enough to be useful before it needs resharpening. You also have fire. You build a small fire on top of the log. You feed it carefully. You do not want flames. You want coals. Red coals that sit in one place and burn downward into the wood instead of spreading outward along the bark. The wood begins to char. The charcoal layer goes soft. You scrape it away with a flat stone. You scrape until you reach hard wood again. Then you build another small fire in the scraped hollow. More coals, more charring, more scraping. This is not quick work. This is the kind of work measured in weeks. You burn and scrape, burn and scrape. The hollow grows deeper. The shape starts to emerge. Not a perfect shape, not a planned shape, a shape that follows the grain of the wood and the patience of fire. The Pesser canoe is the oldest known boat in the world. It was found in the Netherlands and dates to between 8,000 and 7,500 years before the Common Era. The canoe is 3 meters long and 44 centimeters wide. It was made from a single Scots pine log using the burn and scrape method. The wood has been preserved in peat bog conditions for nearly 10,000 years. When archaeologists examined the Pesser canoe under magnification, they found tool marks, stone tool marks. The pattern of scraping is visible in the charred wood grain. Someone made this boat using the same technique you're using right now. Someone burned and scraped for weeks to create a hollow that could hold one person and a fishing spear and nothing else. Your canoe takes 20 days to complete. When you're finished, the log has been transformed into something that looks almost intentional. The hollow runs most of the length of the trunk. The walls are thick enough to be strong but thin enough to be light. The bottom is rounded. The ends are blunt. You drag it to the water on a path of rollers made from small logs. 4 people help you. The canoe is heavy but manageable. When you push it into the lake, it floats. The hollow stays dry. The wood sits in the water like it was always meant to be there. You climb in carefully. The canoe rocks. You freeze. It steadies. You sit on the bottom with your legs crossed and your weight centered. You pick up a paddle made from a flat piece of wood lashed to a handle. You dip one side into the water and pull. The canoe moves forward. It does not spin. It does not drift sideways. It goes where you point it. This is different from a raft. This is controlled movement. This is intention made physical. You can go across the lake or along the shoreline or straight into the wind. You can carry more weight than yourself. You can bring home enough fish to feed your entire group. But more importantly, you can come back. The dugout canoe becomes the dominant watercraft design for the next 6,000 years. Examples appear in Africa, Asia, Europe, the Americas and Oceania. Some are small like yours, some are massive. The Maori Wakatawa war canoes from New Zealand could be 40 meters long and hold up to 80 warriors. Those massive canoes started the same way yours did, with fire and stone and patient scraping. The Scandinavian bog finds reveal an evolution in technique. Early canoes are rough, later ones show increasingly sophisticated tool marks. By 4,000 years before the Common Era, humans in Northern Europe are using stone adzes to shape the interior walls to even thickness. They're carving decorative patterns along the gunnels. They're creating vessels that are not just functional, but beautiful. You teach the fire and scrape method to your children. They teach it to their children. The knowledge spreads along waterways and coastlines. Different cultures develop different refinements. Some people discover that if you make the prow pointed instead of blunt, the canoe moves through water with less resistance. Some people figure out that if you make the sides slightly higher, you can travel in rougher conditions without taking on water. In the Pacific Northwest, indigenous peoples take the dugout design to extraordinary levels. They use cedar trees that grow wide enough to yield canoes capable of ocean travel. They heat and bend the wood to widen the beam. They add carved figureheads that serve both spiritual and practical purposes. These canoes can navigate open ocean swells and carry entire families with their possessions across hundreds of miles of water. The oldest known canoe in Africa comes from the Dufuna site in Nigeria. It dates to approximately 6,000 years before the Common Era. Like the Pest canoe, it was made using fire and simple tools. Unlike the Pest canoe, it is much larger, 2.5 meters long, 70 centimeters wide, built to carry multiple people and cargo through swampland rivers where crocodiles outnumber humans. You are getting older now. Your children have children. Your original canoe is still in use. The wood has darkened with age. The interior walls are smooth from years of wear. Small cracks have appeared near the prow, but they do not leak. The boat has become part of your family's identity. People know you as the fireboat maker, the person who figured out how to trap air inside wood. One day, your oldest grandchild asks you why you made the hollow the shape it is. You realize you do not have a good answer. You made it the way it wanted to be made. You followed the wood's grain. You stopped when the walls felt right. But your grandchild wants to understand the principles, why this shape works and other shapes do not. You spend an afternoon trying to explain something you learned through doing rather than thinking. You talk about how the rounded bottom makes the canoe stable, how the curved sides keep water from pouring in when the boat rocks, how the pointed ends cut through water instead of pushing it. This conversation's important. This is the moment when boat making stops being accidental and starts being intentional. This is when humans begin to understand the physics of floating without having words for physics yet. You're standing in a marsh in southern Mesopotamia. The year is approximately 5,000 before the Common Era. The water here does not flow like a river. It spreads out in shallow pools and channels that change with the seasons. Reeds grow taller than your head. The mud is black and rich and smells like decomposing vegetation. Your people do not have forests. Your people do not have logs thick enough for dugout canoes. What you have is reeds. Millions of reeds. More reeds than you could harvest in 100 lifetimes. Reeds float. You have known this since childhood. Every child who plays in these marshes builds small reed boats by accident, while gathering stalks for basket making. But those play boats fall apart. The reeds separate, water gets in. They work for a few minutes and then they stop working. The breakthrough comes from watching how your people make floor mats, the tight bundling, the systematic wrapping, the way each reed is laid parallel to the next and bound at regular intervals so the whole thing holds together under weight. You gather reeds in the early morning when they're wet with dew and flexible. You need hundreds of them. You sort them by length and thickness. You lay them in parallel bundles about as thick as your leg. Then you take smaller reeds and weave them around the bundle at intervals, pulling tight, creating a bound cylinder that cannot separate. You make 6 of these cylinders. Each one is longer than you are tall. You lay them side by side. You lash them together using more reed cord. The result looks like a golden raft that curves slightly upward at both ends, because that is how the reeds naturally want to lie. The marsh Arabs of southern Iraq still build these boats today. They call them mashuvs. The design has not changed in 7,000 years. The construction method is identical. The materials are identical. These boats appear in cylinder seals and cuneiform records from Sumerian cities. They appear in Assyrian palace reliefs. They appear in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the character Urshanabi uses a reed boat to ferry Gilgamesh across the waters of death. Your reed boat floats high on the water, much higher than a bundle raft. The bound reeds create air pockets that give buoyancy without weight. You can stand on this boat without it sinking. You can jump on it without breaking it. The reeds are flexible enough to bend with the water's movement, but bound tightly enough not to come apart. You push out into the marsh using a long pole. The bottom is soft mud. The pole sinks deep but provides enough resistance to propel you forward. Small fish scatter in front of the boat. Waterbirds lift off from reed clusters and circle overhead before landing again behind you. The boat handles differently than a dugout canoe. It rides on top of the water instead of sitting in it. It catches the wind. In a strong breeze, you can feel it trying to turn sideways. You learn to angle your pole to compensate. You learn to read the water's surface for current directions. You learn that the boat moves fastest when you pole on alternating sides instead of just pushing from one side. Reed boats have one significant advantage over wooden dugouts. They're absurdly easy to repair. When reeds get waterlogged or damaged, you cut them out and weave in fresh ones. The boat never gets old because you are constantly replacing parts of it. Your boat is simultaneously 7 years old and 7 days old, depending on which reeds you are looking at. In Egypt, reed boats follow a different design. The Nile gives you papyrus instead of marsh reeds. Papyrus stalks are thicker and more rigid. The Egyptians bundle them into boat-shaped forms with high, curved prows and sterns. These papyrus boats appear in Egyptian art as early as the pre-dynastic period, before the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt around 3,100 years before the Common Era. The tomb of Ti at Saqqara contains relief carvings showing papyrus boat construction. The images are detailed enough that modern boat builders have used them as instructions. The stalks are laid lengthwise and bound with papyrus cord. The bundles are lashed together in layers, creating a thick hull. The ends are pulled upward and bound tightly to create the distinctive curved shape. Thor Heyerdahl built 2 replica papyrus boats in the 20th century Common Era to test whether ancient vessels could make transoceanic voyages. The first boat, Ra-1, partially succeeded in crossing the Atlantic before the stern came apart due to construction errors. The second boat, Ra-2, completed the crossing from Morocco to Barbados in 57 days. The design worked. The materials worked. The concept of papyrus boats being seaworthy enough for ocean travel was validated. But you're not thinking about ocean travel. You're thinking about fishing in a marsh. You're thinking about moving cargo from one seasonal camp to another. You're thinking about the way your children can learn to build these boats with minimal instruction, because the process is intuitive. Your daughter learns to make reed boats by watching you for 3 days and then building one herself. Hers is smaller than yours. She makes mistakes. She binds the reeds too loosely in some places and too tightly in others. The shape is irregular, but it floats. It holds her weight. It moves when she poles it. She's 12 years old and she has made a functional watercraft from plants she harvested this morning. This is the power of reed boat technology. It is accessible. It does not require specialized tools. It does not require rare materials. It does not require years of training. Anyone who can weave a basket can theoretically build a reed boat. The learning curve is gentle. The disadvantage becomes apparent over time. Reed boats are temporary. They last 1 season, maybe 2 if you maintain them obsessively. The reeds rot. They become waterlogged. They lose buoyancy. You cannot leave a reed boat in the water for months and expect it to still work. You must pull it ashore after each use. You must dry it. You must inspect it for damage. Some cultures solve this problem by treating reed boats as disposable. You build one when you need it. You use it for a few weeks or months. When it stops working, you let it decompose back into the marsh and build another. The time investment is low enough that this approach makes sense. 3 days to build a boat that lasts 3 months is a reasonable trade. Other cultures focus on extending reed boat lifespan. They coat the reeds with bitumen, a natural tar that seeps up from the ground in places like Mesopotamia. The bitumen waterproofs the reeds and slows decomposition. Archaeological sites in Iraq have found bitumen-coated reed fragments that date back 6,000 years. The bitumen preserved the reeds well enough that you can still see the weaving pattern. You try the bitumen method. You collect the tar from a seep near your village. You heat it until it becomes liquid. You paint it onto your boat's hull using a flat stick. The hot bitumen soaks into the reeds and hardens as it cools. The boat becomes darker, heavier, and much more waterproof. It still needs to be dried after use, but the reeds last twice as long before needing replacement. The smell of bitumen becomes associated with water travel in your culture. When people return from river journeys, they smell like heated tar. Children playing at boat building smear themselves with mud and pretend it is bitumen. The scent becomes nostalgic. Generations later, your descendants will smell bitumen and think of their great-grandparents who wove reeds into floating platforms. Reed boat culture produces specialised knowledge about plants. You learn which reeds are strongest, which ones have the right amount of flex, which ones resist rot better. You learn that reeds harvested in late summer are more durable than reeds harvested in early spring. You learn that larger diameter stalks are better for the outer layers, while smaller stalks are better for the inner core. This knowledge spreads along trade routes. People from different marshes compare techniques. Someone discovers that mixing different reed species in specific ratios creates boats with better properties. Someone else figures out that if you soak certain reeds in water before bundling them, they bind more tightly. The accumulated wisdom of reed boat building becomes a body of knowledge that requires years to fully learn, but even as reed boats become more sophisticated, they remain limited. They are perfect for marshes and calm rivers. They work reasonably well on lakes. They are adequate for protected coastal waters. But they are not designed for open water. They cannot handle large waves. They cannot travel long distances. They cannot carry truly heavy cargo. For those tasks, you need a different approach. You need to stop thinking about bundles and hollows. You need to start thinking about assembled structures. You need to invent planks. You're standing on the bank of the Nile in Egypt. The year is approximately 3,500 years before the Common Era. The river flows north with that steady Nile persistence that has defined Egyptian life since the first settlements. The water is brown with silt. The air smells like fish and wet mud and distant grain fields. Your people have been building boats from papyrus for generations, but papyrus boats are limited. They work for moving up and down the river, they work for fishing and transport, but they are slow. Moving cargo upstream means poling against the current for days. Your arms ache just thinking about it. Then someone notices something obvious. Something so obvious that you wonder why no one thought of it before. The wind blows south. The river flows north. These two facts have been true your entire life. You have never questioned them. They are as permanent as the sun rising in the east. But now someone is looking at those two facts and seeing possibility instead of just weather. If the wind blows south and you want to go south, you could let the wind push you instead of fighting the current with poles. You would need something for the wind to push against. Something light enough not to sink the boat, but large enough to catch enough wind to matter. The first sail is probably a woven reed mat. The same kind of mat people use for roofing and walls and sleeping platforms. Someone props it upright on a papyrus boat using two poles as supports. The wind catches it. The boat moves backward. This is unexpected. The person adjusts the mat angle, tries again. The boat moves sideways. More adjustment, more testing. Eventually, the boat moves in the intended direction. This is one of those discoveries that seems simple in retrospect, but represents a genuine cognitive breakthrough. Humans have been using wind to dry clothes and winnow grain and cool houses for thousands of years. But using wind for propulsion requires thinking about wind as a force that can be directed and controlled, rather than just experienced. The earliest direct evidence of Egyptian sails comes from painted pottery and hieroglyphics dating to the Naqada period, roughly 3,500 years before the Common Era. The images show boats with single rectangular sails mounted on masts. The masts are short and positioned near the centre of the boat. The sails are wide relative to their height, creating a square shape that maximises surface area. You build your first sailed boat using a wooden dugout as the base. The dugout is more stable than a papyrus boat, and less likely to tip when the sail catches wind. You lash two poles together to create a mast. You weave a rectangular sail from linen strips. The weaving takes 6 days. The sail needs to be tight enough to hold its shape, but flexible enough to billow with wind. You step the mast by wedging it into a notch carved into the boat's keel. The mast is not tall. It reaches about twice your height when you're sitting. You attach the sail's top edge to a horizontal yard pole. You tie lines to the yard's end so you can raise and lower the sail. You tie additional lines to the bottom corners of the sail so you can control the angle. The first time you sail, you nearly capsize. The wind fills the sail faster than you expect. The boat tips sharply. You release the control lines in panic. The sail spills wind and the boat steadies. You're breathing hard. You're also grinning. You try again. This time you're ready for the force. You lean your weight to the opposite side when the wind hits. The boat moves forward. It moves faster than you have ever moved on water. The bow cuts through ripples. Small waves splash against the hull. The wind makes a sound in the fabric like breathing. This is not paddling or poling. This is not powered by your muscles. You are sitting still and the boat is moving. The river flows north beneath you at its usual pace. But you're going south against that current at twice the river's speed. You're stealing the wind's energy and turning it into motion. The Egyptians perfect this technology over the next 1,000 years. The evidence appears in tomb paintings, boat models, and actual ship remains. The sail designs become more sophisticated. The masts get taller. The rigging gets more complex. By the time of the Old Kingdom, Egyptians are building sailing ships large enough to transport stone blocks weighing hundreds of tons. The Khufu ship, discovered in a sealed pit near the Great Pyramid, dates to approximately 2,500 years before the Common Era. The ship is 43 metres long and 6 metres wide. It was built from Lebanon cedar planks assembled with mortise and tenon joints. No nails were used. The planks were shaped and fitted so precisely that the seams were watertight without caulking. The Khufu ship had a mast socket, though the mast itself was not found. The socket's size and position indicate the ship carried a sail. The ship also had multiple rowing stations. This dual propulsion system gave sailors options. When the wind blew favourably, you sailed. When the wind died or blew from the wrong direction, you rowed. When you needed precise manoeuvring, you used both. You're learning to read wind the way you once learned to read water currents. Wind has moods. Morning wind on the Nile tends to be gentle. By midday, it strengthens. In late afternoon, it sometimes dies completely. You learn to plan journeys around these patterns. You leave at dawn using poles or paddles. By mid-morning, you raise the sail. By evening, you're lowering it again and looking for a place to beach the boat. Wind direction matters more than wind strength. A gentle wind from directly behind you is more useful than a strong wind from the side. You learn to angle the sail to catch quartering winds. You learn that if the wind is coming from slightly ahead, you can angle the boat and the sail in ways that still produce forward motion. The physics are complicated, but the practice becomes intuitive with repetition. The technical term is tacking. The Egyptians may not have had a word for it, but they understood the principle. By sailing at an angle to the wind and then switching to the opposite angle, you can make progress against the wind. It is indirect. It takes longer, but it works. Egyptian boats evolve specialised features for sailing. The hulls become narrower and longer, reducing water resistance. The bow and stern are raised to prevent waves from splashing aboard. Steering oars are mounted at the stern, giving helmsmen better control. Multiple rowers are positioned along the sides to supplement sail power when needed. The paintings in the tomb of Mena, a scribe who lived around 3,400 years ago, show both papyrus boats and wooden sailing vessels. The papyrus boats have simple rectangular sails. The wooden ships have more elaborate rigging with multiple control lines. The artistic detail is precise enough that modern boat builders can identify specific design features. The angle of the yard, the placement of stays supporting the mast, the method of furling sails when not in use. You grow old with sailing. Your hands develop calluses in new places from handling lines. Your eyes learn to spot wind on water by watching ripple patterns. You develop opinions about sail shape and mast height that other sailors find either insightful or tedious, depending on their own experience level. Your grandchildren take sailing for granted. They have never known a time when people could not harness wind. They have never poled a boat upstream for days until their shoulders screamed. To them, sailing is just what boats do. The innovation has become ordinary, but you remember. You remember the first time a sail pulled a boat against the current with no effort from anyone aboard. You remember thinking that humans had stolen something from the gods. Wind was supposed to be uncontrollable. Wind was supposed to be a force you endured or hid from. And now wind was something you could trap and use and direct toward your own purposes. Sailing technology spreads from Egypt to other maritime cultures. The Minoans on Crete are building sailing ships by 2,500 years before the Common Era. The Phoenicians master long-distance sailing by 1,000 years before the Common Era. The Greeks, the Romans and the Carthaginians all develop their own variations on sail design and rigging. But the basic principle remains the same. You catch wind in fabric. The wind pushes the fabric. The fabric is attached to a boat. The boat moves. This simple chain of cause and effect enables human exploration, trade, migration and empire across bodies of water that were previously too vast to cross using muscle power alone. You have invented something that will be refined but never fundamentally replaced. 10,000 years from now, people will still be using sails. The materials will change. The designs will become unrecognizably sophisticated, but the core concept of catching wind to move boats will endure because it is based on a physics truth that does not change with culture or technology. The wind always blows. The question is whether you know how to use it. You're sitting in a wooden boat on a calm lake. The year is approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. The location is what will someday be northern Germany. The water is so still that you can see clouds reflected on its surface. The boat rocks gently. You can hear birds calling from the reed beds along the shore. You hold a paddle. It is carved from a single piece of ash wood. The blade is flat and oval shaped. The handle is round where you grip it and flattens into the blade in a smooth taper. The wood has been smoothed with sand and stone until there are no splinters. It feels alive in your hands. Paddling is the oldest form of boat propulsion that requires tools. Before paddles, people use their hands. Before hands, they probably kick their feet. But hands and feet are inefficient. They create splash without much forward push. A paddle extends your reach and multiplies your force. You hold the paddle on one side of the boat. You lean forward and place the blade in the water ahead of you. You pull back. The blade catches water. The water resists. The boat moves forward. You lift the blade out, lean forward again, and repeat. The rhythm becomes automatic. Reach, plant, pull, lift. Reach, plant, pull, lift. This is stroke mechanics. The power comes from your torso rotation, not just your arms. You twist from your core. Your shoulders follow. Your arms are mostly just connections between your body and the paddle. When you get the motion right, you can paddle for hours without exhausting yourself. But there is a problem. Every stroke on one side pushes the boat forward, but also turns it slightly away from that side. After 5 strokes, the boat is angling off course. You switch sides. Now you are correcting the turn, but also creating a new turn in the opposite direction. You zigzag across the water in an inefficient pattern. Someone solves this by figuring out the J-stroke. At the end of each pull, you twist the paddle blade and push it slightly outward. This creates a small corrective force that counteracts the turning effect. With practice, you can paddle on one side indefinitely while maintaining a straight course. The technique takes weeks to learn properly, but once mastered, it feels natural. Archaeological evidence for paddles appears surprisingly early. A 7,000-year-old paddle was found at a Neolithic site in Yorkshire, England. The paddle is complete and functional. The wood grain runs lengthwise for strength. The blade width is optimized for the paddler's arm span. Someone who understood hydrodynamics made this tool. You're teaching your daughter to paddle. She's 11 years old and strong for her age. She understands the basic motion, but she is not getting the torso rotation. She's pulling with her arms alone. You can see her shoulders tensing. She will tire quickly this way. You place your hands over hers on the paddle. You guide her through the motion. You exaggerate the torso twist so she can feel it. Reach, plant, pull, lift. Again. Again. She starts to get it. Her strokes become more powerful. The The boat moves faster. She looks surprised at how much easier it becomes when you use your whole body instead of just your arms. By the end of the afternoon, she can paddle for 20 minutes straight without stopping. She cannot paddle well yet. Her technique still needs refinement, but she has learned the fundamental principle. The paddle is not a tool you push against water with. The paddle is a tool you use to pull yourself through water with. Then someone invents the oar. An oar is different from a paddle in one critical way. An oar is attached to the boat. The attachment point is called a fulcrum or oarlock. This seemingly small change alters everything about how water propulsion works. With a paddle, you hold the tool and push it against water. With an oar, the boat holds the tool and you push it against water. The mechanical advantage changes. You can generate more force because you are pushing against a fixed point instead of just pulling through space. The earliest evidence of oars comes from Mediterranean and Near Eastern sites dating to roughly 3,000 years before the Common Era. The oars are longer than paddles, the blades are broader, the handles show wear patterns from rubbing against fulcrum points. These are not paddles that someone accidentally used as oars. These are purpose-built tools for a specific rowing technique. You try rowing for the first time on a boat designed for it. The boat has notches carved into the gunnels on both sides. Wooden pins fit into these notches. The oars rest against the pins. You sit facing backward with your back to the direction of travel. This feels wrong initially. You cannot see where you're going. You hold one oar in each hand. The handles are behind you. The blades are ahead of you on either side of the boat. You lean forward. The oar blades lift out of the water and swing forward. You pause with the blades hovering above the surface. Then you drop them in and pull. Your whole body compresses. The oars bite water. The boat surges forward. This is different from paddling. This is stronger. The force you generate is transmitted through the oars, through the fulcrum points, directly into the boat's hull. Nothing is lost to the flex of your arms or the wobble of a handheld tool. The boat responds instantly to your effort. The Yacht Spring boat, found in Denmark and dating to approximately 2,300 years before the Common Era, shows sophisticated understanding of oar mechanics. The boat has 20 oarlocks. 20 rowers could sit shoulder to shoulder and pull in unison. The oarlocks are positioned to give each rower optimal leverage. The boat's design accounts for the force vectors generated by 20 oars pulling simultaneously. Rowing requires coordination in ways that paddling does not. When you paddle, you work independently. When you row with others, you must synchronize. If you pull while the person behind you is recovering, the oars clash. If you pull out of rhythm, the boat's motion becomes jerky and inefficient. You learn to row by counting. The person at the front sets the pace. They count out loud. 1, 2, 1, 2. On 1, you lean forward. On 2, you pull. The counting continues until everyone is moving together. Eventually, the counting becomes unnecessary. You can feel the rhythm through the boat's movement and the presence of other rowers around you. The Greeks and Romans developed rowing into a military science. Triremes are warships powered by 170 rowers arranged in 3 tiers. The oars are different lengths depending on which tier the rower occupies. The timing must be precise. A single rower out of sync can foul the oars of multiple other people. The Romans trained professional rowing crews who can maintain maximum speed for extended periods. But you are not in a trireme. You're in a small fishing boat with 2 oar positions. Your son rows with you. You have rowed together so many times that you no longer need to coordinate consciously. You both lean forward at the same moment. You both drop the blades at the same angle. You both pull with the same force. The boat moves in a straight line without either of you making steering adjustments. This is the difference between rowing and paddling. Paddling is individual. Rowing is collective. Paddling is intuitive. Rowing is learned. Paddling works in tight spaces and shallow water. Rowing works in open water and rough conditions where power matters more than maneuverability. Egyptian boats often combine both. The Khufu ship had rowing positions and a sail mast. Sailors would row when wind was unavailable and sail when wind was favourable. This hybrid approach gives maximum flexibility. You're never dependent on a single propulsion method. If the wind dies, you row. If your arms tire, you sail. If you need to navigate a narrow channel, you paddle. The mechanics of each method produce different wear patterns on the body. Paddlers develop thick muscles in their backs and shoulders. Rowers develop powerful legs and cores because proper rowing technique involves pushing with legs while pulling with arms. Sailors develop grip strength from handling lines and the ability to maintain balance on moving platforms. You have done all three for enough years that your body shows all three patterns. You're shaped by the boats you have used. Your calluses tell the story of every propulsion method you have mastered. Your right hand has paddle calluses, your left has rope burns from sail handling, your lower back has the deep muscle development that comes from years of rowing. Your grandson asks you which method is best. You tell him the question is wrong. There is no best method. There is only the method that fits the situation. You paddle in narrow rivers where the boat must change direction constantly. You row in open water where maintaining speed matters. You sail when the wind blows true and you want to arrive without exhaustion. The best boat builders understand all three methods. They design boats that can accommodate different propulsion types depending on conditions. The boat you fish from has paddle positions, oarlocks and a mast socket. It is ready for anything. It does not care which method you choose. It will move however you tell it to move. This flexibility is what allows boats to spread across every culture that has access to water. The basic design principles transfer across environments. You can paddle a dugout canoe in a jungle river or a skin kayak in Arctic waters. You can row a wooden boat in the Mediterranean or a reed boat in Peru. You can sail a papyrus boat on the Nile or a sewn plank boat in the Indian Ocean. The mechanics of moving through water are universal. The implementations are culturally specific, but the underlying physics never changes. You push against water, and water pushes back. The harder you push, the faster you move. The more efficiently you push, the farther you go before exhaustion. You're standing on a beach at dawn. The year is approximately 2,500 years before the Common Era. The location is the eastern Mediterranean coast. The sea is calm. Gulls wheel overhead, making their harsh morning calls. The smell of salt and kelp is strong. Your people have been fishing these waters for generations. You know this stretch of coast intimately. You know where the rocks are. You know which coves have the best shellfish. You know the names of every landmark visible from shore. But today you're going farther. Today you're going beyond sight of land. This is not an adventure. This is not exploration. This is economics. Fish are more plentiful in deeper water. Larger fish. Better fish. Fish that will trade for 3 times what coastal fish bring. But getting to deep water means losing sight of land. And losing sight of land means you need a way to find your way back. You have no compass. Compasses will not be invented for thousands of years. You have no charts. Nautical charts require literacy and standardized measurements that do not exist yet in your culture. What you have is observation and memory. You watch the sun rise. You note its exact position relative to the headland to the north. The sun rises in the east. This is reliable. The sun will set in the west. This is equally reliable. As long as the sun is visible, you can maintain general orientation. You push your boat into the surf and row past the breakers. The shore grows smaller behind you. The landmarks you use for navigation shrink. The headland becomes less distinct. Eventually you can barely make out the fishing village where you live. You row for what feels like an hour, maybe longer. Time is hard to judge on water. You stop and let the boat drift. You drop a weighted line. The weight does not hit bottom. You're in water too deep for your line to measure. This is good. This is where the large fish live. You catch 3 fish larger than any you have caught in shallow water. The fishing is everything you hoped. But now you have a problem. You need to get back, and you're not entirely certain which direction back is. You study the water. The sea is not featureless. There are patterns if you know how to look for them. Long, slow swells run from west to east. These are predictable. Wind-driven waves run at a slight angle to the swells. Combining these 2 directions gives you a rough sense of orientation. You look at the sky. Clouds are building over land. They always build over land during afternoon heating. The direction with the most cloud buildup must be east, where the coast is. You cannot see the coast, but you can see evidence of the coast in the cloud formation patterns. You row toward the clouds. After what might be half an hour, you see birds, not just seagulls, but smaller birds. Land birds. These birds do not fly far from shore. Where you see land birds, land is near. You row toward the birds. The coast appears as a thin line. Then the line resolves into recognizable features. You are north of your village. Farther north than you intended. The current must have pushed you during the fishing, but you are close enough to correct. You row south along the coast until you recognize your home beach. This is navigation. Not with instruments, but with accumulated knowledge. You have learned to read water and sky and birds and clouds. You have learned that the world gives constant subtle signals about location and direction if you pay attention to them. Polynesian navigators perfect these techniques over thousands of years. They develop systems for reading ocean swells that allow them to navigate thousands of miles without instruments. They memorize star positions at different times of year. They study bird behavior patterns. They learn which clouds indicate islands beyond the horizon. The stick charts of the Marshall Islands are physical representations of navigation knowledge. The charts are made from coconut fronds and shells. The sticks represent ocean swells. The shells represent islands. The charts are not maps in the Western sense, they are teaching tools. They help navigators memorize wave patterns around island chains. European explorers, when they first encounter Polynesian navigation, do not believe it is possible. How can someone navigate across 2,000 miles of open ocean without instruments? But Polynesian navigators do exactly that. They do it reliably. They do it in conditions that would leave European sailors completely lost. You are not a Polynesian navigator. You are a coastal fisherman pushing slightly beyond your comfort zone. But you are learning the same fundamental skills. You're learning that navigation is about pattern recognition and inference rather than precise measurement. You teach your daughter to read water. You teach her that swells indicate deep water while chop indicates shallow water or nearby land. You teach her that watercolor changes over different bottom types. Dark blue water is deep. Green water is shallow. Brown water means river outflow. Light blue water means sand bottom. She learns to navigate by keeping the sun on her left shoulder in the morning and her right shoulder in the afternoon when traveling north. She learns that wind direction changes through the day in predictable patterns. Morning wind comes from offshore. Evening wind comes from onshore. These patterns are not absolute, but they are reliable enough to use. You teach her to read clouds. Clouds that stay in one place while other clouds move indicate land. The land heats and creates updrafts that generate stationary clouds. Clouds with dark bottoms indicate rain. Rain over distant water shows as a grey curtain between sea and sky. She learns to read birds. Terns and gulls feed close to shore. If you see them in large numbers, land is near. If you see petrels and shearwaters, you're in open ocean far from shore. If you see land birds flying out to sea in the morning, they're going to feed on offshore islands. If you see them flying back in the evening, follow them. They are going home. The Vikings develop a reputation for navigation skill that exceeds what their instrument technology should allow. They cross the North Atlantic regularly. They establish settlements in Iceland and Greenland. They reach North America. All of this with navigational tools that consist primarily of sun compasses and careful observation. The sun compass is a simple device. A vertical pin casts a shadow on a wooden disc marked with direction indicators. As the sun moves across the sky, the shadow's position changes. By comparing the shadow position to known positions at certain times of day, you can determine direction. The device only works when the sun is visible, but in northern latitudes during summer, the sun is almost always visible. You do not have a sun compass, but you have a similar system. You have a stick mounted in your boat. At noon, the stick's shadow points north. In morning, the shadow points northwest. In evening, it points northeast. You have used this stick often enough that you can estimate the time of day based on shadow position. This is practical astronomy. You're not calculating celestial positions or plotting orbits. You're using the sun as a directional reference because the sun's movement is predictable. The sophistication comes not from complex mathematics, but from careful observation over many years. You learn to combine multiple navigation cues simultaneously. You check the sun position, you watch the swell direction, you note the cloud formations, you observe bird behavior. No single cue is perfectly reliable, but when multiple cues agree, you can trust the combined information. Bad weather removes many cues. When clouds cover the sky, you cannot use the sun. When wind generates confused seas, you cannot read swell direction clearly. When visibility drops, you cannot see birds or clouds or land. You must rely on dead reckoning. You estimate speed and time and calculate approximate distance travelled. The calculations are rough, but better than nothing. You develop a feel for boat speed. You can estimate how fast you're moving by watching the water flow past the hull. Fast enough to create a small bow wave means about 5 miles per hour. Slow enough that the boat barely displaces water means about 2 miles per hour. These estimates are approximate but consistent enough to be useful. You also develop a feel for wind strength. Light wind means gentle propulsion. Strong wind means you should reef the sail to reduce area. Dangerous wind means you should lower the sail completely and row or drift. The boundaries between these categories are not precise. They are judgment calls based on experience. Your daughter asks how you know when to turn back. You do not have a good answer. You know based on some combination of time elapsed, distance travelled, fish caught, weather conditions, and something you can only describe as intuition. The intuition comes from doing this often enough that the calculations happen subconsciously. Sometimes you make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. You end up farther from home than intended. You arrive at the wrong beach. You miss your harbour in fog and have to wait offshore until visibility improves. These mistakes teach you what not to do next time. Navigation skill is built from accumulated errors more than accumulated successes. The older you get, the fewer mistakes you make. Not because you become infallible, but because you learn your limitations. You know which conditions you can handle and which conditions you should avoid. You develop the humility to turn back when the weather looks uncertain. You develop the confidence to push forward when conditions are favourable. This knowledge is not written down. Writing systems exist in some parts of the world by now, but not in yours. This knowledge exists in stories, and teaching, and demonstration. You pass it to your children by taking them on fishing trips and pointing things out. They pass it to their children the same way. The information chain remains unbroken for centuries. You are old now. The boats you built as a young adult have long since rotted away or been broken up for firewood. The grandchildren you taught to paddle are teaching their own grandchildren. You spend most days sitting near the harbour watching boats come and go. The boats are different now, larger, more sophisticated. The coastal fishing boat you used has been replaced by trading vessels that make runs to other villages up and down the coast. The papyrus boats have been supplemented by wooden ships with proper hulls and multiple sails. The technology has advanced even within your lifetime, but the basic principles remain unchanged. Boats float because they displace water. Boats move because people push them. Boats navigate because people read the world around them. The refinements and elaborations do not alter these fundamental truths. You think about what boats have made possible. When you were young, your people traded only with the neighbouring village a half-day walk inland. Now you have trade relationships with communities 2 days' sail up the coast. You have seen goods that originated from places you will never visit, pottery styles you do not recognise, metal tools made from techniques your people do not possess, fabric dyed colours that do not occur in local plants. All of this movement, all of this exchange, all of this cultural mixing. It happens because boats allow people to travel farther and faster than walking permits. Rivers become highways, coastlines become trade routes, islands become connected networks instead of isolated communities. The archaeological record shows the impact. Before boats, human settlements cluster in small areas. After boats, settlements spread along waterways. Trade goods appear hundreds of miles from their origin points. Pottery from one culture appears in archaeological layers of another culture. Stone from specific quarries shows up in distant locations. These material signatures prove that people were moving and trading and connecting across distances that would be impractical by foot. The Lapita people spread across the Pacific starting around 3,000 years before the Common Era. They island hopped from New Guinea to Fiji, Tonga and Samoa. The journey covered thousands of miles of open ocean. The Lapita did this using outrigger canoes and sophisticated navigation skills. Their distinctive pottery appears across this entire range. The pottery styles evolve regionally but retain enough similarity to prove cultural connection. Without boats, the Pacific Islands remain isolated. With boats, they become a dispersed civilization. The technology enables the culture. The culture refines the technology. The feedback loop drives expansion. You watch a trading ship being loaded. The ship is longer than 10 people laid end to end. The hull is made from planks carefully shaped and fitted. The sail is woven linen that has been treated with oil to make it more durable. The rigging is complex enough that it takes 3 people to manage it properly. This ship will carry grain down the coast to a village that grows mostly fish and dates. It will return with dried fish and baskets of dates, and probably some pottery from a third location where skilled craftspeople trade their work for food. The ship makes this run twice a month during good weather. The economic impact is larger than the physical cargo. The ship creates relationships. It creates dependencies. It creates a web of obligation and exchange that binds distant communities together. Your grandson owns part of this ship. He is a merchant now. He stopped fishing years ago after realizing that moving other people's goods was more profitable than catching his own. He speaks 3 dialects. He can calculate exchange rates in his head. He knows which goods are scarce in which locations and how to profit from that scarceness. None of this would be possible without boats. The entire economic structure depends on the ability to move cargo across water. The boats are not the economy, but they enable the economy. They are the infrastructure on which everything else builds. You think about warfare too. You are old enough to remember the raid from the northern village. Armed men arrived by boat before dawn. They moved along the coast quietly. They landed at the village beach and attacked while most people were still asleep. They stole grain and tools and several young women. They were gone before any organised resistance could form. Boats make raids like this possible. Before boats, enemies must approach on foot through known paths. There is warning time. There is opportunity for defence. With boats, enemies can appear anywhere along a coast at any time. The defensive problem becomes much more complex. The response to boat-based raiding is to develop boat-based defence. Your village now maintains a watchboat crewed by young men who take turns staying alert. When strange boats are spotted, the watchboat alerts the village. When necessary, the watchboat intercepts. This changes social structure. It creates a warrior class, it creates hierarchies, it creates political complexity. Cities develop at natural harbour locations. The cities that control harbours control trade. The cities that control trade accumulate wealth. The cities that accumulate wealth build walls and temples and administrative buildings. Civilization as a recognisable phenomenon seems to correlate with water access. The great early civilizations all develop along rivers or coasts. Egypt on the Nile, Mesopotamia between the Tigris and Euphrates, the Indus Valley civilization along the Indus River, the Chinese dynasties along the Yellow River. This is not coincidental. Water provides transportation, irrigation, and food. But transportation might be the most important. Water allows ideas and goods and people to move in ways that overland travel does not. A cart on a road can carry maybe 400 pounds. A small boat can carry 10 times that. A large boat can carry hundreds of times that. The economic efficiency is obvious. Your great-granddaughter asks you what it was like before boats. You do not have a good answer. You're not old enough to remember before boats. Boats have been part of your world since before you formed memories. but you have heard stories from the elders who raised you. They spoke of a time when the opposite riverbank was foreign territory, when the village across the lake might as well have been on the moon, when the entire world consisted of the territory you could reach on foot in a long day's walking. That world was smaller, not physically smaller, but experientially smaller. The number of people you could meet in your lifetime was limited. The number of places you could visit was constrained. The amount of new information you could encounter was finite. Boats expanded that world, not just for you, but for every human culture that adopted them. The expansion was not always positive. Boats brought raiders and diseases and invasive species along with trade goods and new ideas. But the expansion was transformative. You tell your great-granddaughter that boats are one of the most important inventions humans ever made. More important than agriculture, because boats enable agricultural products to reach markets. More important than writing, because boats carry the materials writing requires. More important than metalworking, because boats transport metal ores and finished metal goods. She looks skeptical. She has grown up with boats. She takes them for granted the way you take breathing for granted. They are just there. They have always been there. The idea that the world could function without them seems strange. You try to explain. You tell her to imagine her world without boats. No trade goods from up the coast. No fish from deep water. No raids from northern enemies. No trading expeditions. No family visits to the island community. Her world becomes very small very quickly. She starts to understand. The boats are invisible infrastructure. They are so fundamental to how her society functions that she never consciously thinks about them. But remove them, and everything changes. This is the legacy of those first experimental rafts. Those crude log bundles that barely floated. Those early dugout canoes scraped out with fire and stone. Those reed boats woven in marshes. Those first sails catching wind. Each innovation built on the previous one. Each improvement expanded what was possible. The progression was not linear. Different cultures developed different solutions to the same problems. But the trajectory was consistent. Boats became larger, faster, more capable, more reliable. By the time of the Common Era, humans are building ships capable of crossing oceans. The Roman grain ships that supply Rome can carry 1,000 tons of cargo. The Chinese treasure ships of the 1500s Common Era are among the largest wooden ships ever built. The European age of exploration maps the entire world using progressively refined sailing ships. But all of it traces back to someone noticing that logs float. Someone thinking that floating logs could hold weight. Someone figuring out how to tie logs together. Someone discovering that hollowed wood works better than bundled logs. Someone experimenting with reeds and finding they work too. Someone seeing a mat catch wind and realizing wind could be useful. Someone attaching a blade to a stick and calling it a paddle. Someone attaching a paddle to a boat and calling it an oar. Someone combining all these elements into vessels that could cross horizons. You are not responsible for any of these innovations. You came along thousands of years too late. But you have spent your life using the technology these innovations created. You have built boats. You have sailed boats. You have taught boat skills to younger generations. You are part of the continuity. The sun is setting now. The harbour is quieting. The trading ship has finished loading and will depart with the morning tide. The fishing boats have returned and been pulled onto the beach. The watchboat crew is changing shifts. Everything is routine. Everything is ordinary. But ordinary is extraordinary when you think about it. The simple fact that boats exist. The simple fact that humans figured out how to move across water. The simple fact that this technology spread and evolved and enabled civilization as we understand it. None of this was inevitable. It required observation, experimentation, innovation, teaching, and refinement across thousands of years and countless cultures. You head home as the last light fades. Your joints ache. Your eyes are not what they used to be. But you can still hear the water. You can still smell the salt. You can still remember the feeling of a boat moving beneath you, and wind filling a sail and the endless possibility of the horizon. You have drifted through 10,000 years of humans learning to float tonight. From the first tentative log riders to the confident sailors catching wind you have followed, the story is fundamentally about humans refusing to let water stop them from going where they wanted to go. If you found this interesting, my tired dumplings, you might consider subscribing. More history waits in the archive. More quiet voices from the past ready to walk you through their worlds until sleep arrives. But that decision is entirely yours to make. The boats are still out there, the wind still blows, the water still flows, and somewhere, probably right now, someone is figuring out a better way to move across it all. Sleep well. The candlelight flickers across worn pages in a Philadelphia study, sometime in the winter of 1775. You can almost smell the leather bindings and lamp oil, feel the chill creeping through window panes despite the fire crackling in the hearth. In homes like this throughout the colonies, educated men, and more women than history often credits, are reading themselves into revolution, and their favourite authors have been dead for nearly 2 millennia. You might find this curious at first. Here are people planning a government for a new world, surrounded by forests their European ancestors never imagined, preparing to create something unprecedented in modern history. Yet they're thumbing through Latin texts, scribbling marginal notes beside passages about Roman consuls and tribunes, and memorising the speeches Cicero delivered in a forum that crumbled into ruins centuries before Columbus sailed. The thing is, Latin wasn't just some academic exercise for these colonists. It was their common language of learning, the key that unlocked what they considered the greatest political wisdom ever recorded. Boys in colonial grammar schools conjugated Latin verbs before they turned 10. By adolescence, they were translating Virgil and Livy, absorbing not just grammar but entire worldviews. When John Adams wanted to insult someone in his diary, he did it in Latin. When Thomas Jefferson designed Monticello, he sketched Roman proportions. The ancient world wasn't distant to these people. It was practically their second home. Consider what their libraries actually contained. You'd find Plutarch's Lives, those parallel biographies comparing Greek and Roman heroes, teaching moral lessons through historical example. You'd discover Polybius explaining Rome's mixed constitution, Tacitus warning about imperial corruption, and Sallust describing how luxury destroyed republican virtue. These weren't decorative volumes gathering dust. They were dog-eared, underlined, quoted in letters and pamphlets, and referenced in tavern debates. The colonists read these works with a peculiar intensity because they recognised something in Rome's story that resonated with their own situation. Rome had started as a small city-state, overthrown a king, established a republic, expanded through a combination of military prowess and political innovation, then watched it all collapse into dictatorship. The parallels to their own world weren't subtle. Britain was their Rome, powerful, far-reaching and increasingly tyrannical. They were trying to decide whether to remain provinces in someone else's empire, or risk everything to become a republic of their own. But here's where it gets interesting, where the real depth of their classical education shows through. They didn't just cherry-pick the inspiring bits about Roman glory. They studied the failures with equal attention, perhaps even more. They wanted to understand exactly how a republic dies, what signs to watch for and which mistakes prove fatal. It's rather like studying plane crashes to learn how to fly safely. Morbid perhaps, but tremendously practical. Benjamin Franklin, who loved a good quip almost as much as he loved a good experiment, once joked that the classical education he received was the most useless and the most valuable thing he'd ever acquired. Useless for business, certainly. No Roman ever needed to understand electrical current or printing presses, but valuable for thinking about power, liberty, corruption, and human nature. Those topics, Franklin noted, didn't change much across the centuries. You can picture these founders in their studies, candles burning low, comparing notes between ancient texts and current newspapers. A passage from Cato about land reform might sit beside a pamphlet about colonial taxation. Cicero's warnings about demagogues might be read alongside reports of Parliament's latest overreach. They were building a mental map, charting the territory between liberty and tyranny using Rome as their primary reference point. The women of this era deserve mention here, even though convention kept most of their learning private. Abigail Adams read Virgil in Latin, discussed Cato with her husband, and peppered her letters with classical references. Mercy Otis Warren wrote plays satirising British officials using Roman historical parallels. These weren't anomalies. Educated colonial women had access to the same classical texts as their fathers and brothers, and they used that knowledge to participate in revolutionary debates, if often from the margins. What strikes you, reading their correspondence, is how naturally they move between ancient and modern examples. Jefferson might mention Cicero and George III in the same sentence, as if they were contemporaries. Adams could compare the Massachusetts legislature to the Roman Senate without a hint of irony. The past wasn't dead to them. It was a living resource, a guidebook, and a warning system. This classical obsession also shaped how they saw themselves. When they looked in the mirror, they didn't see merchants and farmers and lawyers playing at politics. They saw potential Cincinnatus figures, citizen soldiers who might leave their ploughs to save the Republic, then return to private life when duty was done. They saw themselves as possible Catos, defending liberty with stern virtue. They worried they might become Caesars, seduced by power into tyranny. The classics gave them not just ideas but identities, roles to play in the drama they were staging. And like any good actors, they'd studied their parts thoroughly, memorised their lines, and learned from previous productions. The difference was that this performance would be conducted with real muskets and genuine bloodshed, with actual liberty hanging in the balance. As you drift deeper into this historical moment, imagine the weight of that responsibility. These weren't just scholars dabbling in political theory for entertainment. They were preparing to bet everything, their lives, their fortunes, their sacred honour, as they'd later write, on principles extracted from ancient books. If they got it wrong, they'd hang as traitors. If they got it right, they might just create something worthy of comparison to Rome itself. The irony wasn't lost on them. They were rebelling against a king by studying a civilization that eventually embraced emperors. They were fighting for liberty using examples from a society built on slavery. They were praising Roman virtue while reading about Roman vice, but perhaps that's exactly why their classical education proved so valuable. It taught them to think in paradoxes, to recognise that human societies are complex and contradictory, and that good institutions can produce bad outcomes and vice versa. The concept of a republic meant something specific and almost sacred to the founders, and they learned its definition from Rome's example. Not a democracy, mind you. They distrusted pure democracy and considered it mob rule dressed in philosophical clothes. A republic was different, more structured, and more carefully balanced. It was government by law rather than by the whims of kings or crowds, and Rome had shown them exactly how such a system could function. Picture the Roman Forum in its glory days, around the 2nd century before Christ. You'd see magistrates conducting business under open colonnades, citizens gathering to hear debates, and temples dedicated to civic virtues like concord and good faith. The physical space itself was designed to remind everyone that public affairs mattered more than private interests. The founders loved this idea, that architecture and urban planning could reinforce political values. When they imagined their own republic, they saw something similar. Public buildings would be grand but not gaudy, inspiring civic pride without descending into monarchical ostentation. The capital would sit on a hill, like Roman temples. Government offices would feature classical columns and Latin inscriptions. Even the names of new cities would echo Rome: Syracuse, Troy, and Rome itself scattered across New York State and Cincinnati in Ohio. But the substance mattered more than the symbols, and here Rome offered them a detailed blueprint. The Roman Republic featured elected magistrates serving limited terms, a Senate providing continuity and wisdom, assemblies giving citizens a voice, and a system of checks ensuring no single person or group could dominate. It wasn't democracy in the Greek sense, where every citizen voted on every issue. It was representative government, where citizens chose leaders who then made decisions on their behalf. This model appealed to the founders for practical reasons. They were governing territories far larger than any ancient city-state. Direct democracy across such distances was impossible with 18th century communication technology. But Rome had managed to govern a massive republic through representatives, and they could do the same. Citizens would elect congressmen and senators, who would meet in a central location to deliberate and legislate, just as Roman magistrates once gathered in the Forum. The Roman concept of mixed government particularly fascinated them. Polybius had described Rome's constitution as perfectly balanced between monarchical elements, the consuls, aristocratic elements, the Senate, and democratic elements, the assemblies. Each checked the others, preventing any from becoming tyrannical. The founders recognized genius in this arrangement and tried to recreate it, the presidency providing energy and decisiveness, the Senate offering stability and long-term thinking, and the House of Representatives ensuring popular control. They also borrowed Rome's deep suspicion of concentrating power in one person's hands. The Romans elected 2 consuls annually, each able to veto the other, ensuring no single leader could dominate. The founders couldn't quite stomach 2 presidents, but they fragmented executive power in other ways, requiring Senate approval for appointments and treaties, giving Congress control of the purse strings, and establishing an independent judiciary. Like the Romans, they assumed anyone given too much power would eventually abuse it. This assumption about human nature came straight from Roman historians. Reading Sallust or Tacitus, you encountered a rather bleak view of humanity. People were ambitious, greedy, and prone to corruption. Give them power without constraints and they'd turn into tyrants. Give them wealth without responsibility and they'd grow decadent. The only solution was institutional checks, laws that operated independent of virtue, and systems that assumed the worst about human nature and planned accordingly. Yet paradoxically, the Romans also believed republics required virtue to survive. Laws alone weren't enough. Citizens needed to possess certain qualities: devotion to the common good over private interest, willingness to sacrifice for the republic, stern self-discipline, and respect for law and custom. Without these virtues, the best constitution would eventually fail. With them, even imperfect systems could endure. The founders inherited this tension and never quite resolved it. They designed a government assuming people were scoundrels, then worried constantly about whether Americans possessed sufficient virtue to make it work. They read Roman moralists lecturing about the decline of ancient values, and they saw similar decay around them: luxury imported from Britain, debt, faction, and the pursuit of private wealth over public service. Would America prove different, or were they doomed to repeat Rome's trajectory from republic to empire? This question haunted them, kept them awake at night, and filled their private letters with anxiety. But it also drove them to take the experiment seriously, to study Roman precedents with obsessive attention to detail. They wanted to understand exactly what worked and what failed, which institutions proved resilient and which collapsed under pressure. Take the Roman Senate as an example. The founders admired its role as a stabilizing force, a body of experienced men providing continuity across generations, but they also recognized its flaws: how it became increasingly dominated by wealthy families, how it eventually lost touch with ordinary citizens, and how it proved unable to prevent civil wars when ambitious generals decided to seize power. So they tried to design a Senate that captured the benefits while avoiding the pitfalls: smaller than Rome's, more directly connected to states, and balanced against a more democratic house. The Roman practice of limited terms also impressed them deeply. Consuls served 1 year, then stepped aside. dictators appointed during emergencies were supposed to relinquish power within 6 months. This constant circulation of leadership prevented anyone from becoming indispensable and reminded officials they were servants rather than masters. Washington's decision to retire after 2 terms consciously echoed this Roman tradition, particularly the legend of Cincinnatus, leaving his plough to save Rome, then returning to farming when the crisis passed. Yet they also recognised that Rome's term limits eventually failed to prevent tyranny. Ambitious men simply accumulated informal power, military loyalty, popular support, wealth, that trumped formal constitutional constraints. Julius Caesar never needed to abolish the consulship. He just made it irrelevant by commanding legions personally loyal to him. The founders tried to prevent this by fragmenting military command, making the president commander-in-chief but requiring Congress to fund and regulate the military, hoping to avoid the Roman problem of generals becoming more powerful than governments. As you consider these borrowings and adaptations, you might notice a pattern. The founders were simultaneously awed by Rome and terrified of repeating its mistakes. Every institution they admired came with a cautionary tale attached. The Senate, brilliant but oligarchic. The consuls, energetic but potentially tyrannical. The assemblies, democratic but prone to demagoguery. Their solution was to take Roman ideas and modify them, hoping to preserve the good while preventing the bad. This required tremendous confidence and equally tremendous humility. Confidence that they could improve on Rome, creating a republic that wouldn't decay and collapse. Humility that they needed Rome's lessons at all, that they couldn't simply invent good government from scratch using pure reason. The combination produced something genuinely new. A republic consciously designed using historical precedent, learning from failure, and trying to build institutions that could survive human weakness and ambition. The word Senate itself comes directly from Latin. Senatus, derived from senex, meaning old man or elder. The Romans believed wisdom came with age and experience, and that a body of older, established men could provide judgment and stability that younger, more passionate assemblies might lack. The American founders generally agreed, though they worried about creating an aristocracy by accident. Walking through their thinking about the Senate, you encounter fascinating contradictions. They wanted it to be prestigious but not aristocratic, deliberative but not obstructionist, stable but not permanent, and wise but not detached from popular sentiment. Balancing these tensions required careful institutional design, and they looked to Rome for guidance on what worked and what didn't. The Roman Senate began as an advisory council to the kings, supposedly founded by Romulus himself. After the kings were expelled, the Senate became the Republic's most powerful institution, not because it held direct legal authority over legislation, which technically rested with the assemblies, but because it commanded such prestige and respect that its recommendations carried the force of law. Senators served for life, wore distinctive togas with purple borders, and sat in a special section at public games. The phrase Senatus Populusque Romanus, the Senate and people of Rome, appeared on every military standard, acknowledging the Senate as co-equal with the citizenry. This tremendous prestige appealed to the founders, but also worried them. They'd just fought a revolution against aristocracy. Creating a legislative body that resembled the House of Lords seemed like backsliding toward monarchy. Yet they also recognised that purely democratic assemblies could be impulsive, short-sighted, and swayed by demagogues. Some counterbalancing force seemed necessary, and the Roman Senate offered a model for how to provide it without creating a formal aristocracy. Their solution was typically clever: make the Senate prestigious through its structure and powers rather than through hereditary membership. Senators would serve longer terms than representatives, giving them independence from momentary popular passions. They'd represent entire states rather than local districts, encouraging broader perspectives. They'd have exclusive powers over treaties and appointments, requiring judgment and discretion. But they'd also be elected, removable, and accountable to state legislatures. prestige without permanence, dignity without hereditary privilege. The Roman practice of senatorial debate particularly influenced their thinking. Roman senators discussed policy in an organised fashion, senior members speaking first, juniors listening and learning, and everyone expected to explain their reasoning in detail. Votes weren't held until all who wished to speak had done so. The process took time, prevented rash decisions, and forced senators to articulate principles rather than just expressing preferences. The founders loved this deliberative quality and tried to recreate it through Senate rules, requiring extended debate. Of course, Roman Senate debates could also be theatrical performances. Cato the Younger once filibustered by talking until nightfall, knowing that Senate sessions ended at sunset. Cicero's speeches against Catiline became legendary examples of political oratory. The line between deliberation and grandstanding was always fuzzy, as it remains in modern senates, but the founders considered even the grandstanding useful. Better that ambitious politicians compete through eloquence rather than violence, that they seek glory through persuasion rather than force. The Roman Senate's role in foreign policy seemed particularly worth copying. Rome's Senate managed diplomacy, decided questions of war and peace, and ratified treaties with other states. Individual magistrates might lead armies or conduct negotiations, but the Senate provided oversight and approved final agreements. This division of labour prevented any single leader from committing Rome to foreign entanglements without broader approval. The American founders tried to recreate this arrangement. The president would negotiate treaties and command military forces, but the Senate would approve treaties and Congress would declare war. No single person could drag the nation into conflict or commitment without legislative agreement. It was very Roman, fragmenting power to prevent its abuse, requiring cooperation between institutions before major decisions became final. They also borrowed the Roman concept of senatorial advice and consent for appointments. Roman consuls nominated subordinate magistrates, but the Senate had to approve them. This gave the Senate influence over administration without directly controlling it, and allowed them to check executive power without paralysing government. The American Senate received similar powers, confirming judges, ambassadors, and cabinet members, turning appointments into collaborative decisions between branches. Yet they were acutely aware of Roman Senate failures. By the late Republic, Rome's Senate had become deeply corrupt, with seats effectively inherited by a few dozen families who treated government as private property. Senators ignored the common good, pursuing family interests and personal enrichment instead. The Senate's prestige remained, but its legitimacy eroded, setting the stage for strongmen who could claim to represent the people against a decadent aristocracy. This possibility terrified the founders. They'd created a Senate to provide stability and wisdom, but what if it became an oligarchy? What if wealth and family connections mattered more than merit? What if senators forgot they were servants of the public and became a self-perpetuating elite? The Roman example suggested these weren't hypothetical concerns, but real dangers that had destroyed previous republics. Their main safeguard was election. Unlike Roman senators appointed for life, American senators would face regular accountability. State legislatures could remove them, ensuring they remained responsive to broader political currents. This wouldn't prevent wealth and family from mattering. The founders were realistic about political advantages, but it would prevent the Senate from becoming completely detached from popular control. They also designed the Senate to be smaller than Rome's, more manageable and less prone to factional chaos. Rome's Senate eventually swelled to 600 members, far too large for genuine deliberation. American senators would number only 2 per state, creating a body small enough for real discussion and large enough for diverse viewpoints. Every senator would matter, and every voice could potentially influence outcomes, preventing the domination by inner circles that plagued Rome's later Senate. The physical space of the Senate mattered too. Roman senators met in various buildings around the Forum, but most famously in the Curia, a relatively modest structure that emphasized equality among members. No senator sat higher than another. All were arranged in a semicircle facing each other. The founders liked this egalitarian arrangement and rejected more hierarchical designs. The Senate chamber would facilitate discussion among equals, not lectures from superiors to subordinates. As you picture these early senators gathering in their new chamber, imagine them conscious of playing roles in a drama that had unfolded before. They'd read about famous Roman senators, Cato's integrity, Cicero's eloquence, and Scipio's wisdom. They knew how the story eventually ended, with the Senate becoming irrelevant as emperors accumulated all real power. Their challenge was to take the institution's best features, while avoiding its ultimate failure, to create a Senate that could remain vital and legitimate for centuries rather than decades. The Romans had a term, virtues, that meant far more than our modern word virtue. It encompassed courage, excellence, manliness in the best sense, devotion to duty, and placing the republic's welfare above personal interest. Roman heroes were men who embodied virtues, and Roman history was full of examples meant to inspire and instruct future generations. The founders absorbed these stories like gospel. They knew about Horatius defending the bridge single-handedly against an Etruscan army. They'd read how Cincinnatus left his plough to save Rome, then returned to farming rather than seizing power. They memorized Cato's speeches against corruption, Scipio's magnanimity toward defeated enemies, and Regulus keeping his word even when it meant certain death. These weren't just entertaining tales, they were blueprints for proper behaviour, examples of what citizenship should look like. This emphasis on virtue created a fundamental tension in American political thought. On one hand, the founders designed a government assuming people were selfish and ambitious, that institutions needed to channel vice toward productive ends through checks and balances. On the other hand, they believed no republic could survive without virtuous citizens, that laws alone couldn't sustain free government if people became thoroughly corrupt. The solution they hoped for was education. If you taught citizens about Roman examples of virtue, if you made them memorize Plutarch's biographies and Cicero's speeches, if you surrounded them with classical architecture and Latin inscriptions, maybe you could cultivate the civic spirit necessary for republican government. Virtue might not be natural, but perhaps it could be learned through the right combination of example and instruction. The Romans themselves had worried constantly about declining virtue. Their historians blamed every political crisis on moral decay, contrasting degenerate modern Romans with virtuous ancestors who supposedly lived simply, fought bravely, and cared only for Rome's glory. This narrative of decline from a golden age appears again and again in Roman literature. Sallust lamenting luxury's corrupting influence, Juvenal satirizing decadence, and Cato delivering stern lectures about the good old days. Modern historians suspect these golden ages were largely mythical, that Romans were never quite as virtuous as their descendants imagined. But the myth itself mattered enormously. It provided a standard against which to measure current behaviour, a constant reminder that wealth and power could corrupt, and that citizens needed to actively resist temptation and maintain republican values. The founders inherited this anxiety about corruption and made it central to their political thinking. They worried that Americans were already too commercial, too focused on private gain, and insufficiently devoted to the common good. They fretted about luxury goods imported from Britain, debt accumulation, and the pursuit of fashion and status. These seemed like symptoms of the same moral decay that destroyed Rome, warning signs that needed to be heeded before it was too late. Benjamin Franklin captured this concern in his famous observation that the Constitution created a republic if you can keep it. The implication was clear: good institutions weren't enough. Sustaining a republic required constant vigilance, active virtue, and citizens willing to sacrifice personal interest for public welfare. Without that spirit, the best designed government would eventually fail. What did civic virtue actually mean in practice? The Romans provided detailed examples. It meant serving in public office when called, even if you'd rather pursue private business. It meant speaking truth in political debates, even when lies might be more profitable. It meant accepting election losses gracefully rather than tearing down the system. It meant paying taxes honestly, obeying laws you disagreed with, and volunteering for military service during emergencies. Above all, it meant recognizing that you were part of a larger community, with claims on your loyalty that superseded individual desires. This was a demanding standard, frankly almost impossible to maintain consistently. The Romans themselves struggled with it, which is partly why their history fascinated the founders. Roman literature is full of tension between private desire and public duty, between personal ambition and republican obligation. Even their greatest heroes had flaws. Scipio faced corruption charges, Cicero could be vain and vacillating, and Cato's rigidity sometimes made problems worse. But they tried, and their trying mattered. The founders particularly admired Romans who refused power when they could have seized it. Cincinnatus became their ultimate model, a man given dictatorial authority during an emergency who used it effectively, then voluntarily surrendered it and returned to private life. Washington consciously modelled himself on this example, retiring after 2 terms when he could easily have served for life. The message was that truly virtuous leaders didn't cling to power, that Republican government required people capable of stepping aside. Yet the founders were also realistic about human nature in ways that complicated their virtue rhetoric. They knew most people, most of the time, would pursue self-interest. They designed a government assuming officials would be ambitious, citizens would be selfish, and factions would compete for advantage. The Constitution's genius lay partly in harnessing these vices, making ambition check ambition, as Madison wrote, forcing self-interested groups to negotiate and compromise rather than dominate. This created an odd system that simultaneously assumed the worst about people and demanded the best from them. The structures assumed vice, but the system's survival required virtue. If everyone behaved purely selfishly, the constitutional machinery might function mechanically, but wouldn't sustain genuine republican government. Some critical mass of citizens needed to care about the common good, to vote for the nation's welfare rather than just their own, and to honour laws and norms even when breaking them might be profitable. The Romans provided numerous warnings about what happened when virtue disappeared entirely. The late Republic descended into chaos partly because ambitious men stopped respecting constitutional norms, started using bribery and violence to gain advantage, and put personal and factional interests above Rome's welfare. Men like Marius and Sulla broke precedents, marched armies on Rome and purged opponents. They succeeded because enough citizens had stopped caring about the Republic, had become cynical about politics, and were willing to support whoever promised them benefits. This cycle terrified the founders because it seemed nearly inevitable. Prosperity led to luxury, luxury to soft living and corruption, corruption to political decay to civil war, and eventually tyranny. Rome had followed this path. Greece before Rome had traced similar trajectories. Was America doomed to repeat the pattern, or could knowledge of history help them avoid it? Their hope lay partly in America's circumstances. Rome grew rich through conquest, accumulating vast wealth that corrupted citizens and created enormous inequality. America had land instead, enough that most white men could own property and achieve economic independence. Maybe widespread property ownership would sustain virtue by giving citizens a stake in society's welfare, preventing the concentration of wealth that destroyed Rome. This vision was optimistic, perhaps too optimistic, and it ignored obvious problems. What about people without property? What about slaves? And what about women? But it gave the founders hope that America might escape Rome's fate, that republican virtue might prove sustainable under the right conditions. They clung to this hope while simultaneously designing institutions that assumed it might fail. If the Roman Republic's rise inspired the founders, its fall haunted them. They studied the collapse with the intensity of detectives examining a crime scene, looking for the exact moment things went wrong, the precise mistakes that could have been avoided, and the warnings they needed to heed in their republic. The story they constructed went something like this. Rome began as a small but virtuous city-state, expelled its kings, and established a republic based on law and civic virtue. Through discipline and courage, Rome expanded across Italy, then the Mediterranean, becoming the ancient world's dominant power. But success bred problems. Conquest brought wealth, wealth brought luxury, luxury corrupted virtue, corruption undermined republican institutions, and eventually ambitious strongmen seized power, transforming the republic into an empire. Modern historians would complicate this narrative considerably, pointing out that Rome's republic was never quite as virtuous as later Romans imagined, that the seeds of imperial power existed from the beginning, and that the republic's collapse involved complex economic and social forces beyond simple moral decay. But the founders worked with Roman sources, Sallust, Livy, Plutarch and Tacitus, who told a morality tale about virtue lost and tyranny gained. One lesson they drew was about military power. Rome's armies initially consisted of citizen soldiers, farmers who fought for the Republic during campaigning season, then returned to their fields. These men supposedly had real stakes in Rome's welfare, fought for home and family rather than plunder, and returned peacefully to civilian life after wars ended. The system worked brilliantly for local Italian conflicts, but proved inadequate for distant conquests requiring years-long campaigns. The solution was professional armies, soldiers who made military service their career, spending years away from Italy in places like Gaul or Syria, becoming more loyal to generals who paid them than to the Senate back in Rome. This military professionalization eventually destroyed the Republic because generals commanded personal armies capable of marching on Rome itself. Marius did it, Sulla did it, and eventually Caesar crossed the Rubicon with his legions and the Republic effectively ended. The founders tried hard to prevent this scenario. They distrusted standing armies, preferring citizen militias serving temporarily during emergencies. They made the president commander-in-chief to prevent generals from gaining independent political power. They required Congress to approve military funding, giving civilian authorities control over armed forces. They tried to recreate Rome's early military system while avoiding its later corruption. Another warning came from Rome's treatment of allies and provinces. As Rome expanded, it accumulated territories governed by proconsuls and promagistrates, who served far from Rome with minimal oversight. These governors often behaved like tyrants in their provinces, extracting wealth through taxation and corruption, and governing through force rather than consent. The provinces enriched Rome but also corrupted its politics, as wealth flowed back to fund electoral campaigns and bribe voters. The founders saw Britain treating American colonies exactly this way, as territories to be exploited for the mother country's benefit, governed by officials appointed from London and taxed without representation. They'd experienced provincial status and hated it, which made them suspicious of empire and territorial expansion. Their republican ideals suggested that free government required relatively compact territories where citizens could participate meaningfully in politics, not vast empires governed from distant capitals. Yet they also recognized practical problems with this ideal. America was already too large for classical republican models, and it would only grow larger. How could you maintain a republican government across continental distances? The Romans had tried and failed. Their republic worked for a city-state but collapsed under imperial expansion. Could America avoid the same fate, or was geographic size simply incompatible with republican government? The rise of demagogues in late republican Rome provided another cautionary tale. As Rome's political system became more competitive and corrupt, ambitious politicians learned they could gain power by appealing directly to common citizens over the heads of the Senate and established authorities. The Grassi brothers pioneered this approach, proposing land reform and grain subsidies that made them popular with ordinary Romans but threatened wealthy landowners. Their careers ended in violence. Both were killed by political opponents, but they established a template for future politicians. Later figures like Clodius, and eventually Caesar himself used similar tactics, positioning themselves as champions of the people against a corrupt aristocracy. They weren't entirely wrong. The Senate had become oligarchic and self-serving, but their solutions led to mob violence, constitutional breakdown, and eventually dictatorship. The pattern suggested that demagogues thrived when political systems became unresponsive to legitimate grievances, that populism flourished in failed republics. The founders tried to prevent demagoguery through several mechanisms. The Electoral College would filter popular passion through educated intermediaries. Senators chosen by state legislatures rather than direct election would be insulated from momentary popular pressures. Long terms for presidents and senators would give officials independence from day-to-day political wins. The goal was to create space for deliberation, preventing pure democracy from descending into mob rule. Yet they also recognised that filtering popular will too effectively could recreate the Roman Senate's detachment from ordinary citizens, potentially generating the same resentment that empowered demagogues in the first place. The balance was delicate, responsive enough to prevent alienation, filtered enough to prevent demagoguery. They weren't sure they'd gotten it right. The role of wealth in corrupting politics particularly worried them. Late Republican Rome saw enormous fortunes accumulated through conquest and provincial exploitation. Wealthy men like Crassus could literally buy elections, funding candidates who would serve their interests. Cicero's letters reveal how expensive Roman politics had become, how much it cost to bribe voters, hire gangs to intimidate opponents, and stage lavish games to win popularity. Politics became a pursuit for the very rich, or those willing to go deeply into debt. This obviously undermined Republican ideals. If only the wealthy could compete for office, if elections were essentially auctions rather than genuine choices, then popular sovereignty would become a fiction. The founders tried to prevent this through various means. Relatively modest salaries for office holders, short terms limiting the benefits of corruption, and geographic distribution of power making it harder to buy elections everywhere simultaneously. But they knew wealth would always influence politics, and worried whether their safeguards would prove sufficient. The personality cult around Julius Caesar provided perhaps the most sobering warning. Caesar was brilliant, a gifted general, talented writer, and charismatic politician. But he also destroyed the Republic by refusing to accept constitutional limits on his ambition. When the Senate ordered him to disband his armies and return to Rome as a private citizen, he crossed the Rubicon with his legions instead, starting a civil war. His justification was that his enemies were corrupt and that he was defending the people against aristocratic oppression. Maybe he even believed it. But the result was dictatorship, however benevolent Caesar claimed to be. The Republic effectively died when Caesar's armies entered Rome, even though the forms of republican government continued for decades. The lesson was clear. Even talented, popular leaders could destroy free government if they prioritized personal power over constitutional order. No amount of charisma or claimed good intentions justified breaking the rules. Washington understood this perfectly, which is why his voluntary retirement mattered so much. He could have become America's Caesar, staying in power until death. Instead, he consciously chose the Cincinnatus model, stepping aside to prove that Republican government didn't depend on any individual, that institutions mattered more than personalities. It was a deliberately anti-Caesarian gesture, meant to establish precedent for peaceful transitions of power. The founders also noticed how quickly Rome transitioned from republic to empire once the precedents were broken. Caesar's assassination didn't restore the republic. It led to more civil wars, eventually won by his adopted son Augustus, who established himself as emperor while maintaining republican forms. Augustus was careful to preserve the appearance of republican government, claiming to be merely the first citizen rather than a monarch. But everyone knew the reality. Real power lay with the emperor. The Senate became decorative, and elections became meaningless. This suggested to the founders that constitutional breakdowns might be irreversible. Once norms were violated, precedents broken, and power seized through force rather than law, restoring genuine republican government might prove impossible. The surviving institutions would be hollow shells, maintained for appearance while real authority resided elsewhere. It's better to prevent the initial breakdown than try to recover afterward. You might think symbols are just decoration, pleasant aesthetic choices without deeper significance. The founders thought otherwise, and Rome taught them that visual language could reinforce political principles, and that architecture and imagery could shape how citizens understood their government and themselves. Walk through Washington, D.C., and you're essentially touring a Roman theme park. The Capitol building sits on a hill, echoing the placement of Roman temples on the Capitoline. Its dome recalls the Pantheon. Columns everywhere, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, reproduce Roman proportions. The Supreme Court looks like a temple to justice. The Lincoln Memorial positions America's great emancipator as a seated figure resembling Jupiter, surrounded by the language of his speeches carved into marble like Roman inscriptions. None of this was accidental. The founders and their successors deliberately chose classical architecture to make political statements. They wanted buildings that conveyed republican virtue, civic dignity, and democratic participation in governance. Roman architecture seemed perfect for this purpose. Grand without being monarchical, impressive without being oppressive, and suggesting permanence and stability without hereditary privilege. Thomas Jefferson led this architectural revolution, designing Monticello and the University of Virginia using strict classical proportions, promoting Roman revival style for public buildings, and arguing that architecture should educate citizens about republican values. He believed that living and working in classically inspired buildings would remind Americans of their connection to ancient republican ideals, and that beauty could serve political purposes. The Roman practice of putting civic buildings around public spaces also influenced American urban planning. The Forum had been Rome's political and commercial heart, a space where citizens gathered to conduct business, hear speeches, witness trials, and participate in public life. Jefferson imagined similar spaces in American cities, greens or squares surrounded by government buildings, markets, and churches, creating architectural encouragement for civic engagement. State capitals copied this model, placing legislative chambers, executive offices, and courts around central squares or lawns, making government literally visible and accessible to citizens. The symbolism was deliberate. Government existed among the people, not above them, and the architecture should reflect that principle. Even town halls in small communities often featured columns and classical details, connecting local governance to broader republican traditions. The imagery on American currency and seals drew heavily from Roman sources. The Great Seal features an eagle, Rome's sacred bird, clutching arrows and an olive branch like Roman military standards. E pluribus unum, out of many, one, comes from a Latin phrase. Early coins featured classical profiles and Roman lettering, deliberately evoking ancient precedents for the new republic's legitimacy. This borrowing extended to naming practices. The Senate, obviously. The Capitol building. The fact that government buildings house chambers where representatives meet. All Roman terminology. Even the title president derives from the Latin praesidere, meaning to sit before or preside over, suggesting leadership without monarchical pretension. They could have chosen governor or director, or invented something entirely new, but president carried the right classical connotations. Roman military symbolism appeared everywhere. The eagle became America's national bird just as it had been Rome's. The phrase semper fidelis, always faithful, became the Marine Corps motto, directly lifted from Roman legionary standards. Military decorations featured Roman imagery, wreaths, eagles, and classical figures representing victory or liberty. The message was that American military forces fought for republican ideals, not for conquest or imperial expansion. But the founders weren't just copying Roman aesthetics mindlessly. They were adapting and modifying, taking elements that supported republican values while rejecting those that suggested empire or tyranny. They admired Roman temples but built churches instead, separating religious and civic architecture. They appreciated Roman triumphal arches but generally avoided building them, not wanting to glorify military conquest. They liked Roman portraiture but rejected the cult of personality that developed around emperors. The Roman practice of erecting statues of great citizens in public spaces did appeal to them, though with modifications. Rome filled its forums with bronze and marble figures of distinguished senators, generals and magistrates, creating a gallery of worthy examples. The founders saw educational value in this, surrounding citizens with visual reminders of virtuous behaviour, making heroes literally present in public space. So they started commissioning statues and monuments to revolutionary heroes and early presidents. But they tried to avoid the excessive veneration that characterized Roman imperial cults. Washington got his monuments, but they emphasized his voluntary retirement rather than his military victories, his republican virtue rather than personal glory. The sculptures presented him as a citizen leader, not a god-emperor. Interior decoration of government buildings reinforced classical themes. Murals depicted scenes from Roman history alongside American events, drawing explicit parallels. Cornucopias symbolizing abundance, faces representing authority, and liberty caps modelled on those given to freed Roman slaves, all appeared in government buildings' decorative schemes, creating visual vocabularies connecting American and Roman republicanism. Even the practice of delivering speeches from elevated platforms echoed Roman oratory traditions. The rostrum in the forum, decorated with ship's prows from naval victories, gave its name to modern rostrums and podiums. Speakers addressing Congress or state legislatures stood at elevated positions, just as Roman orators once addressed citizens from the forum's rostra, the arrangement suggesting that eloquence and persuasion should determine political outcomes rather than violence or manipulation. The founders also appreciated Roman attention to civic ritual and ceremony. Rome had elaborate procedures for inaugurating magistrates, opening legislative sessions, and conducting public business. These rituals served practical purposes, establishing order, solemnizing important occasions, and reminding participants of their responsibilities. The American government adopted similar practices, creating inauguration ceremonies, formal procedures for legislative sessions, and ritualized ways of conducting public business. These weren't empty formalities. They were pedagogical tools, teaching citizens and officials how to behave in a republic, what values mattered, and what traditions deserved respect. When a president placed his hand on a Bible and swore to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, the ritual connected him to predecessors and successors, embedding him in an ongoing tradition larger than any individual. The language of American political discourse borrowed Roman rhetorical techniques and imagery. Politicians referenced classical examples in speeches, assumed audiences would understand allusions to Cato or Cincinnatus, and used Latin phrases to convey authority and learning. This wasn't just showing off, it was creating a common cultural vocabulary, shared reference points that facilitated political debate and gave it intellectual depth. You can see this most clearly in the Federalist Papers, where Hamilton, Madison and Jay wrote under the pseudonym Publius, naming themselves after one of Rome's founders. Their arguments referenced classical precedents constantly, assuming readers were familiar with Roman history and political theory. The entire project of ratifying the Constitution was conducted in language saturated with classical imagery and examples. Roman law represented one of civilization's great intellectual achievements, a systematic written legal code that attempted to govern behavior through reason and precedent rather than arbitrary power. The founders, many of them lawyers, studied Roman legal principles intensively and incorporated numerous concepts into American jurisprudence. The Romans distinguished between different types of law in ways that influenced American legal thinking. Natural law, principles supposedly universal and eternal, discoverable through reason. Civil law, rules specific to particular societies, varying by location and culture, the law of nations, principles governing interactions between different peoples. American legal theory borrowed this framework, particularly the notion that some rights existed independent of government creation, and that natural law superseded human legislation. This became crucial for revolutionary justification. When the colonists declared independence, they needed to explain why they could legitimately rebel against their lawful government. The answer came partly from natural law theory derived from Roman sources. Certain rights were inherent and inalienable. Governments that violated those rights lost legitimacy, and citizens possessed the right to alter or abolish tyrannical governments. Natural law provided the philosophical foundation for revolution. The Roman concept of written law particularly appealed to the founders. Before written codes, law had existed as custom and tradition, known to priests and aristocrats, but often mysterious to ordinary citizens. The 12 tables, posted in the Forum around 450 BC, made Roman law public and accessible, allowing citizens to know what rules governed them. This transparency seemed essential for republican government. How could citizens obey laws they didn't know, or hold officials accountable for enforcing laws they couldn't understand? The American Constitution and Bill of Rights followed this principle. Written, public, and accessible to anyone who could read. These were Roman ideals applied to American circumstances. The Constitution wasn't secret knowledge held by a ruling class, but a public document that any citizen could consult, understand, and invoke. Making law visible made it enforceable by popular opinion, not just official action. Roman legal procedures also influenced American practice. The right to face your accuser, to present a defense, to have charges proved rather than assumed. These came from Roman legal traditions. The Romans developed sophisticated procedures for trials, distinguishing between different types of cases, establishing rules of evidence, and creating appeals processes. Their legal system wasn't perfect. It discriminated between citizens and non-citizens, free and enslaved, and male and female. But it represented a serious attempt to govern through law rather than whim. The Roman distinction between public and private law helped shape American legal categories. Public law governed relations between citizens and the state. Criminal law, constitutional law, and administrative regulations. Private law governed relations between citizens, contracts, property, inheritance, and torts. Roman jurisprudence had developed sophisticated theories about both domains, which influenced how American lawyers and judges thought about legal problems. The concept of legal precedent also had Roman roots. Roman jurisprudence believed that previous decisions should guide current ones, that consistency mattered in legal interpretation, and that the law should develop organically through accumulated wisdom rather than constant revolution. The common law tradition, which Americans inherited from Britain but which itself drew on Roman sources, made precedent central to legal reasoning. Courts should decide similar cases similarly, building a coherent body of law over time. This created tension with another Roman principle, that laws should adapt to changing circumstances. The Romans developed flexible interpretation techniques, allowing ancient laws to remain relevant in new situations. They distinguished between the letter and spirit of law, between strict construction and equitable interpretation. American legal thought inherited this tension between stability and flexibility, between following precedent and adapting to change. The founders were particularly impressed by Roman attention to limiting government power through law. Roman magistrates possessed considerable authority, but they exercised it under legal constraints. Consuls couldn't execute citizens without trial. Tribunes could veto legislation but only through established procedures. Even dictators appointed during emergencies operated under legal limitations, 6-month terms, specific mandates, and accountability after their terms ended. The principle was that law governed everyone, including those who made and enforced it. No one stood above the law, not magistrates, not generals, not even the Senate. This ideal often failed in practice, especially during the late Republic when powerful individuals increasingly ignored legal constraints. But the principle remained important, and the founders tried to embody it in American constitutionalism. They created numerous mechanisms to ensure law-bounded power. Written constitutions established fundamental rules that ordinary legislation couldn't override. Separation of powers prevented any single institution from controlling law's creation, interpretation, and enforcement. Judicial review allowed courts to strike down unconstitutional actions. Regular elections gave citizens the power to remove officials who violated legal norms. Impeachment provided a mechanism for removing officials who committed serious legal violations. All of these drew inspiration from Roman examples and Roman failures. The Romans had tried to limit power through law, but ultimately failed to prevent ambitious individuals from seizing dictatorial authority. The founders studied those failures and tried to design systems that would prove more resilient, that wouldn't depend entirely on virtuous behaviour, but would create structures making tyranny difficult to achieve and maintain. The Roman practice of codifying laws also influenced American legal development. The Romans eventually compiled their accumulated legal wisdom into comprehensive codes, most famously the Corpus Juris Civilis, compiled under Justinian in the 6th century AD, long after the Republic's fall. While too late to directly influence Republican Rome, these compilations preserved Roman legal principles for later civilizations and demonstrated the value of systematic legal organization. American states began codifying their laws following similar principles, gathering scattered legislation into organized codes, making legal research easier, and ensuring consistency and clarity. The process reflected Roman influence both in the goal of systematization and in specific legal concepts borrowed from Roman sources. The Romans created a sophisticated concept of citizenship that profoundly influenced how the founders thought about membership in a political community. Roman citizenship wasn't simply residence in a territory or subjection to a ruler. It was a legal status carrying specific rights and responsibilities, something that could be earned, granted, or inherited, but always meaningful and consequential. Citizens in Rome possessed the right to vote in assemblies, to hold public office, to make legal contracts, to marry other citizens, and to appeal magistrates' decisions. They also bore responsibilities: military service, jury duty, obeying laws, and paying taxes. Citizenship created a reciprocal relationship between individual and republic, a bundle of privileges and obligations that defined what it meant to be Roman. This framework appealed to the founders because it suggested citizenship could be active and participatory rather than passive and subject-based. British subjects owed allegiance to the crown, receiving protection in return but possessing limited rights to participate in governance. Roman citizens were active members of a political community with recognised roles in its operation. The difference seemed crucial for Republican government. The Roman practice of extending citizenship to conquered peoples particularly interested the founders. Rome's expansion succeeded partly because it offered citizenship to allies and former enemies, incorporating them into the Republic rather than simply ruling them as subjects. This allowed Rome to tap into vast human resources while creating loyalty among diverse populations. By the late Republic, citizenship had spread far beyond the city of Rome itself, encompassing Italy and eventually territories throughout the Mediterranean. The founders faced similar questions about expansion and inclusion. As America grew, who would count as American? How would new territories be incorporated? The Roman example suggested that republican government could extend across large territories if citizenship expanded along with territory, if new populations received genuine incorporation rather than colonial subordination. This influenced decisions to create processes for territories to become states, and for new states to enter the Union as equals rather than dependencies. Of course, both Romans and Americans excluded many people from citizenship. Rome denied it to slaves, to most women, and to barbarians beyond its borders. America restricted citizenship based on race, enslaving millions while proclaiming liberty and denying rights to women, indigenous peoples, and various immigrant groups. The gap between Republican ideals and actual practice was enormous in both societies, but the ideal mattered, creating pressure for expansion of rights over time. Roman citizenship gradually expanded, eventually encompassing nearly everyone within the empire by the 3rd century AD. American citizenship followed a similar trajectory, initially restricted to white men, slowly expanding through constitutional amendments and legislation to include previously excluded groups. The process continues, showing that Republican ideals contain within themselves pressure toward greater inclusion. The Roman concept of civic duty particularly influenced the founders. Romans believed citizens owed active service to the Republic, whether through military service, holding office, serving on juries, or simply participating in public life. Citizenship wasn't just rights to be enjoyed, but responsibilities to be fulfilled. A good citizen didn't just vote when convenient. They stayed informed, participated in debates, served when called, and prioritized the public good. This created tension with emerging commercial society, where private pursuits often conflicted with public service. The Romans had faced this problem as their society became wealthier and more complex. Early Romans supposedly dropped everything to serve the Republic when needed. Cincinnatus leaving his plough became the archetype. Later Romans increasingly hired substitutes for military service, avoided jury duty, and treated politics as a spectator sport rather than a participatory activity. The founders worried America would follow this trajectory, that prosperity would undermine civic participation, and that citizens would become passive consumers of government rather than active participants. They tried to encourage participation through various means: relatively easy access to voting, frequent elections, local governance giving citizens regular opportunities to engage, and civic education emphasizing responsibilities alongside rights. The Roman practice of ostracism, exiling citizens deemed dangerous to the Republic, sparked debate among the founders. Was this a useful tool for protecting democracy, allowing citizens to remove potential tyrants before they seized power? Or was it dangerous majoritarianism, allowing crowds to punish unpopular individuals without due process? The founders generally rejected ostracism's American adoption, preferring legal mechanisms for dealing with dangerous officials, but the Roman example showed how seriously ancient republicans took threats to their government. They did embrace the Roman idea that citizenship required education. Romans believed citizens needed training to fulfill civic roles competently, understanding law, rhetoric, history, and philosophy. Without education, citizens couldn't judge political claims, recognize demagoguery, or make informed decisions. The founders agreed, promoting public education as essential for Republican government, arguing that ignorant citizens couldn't sustain free institutions. This commitment to civic education explains their emphasis on classical learning. Studying Roman history taught citizenship's requirements, provided examples of good and bad civic behaviour, and illustrated how republics succeeded and failed. Latin instruction trained minds in logical thinking and precise expression. Reading classical texts exposed students to sophisticated political arguments and moral reasoning. The whole classical curriculum served republican purposes, creating educated citizens capable of self-governance. The Roman practice of public debate and oratory also shaped American civic culture. Romans expected citizens to speak publicly, to argue political positions, and to participate in deliberative processes. The forum wasn't just where magistrates spoke, it was where citizens gathered to debate, persuade, and be persuaded. Eloquence mattered, because republics operated through persuasion rather than force, because changing minds through argument was how free societies made decisions. American town meetings and legislative debates borrowed this Roman tradition. Citizens were supposed to speak up, make their case, listen to opposing views, and reach conclusions through discussion rather than dictation. This required courage, preparation, and willingness to engage across disagreements, exactly the virtues Romans had cultivated through rhetorical education and public participation. While the founders drew heavily from Roman examples, they weren't mindless copyists. They adapted Roman ideas to American circumstances, combining classical precedents with Enlightenment philosophy, British constitutional traditions, and their own political innovations. Understanding how they modified Roman models reveals their creativity and independence. The most obvious adaptation was federalism. Rome had no equivalent to the American system of divided sovereignty between national and state governments. The Roman Republic was unitary. All power theoretically flowed from Rome, even as it granted considerable autonomy to allies and provinces. The founders created something different, a government where power was genuinely divided between levels, where states retained sovereignty while ceding specific powers to the national government. This innovation addressed a problem the Romans never solved: how to govern large territories while maintaining republican government. Rome's solution was initially informal alliances, later provincial administration by appointed governors. Neither model preserved republican principles across expansion. American federalism tried to square this circle by creating multiple republican governments at different levels, each handling appropriate scales of governance. The Electoral College represented another innovation without direct Roman precedent. The Romans elected magistrates through assemblies, with various systems for organising votes and counting ballots. None resembled the American system of electors chosen by states to select the president. The founders created this mechanism partly from federalist principles, states choosing the president rather than a national popular vote, and partly from Republican distrust of pure democracy. The explicit separation of powers also differed from Roman practice. Rome separated functions to some degree. Magistrates executed laws, the Senate advised on policy, and assemblies legislated. But these weren't truly independent branches with constitutional authority to check each other. Roman officials derived power from the same source, the Roman people, and ultimately the system depended on norms and customs rather than explicit institutional barriers. The American Constitution created something more rigid and formal: 3 genuinely independent branches, each with constitutional authority over its domain, each able to check the others through specified mechanisms. This was Montesquieu's influence combined with Roman inspiration, taking the principle of divided power and systematizing it beyond anything Rome attempted. Judicial review, the power of courts to strike down unconstitutional legislation, had no Roman equivalent. Roman courts existed but didn't possess the authority to invalidate laws. The founders created judicial review as an additional check on legislative and executive power, reasoning that someone needed to police constitutional boundaries. The courts seemed like logical choices, independent, trained in legal interpretation, and removed from direct political pressures. This innovation proved hugely consequential, eventually making courts central to American governance in ways the founders might not have fully anticipated. But it reflected their willingness to go beyond Roman precedent when they saw the need for additional safeguards against tyranny. The Bill of Rights also represented innovation beyond Roman precedent. Rome had no equivalent document explicitly listing protected rights and prohibiting the government from violating them. Romans believed in certain liberties, but these existed as customs and precedents rather than written guarantees. The American decision to enumerate rights in constitutional amendments reflected Enlightenment influence and distrust of implicit protections. The founders' approach to military organisation combined Roman ideals with practical adaptations. They wanted citizen soldiers like early Rome, but recognised that modern warfare sometimes required professional forces. Their solution was a small standing army supplemented by state militias, attempting to get Roman benefits of citizen military service while maintaining capability for national defence. This compromise didn't fully satisfy anyone but represented a creative adaptation of classical principles to modern circumstances. They also modified Roman approaches to territorial expansion. Rome expanded through conquest, incorporating new territories as provinces with varying degrees of autonomy. The founders created a process for territories to become equal states, ensuring expansion wouldn't create a two-tier system of core states and peripheral colonies. This preserved republican equality across geographic growth in ways Rome never managed. The American approach to slavery reveals both Roman influence and significant differences. Rome's economy depended heavily on slave labour, and Roman law developed sophisticated regulations governing slavery, while never seriously questioning the institution's legitimacy. The founders inherited similar dependence and similar legal frameworks, yet many also felt deep discomfort with slavery's contradiction of republican principles. The resulting compromises were morally indefensible, but reflected genuine tension between inherited practices and professed ideals. The process for amending the constitution represented another innovation. The Romans modified their constitutional order through precedent and practice, occasionally through explicit legislation, but had no formal amendment process allowing systematic constitutional change while maintaining legal continuity. The founders created Article 5's amendment mechanism precisely to allow peaceful constitutional evolution, preventing the breakdown that occurred when Roman constitutional order became too rigid to adapt peacefully to changed circumstances. They also formalised much that Romans left informal. Roman political practices often depended on custom and tradition, what the Romans called mos maiorum, the way of the ancestors. This worked while people respected those customs, but provided no defence when ambitious individuals decided to ignore tradition. The founders tried to formalise as much as possible in written law, reducing dependence on informal norms and creating enforceable rules. Yet they recognised that written law couldn't govern everything, that republics would always depend partly on unwritten norms and conventions. Washington's retirement set a precedent for peaceful power transitions, even in the absence of legal requirements. The development of political parties, not mentioned in the Constitution, became central to governance through practice. American constitutionalism combined written law with unwritten convention, trying to get the benefits of both Roman approaches. The founders' willingness to innovate while drawing from tradition shows sophisticated political thinking. They weren't antiquarians trying to recreate Rome in America. They were republicans learning from Rome's successes and failures, taking useful principles while adapting them to different circumstances and combining classical wisdom with modern innovation. The result was something genuinely new, an explicitly designed republic, learning from history, trying to avoid historical patterns of decay while preserving time-tested principles. As you begin drifting towards sleep, consider what endured from this Roman-American connection. The founders' classical obsession shaped American political culture in ways that persist centuries later. You can still see it in the architecture of government buildings, hear it in political rhetoric, and find it embedded in constitutional structures and legal principles. The idea that citizens should be educated about history and government to participate competently, that's a Roman inheritance via the founders. The belief that virtue matters for republican government, that free societies require certain character qualities from citizens, Roman, filtered through American experience. The founders tried to embody and practice the Roman ideals of no one being above the law and the need for constitutional limits on power. Even the anxieties are Roman, worries about corruption, decline of civic spirit, concentration of wealth undermining equality, military power threatening civilian control, and demagogues manipulating public opinion. The founders inherited these concerns from Roman sources and passed them down to later generations. Americans still debate the same tensions between liberty and order, between individual rights and common good, and between stability and change that preoccupied both Romans and the founding generation. The architectural legacy remains perhaps the most visible. Walk through any American city, and you'll encounter Roman revival buildings housing government offices, libraries, museums, and banks. The style became America's unofficial official architecture, expressing Republican aspirations in marble and stone. It's so ubiquitous that you barely notice it, but that pervasiveness reflects how deeply Roman aesthetics penetrated American political culture. The legal legacy runs deeper if less visibly. American law school students still learn Latin terms, habeas corpus, stare decisis, and amicus curiae. These aren't just decorative phrases, but concepts central to American jurisprudence, imported from Roman law through centuries of European development. The entire structure of legal reasoning, precedent, appeals, rules of evidence, owes debts to Roman jurisprudence that the founders recognized and preserved. Political language remains saturated with Roman imagery and examples. Politicians still invoke Cincinnatus when praising leaders who voluntarily relinquish power. Warnings about Caesarism appear whenever people worry about presidential overreach. The Senate's name alone constantly reminds Americans of classical connections, even though most senators probably couldn't quote Cicero these days. The founders' faith in education as a foundation for citizenship persists, even if the classical curriculum they championed has largely disappeared. Few Americans now read Plutarch or study Latin, but the principle that informed citizens are necessary for free government remains widely accepted. The specific content changed. Civics classes replaced classical languages, but the underlying commitment to preparing citizens for self-governance continues. The tension between optimism and anxiety that characterized the founders' relationship with Roman precedent also endures. Americans remained simultaneously confident in their republic's strength and worried about its fragility, believing in American exceptionalism while fearing American decline. This productive anxiety, inherited from Roman historical consciousness, keeps questions of civic virtue and constitutional stability perpetually relevant rather than comfortably settled. Perhaps most significantly, the founders established the principle that political systems should learn from history and that institutional design could incorporate lessons from past failures and successes. This sounds obvious, but wasn't inevitable. They could have believed each society must discover political truths for itself, that historical examples were irrelevant to modern circumstances. Instead, they demonstrated that thoughtful engagement with history could inform political practice, that studying how previous republics succeeded and failed could help new republics avoid similar mistakes. This historical consciousness shaped American political development in countless ways. When later generations faced constitutional crises, they looked to the founders just as the founders looked to Rome. When arguments arose about constitutional interpretation, both sides claimed to understand the founders' original intentions, much as Romans claimed to understand their ancestors' customs. The layering of historical reference upon reference created a political culture obsessed with precedent and continuity, even while adapting to constant change. The irony, of course, is that Rome's republic eventually failed and transformed into an empire. The founders knew this, feared it, and designed their system to prevent it, yet couldn't eliminate the possibility. America's subsequent history included imperial expansion, massive growth in executive power, development of a permanent military establishment, and enormous wealth inequality. Precisely the developments that undermined Rome's republic. Whether these represent American exceptionalism successfully adapting republican government to modern circumstances or gradual decline toward Roman patterns remains debated. But the fact that Americans still debate these questions, still reference Rome and the founders, and still worry about virtue and corruption suggests the intellectual legacy endures. The founders gave America not just a constitution, but a way of thinking about politics grounded in historical awareness and republican ideals. That inheritance, for better and worse, shapes American political culture to this day. As your eyes grow heavy, you might reflect that this conversation between ancient and modern, between Rome and America, continues. Every generation inherits the founders' questions about how to sustain free government, maintain civic virtue, and balance liberty and order. Every generation must answer anew drawing on historical wisdom while adapting to contemporary circumstances. That's the pattern the founders established, learning from the past while creating something new, respecting precedent while innovating freely. The Roman influence on American founding wasn't about slavish imitation, but creative adaptation, taking time-tested principles and modifying them for new contexts. The founders studied Rome intensively, not to recreate it, but to learn from it, to understand what worked and what failed, and to avoid its mistakes while preserving its wisdom. That balance between learning from history and transcending it represents their greatest achievement, creating something genuinely novel while remaining grounded in accumulated political wisdom. So when you see a government building with classical columns, or hear about senatorial debates, or encounter Latin phrases in legal documents, remember you're witnessing the founders' classical inheritance still shaping American life. Rome fell 2,000 years ago, but its influence on American political culture persists through the founders' deep engagement with classical precedent. They built a bridge between ancient and modern, creating a republic that drew inspiration from Rome's glory while learning from its tragedy, and that bridge remains standing, connecting past and present in ongoing political conversation. Water has always known how to hold us. For thousands of years, across every continent and culture, human beings have gathered in steam and warmth to wash away more than just the dust of the day. Tonight, you will journey through the world's most cherished bathing traditions, from the birch-scented heat of Finnish saunas to the mineral springs of Japan, discovering how something as simple as hot water became a ritual of community, health, and transformation. You step into history through a cloud of steam. The year is irrelevant because bathing is timeless. Your skin already knows what your mind is about to learn. Every culture that ever learned to heat water discovered something profound. They found that warmth and moisture together create a space between worlds. Not quite home, not quite temple, something else entirely. You will travel tonight without leaving your place of rest. The first thing to understand is that bathing has never been just about getting clean. If cleanliness were the only goal, a quick rinse would suffice. But humans have always wanted more. They wanted the heat to penetrate deep into tired muscles. They wanted the steam to open airways and clear thoughts. They wanted to sit beside others in shared vulnerability, all of them equally pink and damp and human. Your journey begins in the north, where winter darkness lasts for months. Finland greets you with cold air and the promise of heat. You stand outside a small wooden structure beside a lake. Snow covers everything in sight. The temperature hovers around negative 15 degrees Celsius, which means the air bites exposed skin within seconds. Your breath forms clouds that hang in the stillness. The only sound comes from ice cracking on the water's surface. The sauna building looks humble from outside, dark wood weathered by decades of freezing winters and brief summers. A metal chimney pokes through the roof, releasing a thin trail of smoke into the twilight. No grand entrance exists here, just a simple door with a worn handle. You open it and enter a small changing room. The warmth hits you immediately, not the full heat yet, just the promise of it seeping through the inner door. You remove your clothes slowly, folding them on a wooden bench. The Finns have been doing this for over 2,000 years. They heated stones in fire pits long before they had chimneys or electric heaters. Back then, smoke filled the entire room until the fire died down. Families would wait for the smoke to clear, then enter the residual heat. This sauna uses a wood-burning stove, more traditional, more alive. You push through the inner door, and the heat embraces you like a wool blanket. The room measures perhaps 3 meters by 4 meters. Wooden benches line 2 walls in tiered levels. The higher you sit, the hotter it gets. A bucket of water rests beside a pile of smooth stones heated to glowing. Birch branches tied into a bundle hang from a hook. You climb to the middle bench and sit. The heat wraps around your shoulders and works its way into your chest. Finnish sauna heat runs dry compared to other bathing traditions. The humidity stays low at first. Your skin begins to warm from the outside in. Blood vessels near the surface dilate. Your heart rate increases slightly, doing the gentle work of pumping blood to cooling systems that suddenly have plenty to do. After a few minutes, you ladle water onto the stones. The water hits with a sharp hiss. Steam explodes upward and spreads across the ceiling before descending in waves. Now the heat changes character. It becomes thick and enveloping. Your airways open. The sensation shifts from dry warmth to moist intensity. Finns call this loili, the spirit of the sauna. The word carries weight beyond simple translation. You lean back against the warm wood. The birch planks feel smooth under your skin. Generations of bodies have sat here, leaving invisible traces. The wood smells faintly of resin and heat. Your breathing deepens without conscious effort. Thoughts that seemed important 5 minutes ago lose their grip. The heat demands presence. You cannot think about tomorrow's tasks when your entire nervous system focuses on temperature regulation. Time stretches differently in sauna heat. 5 minutes might be 10, 10 might be 20. The Finns know not to rush. They have a saying that in the sauna, one must conduct oneself as one would in church. Quietly, respectfully, without hurry. The comparison makes sense when you experience the stillness that heat creates. You reach for the birch branches. The vita, some call it. Others say vasta. Same object, regional names. You dip the leafy bundle in warm water to soften it, then gently strike your skin with the branches. Not hard enough to hurt, just enough to stimulate circulation. The birch leaves release their scent when crushed, fresh and green and somehow ancient. The gentle slapping brings blood to the skin's surface. Pink patches bloom across your shoulders and back. This practice confused many foreigners when they first witnessed it. 18th century travellers wrote alarmed accounts of Finns beating themselves with branches. They missed the point entirely. The vita massage feels more like a vigorous rubbing than punishment. It invigorates rather than injures. The leaves stick briefly to damp skin before falling away. Small fragments collect on the wooden floor like green confetti. Your body begins producing sweat in earnest now. Droplets form along your hairline and roll down your temples. More appear on your chest and back. The sauna teaches you that humans are mostly water. You can lose a litre of fluid in a single session. The Finns know to rehydrate afterward, but for now, you simply observe the process. Your body cooling itself in the most primitive and effective way possible. The heat builds to a point where stepping outside becomes necessary. You stand carefully. Lightheadedness can strike if you rise too quickly. The blood vessels in your legs need a moment to constrict and send blood back to your brain. You make your way to the door and step into the changing room. Even this intermediate temperature feels cool against superheated skin. Then you open the outer door and step into winter. The cold hits like jumping into revelation. Your skin, radiating heat just seconds ago, suddenly meets air cold enough to freeze water. The contrast creates a sensation unlike anything else. Not painful exactly, more like every nerve ending suddenly waking up and shouting. You walk down to the lake's edge where someone has cut a hole in the ice. The water appears black and bottomless. You ease in quickly. Better not to hesitate. The lake's icy water makes the sauna heat seem gentle by comparison. Your body screams brief protests, then adapts. Blood vessels constrict dramatically. Your heart rate spikes. You stay in perhaps 20 seconds before climbing out. Now you understand the whole picture. The sauna ritual includes this contrast. Heat then cold, then heat again. The Finns repeat the cycle 3 or 4 times in a session. Each round reveals different sensations. Your body becomes more efficient at the temperature dance. The second sauna round feels different from the first. Hotter somehow, but also more manageable. Your skin knows what to expect. You return to the changing room and wrap yourself in a towel. The warmth radiating from your core keeps you comfortable despite wet skin. Other sauna users might appear now in traditional practice. Families bathed together, friends met for weekly sauna evenings, business deals were negotiated on those wooden benches. Important conversations happened in the heat where pretense melted away along with sweat. But tonight you experience this alone, following the ritual at your own pace. After the final round, you sit in the changing room and drink water. Your skin glows pink. Muscles that felt tight 2 hours ago now hang loose and relaxed. The Finns believe regular sauna use promotes longevity. Modern research suggests they might be right. The cardiovascular workout from heat stress, the deep relaxation afterward, the social bonds formed in shared heat, all of it contributes to well-being. You dress slowly and step back into the winter night. The stars overhead shine with unusual clarity. Cold air feels crisp and welcome after so much heat. Your body temperature normalizes gradually. You carry the sauna's warmth inside you like a secret, the ritual complete. Halfway around the world, different water waits. You find yourself in Japan now, approaching an onsen in the mountains. The word onsen means hot spring. Japan sits on volcanic islands, which means naturally heated water bubbles up from deep underground in thousands of locations. The Japanese have built bathing culture around these geothermal gifts for centuries. Snow falls lightly as you approach the ryokan. Traditional inns like this one have hosted travellers for generations. The wooden building with its peaked roofs and paper screens looks like it grew from the mountainside rather than being built upon it. Warm light glows from windows. The smell of mineral water hangs in the cold air. You can hear water flowing somewhere nearby. A host greets you at the entrance with a slight bow. You remove your shoes and step onto polished wooden floors. The interior continues the natural aesthetic. Wood and stone and paper. Nothing synthetic, nothing loud. The design invites quiet contemplation. You receive a cotton yukata robe and are shown to the bathing area. Men and women use separate facilities in most onsen, though some remote mountain springs offer mixed bathing or private family baths. The changing room offers neat wooden lockers and woven baskets. You place your clothes in a basket and wrap a small towel around yourself. This modesty towel serves a specific purpose. You carry it to the bathing area but cannot bring it into the actual water. That rule matters deeply in onsen etiquette. The bath must remain pure, no soap, no shampoo, no towels, nothing that might contaminate the natural spring water. First, you must wash. A row of low faucets and wooden stools lines one wall. You sit on a stool and use a small basin to rinse thoroughly. Soap and shampoo are provided here for this preliminary cleaning. The Japanese separated the concepts of washing and bathing centuries ago. Washing removes dirt. Bathing provides pleasure and health benefits. You scrub carefully, ensuring every trace of soap rinses away before approaching the bath. Only when completely clean do you enter the water. The onsen pool spreads before you, carved from natural rock. Steam rises from the surface in ghostly waves. The water appears slightly cloudy from dissolved minerals. Iron, sulfur and other elements give each onsen its unique character and therapeutic properties. Some springs treat skin conditions, others ease joint pain. This one claims to improve circulation and reduce fatigue. The mineral content varies dramatically between onsen depending on the volcanic source. The water's colour tells a story. This particular onsen shows a pale milky blue from sulfur content. Other springs run rust red from iron. Some appear completely clear despite high mineral loads. The Japanese have classified onsen water into 10 distinct types based on chemical composition. Each type supposedly offers specific health benefits. Sulfur springs for skin, iron springs for anemia, sodium chloride springs for rheumatism. The list continues with ancient certainty. You test the temperature with 1 foot. Hot. Definitely hot. Japanese onsen water typically runs between 40 and 44 degrees Celsius, much hotter than most Western hot tubs. The temperature seems impossibly high at first touch. But the Japanese have bathed in such heat for centuries. Their bodies adapted. Their customs evolved around these temperatures. You ease in gradually, letting your body adjust inch by inch. The heat penetrates immediately. Within seconds, your skin turns pink. Blood rushes to the surface in waves you can feel moving through your body. Your heart rate increases to handle the thermal load. The cardiovascular system shifts into high gear. Blood vessels near the skin dilate dramatically. The body's cooling mechanisms activate at full capacity, despite being overwhelmed by external heat. You submerge to your shoulders and hold still. Movement creates waves that splash hot water on your face. Better to remain motionless and let the body find equilibrium with the water temperature. The initial shock fades into deep warmth. The heat works its way past skin and fat into muscle tissue. Tension you did not know you carried begins releasing. The mineral water feels silky against skin, slightly slippery, different from fresh water or chlorinated pools. The sulfur content gives the water a faint eggy smell. At first, the odour seems strong and unpleasant. Within minutes, your nose adapts and the smell becomes unnoticeable. The sulfur, along with other minerals, enters your body through skin pores opened by heat. Transdermal absorption happens constantly in onsen water. Your body takes in calcium, magnesium, sulfur, iron and other elements. Whether this provides significant health benefits remains debated. but the Japanese believe firmly in onsen healing properties. You position yourself near where hot water enters the pool. The inflowing water runs even hotter than the main bath. A stone channel directs the spring water into the pool. The current of incoming water feels noticeably warmer. You can adjust your position to find your preferred temperature. Closer to the source provides more heat. Further away allows slight cooling as the water mixes and disperses. The rock edges of the pool feel rough under your hands. Natural stone shaped by water and weather over decades. Moss grows in shaded corners where the rock stays perpetually damp. The whole setting attempts to preserve or recreate natural hot spring conditions. Even indoor onsen try to maintain connection to nature through rock, wood, and careful design. The aesthetic matters as much as the actual minerals. Outside, snow continues falling. Many onsen feature outdoor Rotenbura pools where you can bathe while watching snow accumulate on surrounding rocks and pine branches. The contrast between hot water and cold air creates a dreamlike sensation. Steam rises from your shoulders into frigid air. Snowflakes land on your damp hair and melt instantly. The boundary between hot and cold exists precisely at the waterline. You settle into stillness. Onsen bathing encourages meditation more than conversation. While friends might visit together, they often sit in companionable silence. The heat makes lengthy talking uncomfortable anyway. You focus instead on breathing, on the sensation of minerals soaking into skin, on the distant sound of water flowing over rocks. The Japanese have specific beliefs about onsen benefits. Different mineral compositions treat different ailments. Sulfur springs help skin conditions. Iron-rich waters address anemia. Carbonated springs improve circulation. Acidic waters can relieve chronic digestive issues. Some of these claims have scientific backing. Others rely more on tradition and belief. But the psychological benefits seem undeniable. Stress melts in hot spring water. You remain submerged for perhaps 15 minutes. Any longer risks overheating. Your fingers and toes have turned pink and wrinkled. You ease out of the pool and sit on the edge, letting cool air lower your core temperature. After a few minutes, you can enter again for another round. Most onsen visitors repeat the cycle several times, alternating between soaking and cooling. The protocol matters as much as the water. You learn to wash thoroughly before entering. You left your towel in the changing area. You moved quietly and respectfully. You did not splash or swim. These rules exist not as restrictions, but as collective agreements that preserve the experience for everyone. When all bathers follow the same customs, the onsen remains a place of peace. Between soaking sessions, you might rest in a tatami room. The ryokan provides these spaces for relaxation. You lie on woven mats, wrapped in your yukata, feeling the heat slowly dissipate from your body. Green tea appears, though you did not request it. The serving staff move with practiced quiet. They understand the post-onsen state. Your muscles have turned to warm clay. Thoughts drift like the steam you left behind. Some people fall asleep in these moments. The combination of heat, mineral absorption, and deep relaxation creates powerful drowsiness. The Japanese call this yudedako, meaning boiled octopus. You feel boneless and peaceful. Your skin continues radiating warmth, even as your core temperature normalizes. The minerals absorbed through your pores will continue working for hours. You return to the onsen once more before leaving. This final soak feels different from the first. Your body knows what to expect. The heat penetrates faster and deeper. You stay only 10 minutes this time, ending before exhaustion sets in. The goal is invigoration, not depletion. You leave the water glowing and loose-limbed. In the changing room, you dry off slowly. The small towel that travelled with you now does its work. Japanese onsen towels are notably small by Western standards, just large enough for modesty and drying. Nothing excessive, nothing wasteful. You dress in your yukata and make your way to your room, walking carefully on slightly unstable legs. Sleep will come easily tonight. The onsen leaves its mark in relaxed muscles and cleared sinuses and skin that feels somehow renewed. The minerals continue their subtle work. Your body temperature takes hours to fully normalize. You drift towards sleep wrapped in residual warmth, dreaming perhaps of snow falling on hot springs, of steam rising into cold mountain air. You travel backward through time now. Ancient Rome appears around you, specifically the year 115 in the Common Era. Emperor Trajan has recently completed a magnificent bath complex in the heart of Rome. The Thermae Traiani covers several city blocks and serves thousands of citizens daily. You approach as an ordinary Roman might, carrying a small bag with bathing supplies. The exterior impresses with its grand architecture. Massive columns support elaborate friezes depicting gods and athletes. Bronze doors tall enough for giants stand open, welcoming the public. Rome understood something crucial about bathing. They recognized it as a cornerstone of civilization. A city without proper baths was barely a city at all. The empire built bathing complexes everywhere its legions marched. From Britain to Egypt, Roman baths spread their culture of communal washing. You pay a small entrance fee. The cost amounts to less than a loaf of bread. Rome subsidized public bathing to ensure even the poorest citizens could participate. The emperors understood that providing baths generated loyalty and social stability. Citizens who bathed together felt connected to Rome itself. The bath complex served as community centre, social club, exercise facility, and political meeting ground all at once. You enter through the apoditerium. This changing room features rows of niches carved into walls where bathers store their clothes. No locks exist, but attendants watch for thieves. You strip and hand your belongings to a slave who will guard them. Nudity in Roman baths generated less anxiety than it does in many modern cultures. Bodies were simply bodies. Everyone had one. The social hierarchy mattered more than physical appearance. The bathing sequence follows a specific path. Romans did not simply soak in hot water. They engineered an entire thermal experience designed to clean, invigorate, and socialize. You begin in the palestra, an outdoor courtyard where men exercise before bathing. Wrestling, ball games, and weightlifting all prepare the body for the baths ahead. Exertion opens pores and stimulates circulation. After exercise, you proceed to the tepidarium. This warm room serves as transition between the exercise yard and the hot baths. The temperature runs comfortably warm but not intense. Benches line the walls. Some bathers sit here for extended periods, talking and relaxing. The mosaic floor depicts sea creatures in intricate detail. Light streams through high windows, illuminating steam that drifts from the next room. The caldarium awaits. You step into genuine heat. This hot room contains pools of steaming water heated by an ingenious system called a hypocaust. Slaves tend fires in basement chambers, and the heat rises through hollow spaces beneath the floor and behind the walls. The entire room becomes a radiator. The floor tiles feel too hot for bare feet, so wooden sandals are provided. You ease into the hot pool. The water temperature rivals anything a modern hot tub provides. The Romans achieved this without pumps or thermostats, using only fire, engineering, and enslaved labour. The moral cost of Roman luxury remains uncomfortable to consider. The magnificence was built on suffering. But in this moment, you experience what an ordinary Roman citizen experienced. The heat-loosening muscles worked hard in the exercise yard. Other bathers surround you in the pool. Conversation flows freely. Business deals are discussed. Gossip is exchanged. Political alliances form in the steam. A senator might bathe beside a shopkeeper, though certain areas of larger bath complexes catered to different social classes. The caldarium becomes a democratic space, at least in theory. Naked bodies obscure some social markers, though speech patterns and bearing still reveal status. After sufficient soaking, you exit the pool. An attendant approaches with a strigil, a curved bronze tool designed for scraping skin. The Romans used olive oil instead of soap for cleaning. You coat yourself in oil, which loosens dirt and dead skin. Then the attendant uses the strigil to scrape away the oil and whatever it has collected. The process sounds uncomfortable, but actually feels invigorating. Your skin ends up incredibly clean and smooth. The frigidarium comes next. This cold room features a plunge pool filled with unheated water. After the intense heat of the caldarium, the cold water shocks your system. The Romans believed this temperature contrast promoted health. Modern research suggests they were correct. The alternating hot and cold improves circulation and stimulates the immune system. You stay in the cold pool just long enough to feel thoroughly cooled, then emerge refreshed. The bathing circuit complete, you might now enjoy other amenities. Larger bath complexes included libraries, gardens, restaurants, and even theatres. You could spend an entire afternoon here, reading scrolls in the library, walking through manicured gardens, or watching performers. The baths served as the social centre of Roman life. Emperors who built new bath complexes brought genuine popularity. Some baths even offered unusual features. The baths of Caracalla, built a century after Trajan's, included an enormous swimming pool and spaces for ball games. The baths of Diocletian could accommodate 3,000 bathers simultaneously. The scale of Roman bathing ambition knew few limits. They transformed basic hygiene into monumental civic architecture. You wrap yourself in a linen cloth and find a quiet corner. Water has always known how to hold us. For thousands of years, across every continent and culture, human beings have gathered in steam and warmth to wash away more than just the dust of the day. Tonight, you will journey through the world's most cherished bathing traditions, from the birch-scented heat of Finnish saunas to the mineral springs of Japan, discovering how something as simple as hot water became a ritual of community, health, and transformation. You step into history through a cloud of steam. The year is irrelevant because bathing is timeless. Your skin already knows what your mind is about to learn. Every culture that ever learned to heat water discovered something profound. They found that warmth and moisture together create a space between worlds. Not quite home, not quite temple, something else entirely. You will travel tonight without leaving your place of rest. The first thing to understand is that bathing has never been just about getting clean. If cleanliness were the only goal, a quick rinse would suffice. But humans have always wanted more. They wanted the heat to penetrate deep into tired muscles. They wanted the steam to open airways and clear thoughts. They wanted to sit beside others in shared vulnerability, all of them equally pink and damp and human. Your journey begins in the north, where winter darkness lasts for months. Finland greets you with cold air and the promise of heat. You stand outside a small wooden structure beside a lake. Snow covers everything in sight. The temperature hovers around negative 15 degrees Celsius, which means the air bites exposed skin within seconds. Your breath forms clouds that hang in the stillness. The only sound comes from ice cracking on the water's surface. The sauna building looks humble from outside, dark wood weathered by decades of freezing winters and brief summers. A metal chimney pokes through the roof, releasing a thin trail of smoke into the twilight. No grand entrance exists here, just a simple door with a worn handle. You open it and enter a small changing room. The warmth hits you immediately, not the full heat yet, just the promise of it seeping through the inner door. You remove your clothes slowly, folding them on a wooden bench. The Finns have been doing this for over 2,000 years. They heated stones in fire pits long before they had chimneys or electric heaters. Back then, smoke filled the entire room until the fire died down. Families would wait for the smoke to clear, then enter the residual heat. This sauna uses a wood-burning stove, more traditional, more alive. You push through the inner door, and the heat embraces you like a wool blanket. The room measures perhaps 3 meters by 4 meters. Wooden benches line 2 walls in tiered levels. The higher you sit, the hotter it gets. A bucket of water rests beside a pile of smooth stones heated to glowing. Birch branches tied into a bundle hang from a hook. You climb to the middle bench and sit. The heat wraps around your shoulders and works its way into your chest. Finnish sauna heat runs dry compared to other bathing traditions. The humidity stays low at first. Your skin begins to warm from the outside in. Blood vessels near the surface dilate. Your heart rate increases slightly, doing the gentle work of pumping blood to cooling systems that suddenly have plenty to do. After a few minutes, you ladle water onto the stones. The water hits with a sharp hiss. Steam explodes upward and spreads across the ceiling before descending in waves. Now the heat changes character. It becomes thick and enveloping. Your airways open. The sensation shifts from dry warmth to moist intensity. Finns call this loili, the spirit of the sauna. The word carries weight beyond simple translation. You lean back against the warm wood. The birch planks feel smooth under your skin. Generations of bodies have sat here, leaving invisible traces. The wood smells faintly of resin and heat. Your breathing deepens without conscious effort. Thoughts that seemed important 5 minutes ago lose their grip. The heat demands presence. You cannot think about tomorrow's tasks when your entire nervous system focuses on temperature regulation. Time stretches differently in sauna heat. 5 minutes might be 10, 10 might be 20. The Finns know not to rush. They have a saying that in the sauna, one must conduct oneself as one would in church. Quietly, respectfully, without hurry. The comparison makes sense when you experience the stillness that heat creates. You reach for the birch branches. The vita, some call it. Others say vasta. Same object, regional names. You dip the leafy bundle in warm water to soften it, then gently strike your skin with the branches. Not hard enough to hurt, just enough to stimulate circulation. The birch leaves release their scent when crushed, fresh and green and somehow ancient. The gentle slapping brings blood to the skin's surface. Pink patches bloom across your shoulders and back. This practice confused many foreigners when they first witnessed it. 18th century travellers wrote alarmed accounts of Finns beating themselves with branches. They missed the point entirely. The Vita massage feels more like a vigorous rubbing than punishment. It invigorates rather than injures. The leaves stick briefly to damp skin before falling away. Small fragments collect on the wooden floor like green confetti. Your body begins producing sweat in earnest now. Droplets form along your hairline and roll down your temples. More appear on your chest and back. The sauna teaches you that humans are mostly water. You can lose a litre of fluid in a single session. The Finns know to rehydrate afterward, but for now, you simply observe the process. Your body cooling itself in the most primitive and effective way possible. The heat builds to a point where stepping outside becomes necessary. You stand carefully. Lightheadedness can strike if you rise too quickly. The blood vessels in your legs need a moment to constrict and send blood back to your brain. You make your way to the door and step into the changing room. Even this intermediate temperature feels cool against superheated skin. Then you open the outer door and step into winter. The cold hits like jumping into revelation. Your skin, radiating heat just seconds ago, suddenly meets air cold enough to freeze water. The contrast creates a sensation unlike anything else. Not painful exactly, more like every nerve ending suddenly waking up and shouting. You walk down to the lake's edge where someone has cut a hole in the ice. The water appears black and bottomless. You ease in quickly. Better not to hesitate. The lake's icy water makes the sauna heat seem gentle by comparison. Your body screams brief protests, then adapts. Blood vessels constrict dramatically. Your heart rate spikes. You stay in perhaps 20 seconds before climbing out. Now you understand the whole picture. The sauna ritual includes this contrast. Heat then cold, then heat again. The Finns repeat the cycle 3 or 4 times in a session. Each round reveals different sensations. Your body becomes more efficient at the temperature dance. The second sauna round feels different from the first. Hotter somehow, but also more manageable. Your skin knows what to expect. You return to the changing room and wrap yourself in a towel. The warmth radiating from your core keeps you comfortable despite wet skin. Other sauna users might appear now in traditional practice. Families bathed together, friends met for weekly sauna evenings, business deals were negotiated on those wooden benches. Important conversations happened in the heat, where pretense melted away along with sweat. But tonight you experience this alone, following the ritual at your own pace. After the final round, you sit in the changing room and drink water. Your skin glows pink. Muscles that felt tight 2 hours ago now hang loose and relaxed. The Finns believe regular sauna use promotes longevity. Modern research suggests they might be right. The cardiovascular workout from heat stress, the deep relaxation afterward, the social bonds formed in shared heat, all of it contributes to well-being. You dress slowly and step back into the winter night. The stars overhead shine with unusual clarity. Cold air feels crisp and welcome after so much heat. Your body temperature normalizes gradually. You carry the sauna's warmth inside you like a secret. The ritual complete. Halfway around the world, different water waits. You find yourself in Japan now, approaching an onsen in the mountains. The word onsen means hot spring. Japan sits on volcanic islands, which means naturally heated water bubbles up from deep underground in thousands of locations. The Japanese have built bathing culture around these geothermal gifts for centuries. Snow falls lightly as you approach the ryokan. Traditional inns like this one have hosted travellers for generations. The wooden building with its peaked roofs and paper screens looks like it grew from the mountainside rather than being built upon it. Warm light glows from windows. The smell of mineral water hangs in the cold air. You can hear water flowing somewhere nearby. A host greets you at the entrance with a slight bow. You remove your shoes and step onto polished wooden floors. The interior continues the natural aesthetic. Wood and stone and paper. Nothing synthetic, nothing loud. The design invites quiet contemplation. You receive a cotton yukata robe and are shown to the bathing area. Men and women use separate facilities in most onsen, though some remote mountain springs offer mixed bathing or private family baths. The changing room offers neat wooden lockers and woven baskets. You place your clothes in a basket and wrap a small towel around yourself. This modesty towel serves a specific purpose. You carry it to the bathing area but cannot bring it into the actual water. That rule matters deeply in onsen etiquette. The bath must remain pure, no soap, no shampoo, no towels, nothing that might contaminate the natural spring water. First, you must wash. A row of low faucets and wooden stools lines one wall. You sit on a stool and use a small basin to rinse thoroughly. Soap and shampoo are provided here for this preliminary cleaning. The Japanese separated the concepts of washing and bathing centuries ago. Washing removes dirt. Bathing provides pleasure and health benefits. You scrub carefully, ensuring every trace of soap rinses away before approaching the bath. Only when completely clean do you enter the water. The onsen pool spreads before you, carved from natural rock. Steam rises from the surface in ghostly waves. The water appears slightly cloudy from dissolved minerals. Iron, sulfur and other elements give each onsen its unique character and therapeutic properties. Some springs treat skin conditions, others ease joint pain. This one claims to improve circulation and reduce fatigue. The mineral content varies dramatically between onsen depending on the volcanic source. The water's colour tells a story. This particular onsen shows a pale milky blue from sulfur content. Other springs run rust red from iron. Some appear completely clear despite high mineral loads. The Japanese have classified onsen water into 10 distinct types based on chemical composition. Each type supposedly offers specific health benefits. Sulfur springs for skin, iron springs for anemia, sodium chloride springs for rheumatism. The list continues with ancient certainty. You test the temperature with 1 foot. Hot. Definitely hot. Japanese onsen water typically runs between 40 and 44 degrees Celsius, much hotter than most Western hot tubs. The temperature seems impossibly high at first touch. But the Japanese have bathed in such heat for centuries. Their bodies adapted. Their customs evolved around these temperatures. You ease in gradually, letting your body adjust inch by inch. The heat penetrates immediately. Within seconds, your skin turns pink. Blood rushes to the surface in waves you can feel moving through your body. Your heart rate increases to handle the thermal load. The cardiovascular system shifts into high gear. Blood vessels near the skin dilate dramatically. The body's cooling mechanisms activate at full capacity, despite being overwhelmed by external heat. You submerge to your shoulders and hold still. Movement creates waves that splash hot water on your face. Better to remain motionless and let the body find equilibrium with the water temperature. The initial shock fades into deep warmth. The heat works its way past skin and fat into muscle tissue. Tension you did not know you carried begins releasing. The mineral water feels silky against skin, slightly slippery, different from fresh water or chlorinated pools. The sulfur content gives the water a faint eggy smell. At first, the odour seems strong and unpleasant. Within minutes, your nose adapts and the smell becomes unnoticeable. The sulfur, along with other minerals, enters your body through skin pores opened by heat. Transdermal absorption happens constantly in onsen water. Your body takes in calcium, magnesium, sulfur, iron and other elements. Whether this provides significant health benefits remains debated. But the Japanese believe firmly in onsen healing properties. You position yourself near where hot water enters the pool. The inflowing water runs even hotter than the main bath. A stone channel directs the spring water into the pool. The current of incoming water feels noticeably warmer. You can adjust your position to find your preferred temperature. Closer to the source provides more heat. Further away allows slight cooling as the water mixes and disperses. The rock edges of the pool feel rough under your hands. Natural stone shaped by water and weather over decades. Moss grows in shaded corners where the rock stays perpetually damp. The whole setting attempts to preserve or recreate natural hot spring conditions. Even indoor onsen try to maintain connection to nature through rock, wood, and careful design. The aesthetic matters as much as the actual minerals. Outside, snow continues falling. Many onsen feature outdoor Rotenbura pools where you can bathe while watching snow accumulate on surrounding rocks and pine branches. The contrast between hot water and cold air creates a dreamlike sensation. Steam rises from your shoulders into frigid air. Snowflakes land on your damp hair and melt instantly. The boundary between hot and cold exists precisely at the waterline. You settle into stillness. Onsen bathing encourages meditation more than conversation. While friends might visit together, they often sit in companionable silence. The heat makes lengthy talking uncomfortable anyway. You focus instead on breathing, on the sensation of minerals soaking into skin, on the distant sound of water flowing over rocks. The Japanese have specific beliefs about onsen benefits. Different mineral compositions treat different ailments. Sulfur springs help skin conditions. Iron-rich waters address anemia. Carbonated springs improve circulation. Acidic waters can relieve chronic digestive issues. Some of these claims have scientific backing. Others rely more on tradition and belief, but the psychological benefits seem undeniable. Stress melts in hot spring water. You remain submerged for perhaps 15 minutes. Any longer risks overheating. Your fingers and toes have turned pink and wrinkled. You ease out of the pool and sit on the edge, letting cool air lower your core temperature. After a few minutes, you can enter again for another round. Most onsen visitors repeat the cycle several times, alternating between soaking and cooling. The protocol matters as much as the water. You learn to wash thoroughly before entering. You left your towel in the changing area. You moved quietly and respectfully. You did not splash or swim. These rules exist not as restrictions, but as collective agreements that preserve the experience for everyone. When all bathers follow the same customs, the onsen remains a place of peace. Between soaking sessions, you might rest in a tatami room. The ryokan provides these spaces for relaxation. You lie on woven mats, wrapped in your yukata, feeling the heat slowly dissipate from your body. Green tea appears, though you did not request it. The serving staff move with practiced quiet. They understand the post-onsen state. Your muscles have turned to warm clay. Thoughts drift like the steam you left behind. Some people fall asleep in these moments. The combination of heat, mineral absorption, and deep relaxation creates powerful drowsiness. The Japanese call this yudedako, meaning boiled octopus. You feel boneless and peaceful. Your skin continues radiating warmth, even as your core temperature normalizes. The minerals absorbed through your pores will continue working for hours. You return to the onsen once more before leaving. This final soak feels different from the first. Your body knows what to expect. The heat penetrates faster and deeper. You stay only 10 minutes this time, ending before exhaustion sets in. The goal is invigoration, not depletion. You leave the water glowing and loose-limbed. In the changing room, you dry off slowly. The small towel that travelled with you now does its work. Japanese onsen towels are notably small by Western standards, just large enough for modesty and drying. Nothing excessive, nothing wasteful. You dress in your yukata and make your way to your room, walking carefully on slightly unstable legs. Sleep will come easily tonight. The onsen leaves its mark in relaxed muscles and cleared sinuses and skin that feels somehow renewed. The minerals continue their subtle work. Your body temperature takes hours to fully normalize. You drift towards sleep wrapped in residual warmth, dreaming perhaps of snow falling on hot springs, of steam rising into cold mountain air. You travel backward through time now. Ancient Rome appears around you, specifically the year 115 in the Common Era. Emperor Trajan has recently completed a magnificent bath complex in the heart of Rome. The Thermae Traiani covers several city blocks and serves thousands of citizens daily. You approach as an ordinary Roman might, carrying a small bag with bathing supplies. The exterior impresses with its grand architecture. Massive columns support elaborate friezes depicting gods and athletes. Bronze doors tall enough for giants stand open, welcoming the public. Rome understood something crucial about bathing. They recognized it as a cornerstone of civilization. A city without proper baths was barely a city at all. The empire built bathing complexes everywhere its legions marched. From Britain to Egypt, Roman baths spread their culture of communal washing. You pay a small entrance fee. The cost amounts to less than a loaf of bread. Rome subsidized public bathing to ensure even the poorest citizens could participate. The emperors understood that providing baths generated loyalty and social stability. Citizens who bathed together felt connected to Rome itself. The bath complex served as community centre, social club, exercise facility, and political meeting ground all at once. You enter through the apoditerium. This changing room features rows of niches carved into walls where bathers store their clothes. No locks exist, but attendants watch for thieves. You strip and hand your belongings to a slave who will guard them. Nudity in Roman baths generated less anxiety than it does in many modern cultures. Bodies were simply bodies. Everyone had one. The social hierarchy mattered more than physical appearance. The bathing sequence follows a specific path. Romans did not simply soak in hot water, they engineered an entire thermal experience designed to clean, invigorate, and socialise. You begin in the palestra, an outdoor courtyard where men exercise before bathing. Wrestling, ball games, and weightlifting all prepare the body for the baths ahead. Exertion opens pores and stimulates circulation. After exercise, you proceed to the tepidarium. This warm room serves as transition between the exercise yard and the hot baths. The temperature runs comfortably warm but not intense. Benches line the walls. Some bathers sit here for extended periods, talking and relaxing. The mosaic floor depicts sea creatures in intricate detail. Light streams through high windows, illuminating steam that drifts from the next room. The caldarium awaits. You step into genuine heat. This hot room contains pools of steaming water heated by an ingenious system called a hypocaust. Slaves tend fires in basement chambers, and the heat rises through hollow spaces beneath the floor and behind the walls. The entire room becomes a radiator. The floor tiles feel too hot for bare feet, so wooden sandals are provided. You ease into the hot pool. The water temperature rivals anything a modern hot tub provides. The Romans achieved this without pumps or thermostats, using only fire, engineering, and enslaved labour. The moral cost of Roman luxury remains uncomfortable to consider. The magnificence was built on suffering. But in this moment, you experience what an ordinary Roman citizen experienced. The heat-loosening muscles worked hard in the exercise yard. Other bathers surround you in the pool. Conversation flows freely. Business deals are discussed. Gossip is exchanged. Political alliances form in the steam. A senator might bathe beside a shopkeeper, though certain areas of larger bath complexes catered to different social classes. The caldarium becomes a democratic space, at least in theory. Naked bodies obscure some social markers, though speech patterns and bearing still reveal status. After sufficient soaking, you exit the pool. An attendant approaches with a strigil, a curved bronze tool designed for scraping skin. The Romans used olive oil instead of soap for cleaning. You coat yourself in oil, which loosens dirt and dead skin. Then the attendant uses the strigil to scrape away the oil and whatever it has collected. The process sounds uncomfortable, but actually feels invigorating. Your skin ends up incredibly clean and smooth. The frigidarium comes next. This cold room features a plunge pool filled with unheated water. After the intense heat of the caldarium, the cold water shocks your system. The Romans believed this temperature contrast promoted health. Modern research suggests they were correct. The alternating hot and cold improves circulation and stimulates the immune system. You stay in the cold pool just long enough to feel thoroughly cooled, then emerge refreshed. The bathing circuit complete, you might now enjoy other amenities. Larger bath complexes included libraries, gardens, restaurants, and even theatres. You could spend an entire afternoon here, reading scrolls in the library, walking through manicured gardens, or watching performers. The baths served as the social centre of Roman life. Emperors who built new bath complexes brought genuine popularity. Some baths even offered unusual features. The baths of Caracalla, built a century after Trajan's, included an enormous swimming pool and spaces for ball games. The baths of Diocletian could accommodate 3,000 bathers simultaneously. The scale of Roman bathing ambition knew few limits. They transformed basic hygiene into monumental civic architecture. You wrap yourself in a linen cloth and find a quiet corner. The post-bath relaxation might include a massage. Professional masseurs work in small rooms off the main bathing areas. They use olive oil and strong hands to unknot muscles. The combination of heat, cold water, scraping and massage leaves you feeling like you have been disassembled and rebuilt. Your body moves differently, lighter, more fluid. Food and drink are available if you want them. Small stalls sell wine, bread, olives, and other snacks. Some Romans spent most of the day at the baths, eating multiple meals on site. The social nature of bathing encouraged lingering. Why rush home when friends surround you, and the environment provides comfort and entertainment? As afternoon fades toward evening, you finally prepare to leave. You retrieve your clothes from the attendant, dress, and step back into the Roman streets. The bath complex continues operating into the night. Some sections remain open around the clock. The wealthy might visit in the afternoon when crowds thin. The poor come whenever their work allows. The baths accommodate all schedules and all classes, at least in principle. The legacy of Roman bathing extends far beyond the empire's collapse. When Rome fell, most of its elaborate bath complexes fell into ruin. but the memory of communal bathing persisted. The Islamic world adopted and adapted Roman bathing traditions. Medieval monasteries built bathing facilities based on Roman designs. The concept of the public bath never entirely disappeared, even when the infrastructure crumbled. You carry the Roman bath experience with you through time. The understanding that bathing can be civic ritual, that hot water and cold water in sequence invigorate, that communal nakedness can foster democracy, or at least the appearance of it. The Romans understood something modern culture sometimes forgets. Bathing together builds community in ways that individual showers never can. The journey continues eastward. You arrive in Istanbul during the 16th century, when the Ottoman Empire has reached its peak. The city contains hundreds of hammams, public bathhouses that evolved from Roman bathing traditions filtered through Islamic culture. The hammam combines elements you recognize from both the Roman thermi and influences unique to Ottoman society. You approach a neighborhood hammam in the early afternoon. The building announces itself through architecture. A large central dome dominates the structure, with smaller domes clustered around it. These domes contain glass oculi that allow natural light to filter into the bathing areas below. The effect creates an otherworldly atmosphere where light beams pierce steam in visible shafts. The entrance separates into two sections. Men and women use different hammams, or the same hammam at different times. Today you enter the men's section, though the experience in women's hammams follows similar patterns with its own distinct social dynamics. Women's hammams historically served as important social spaces where marriages were arranged and community bonds strengthened away from male oversight. You pay the entrance fee to the attendant. The cost includes basic bathing privileges. Additional services like massage or hair removal require extra payment. You receive a pestimel, a thin cotton wrap, and a pair of wooden clogs. The changing area, called the kamakan, features a central fountain and elevated platforms where bathers relax before and after bathing. You remove your clothes and secure the pestimel around your waist. The cotton wrap provides minimal coverage but satisfies modesty requirements. Islamic bathing culture differs from Roman in this regard. Complete nudity generally is avoided. The pestimel becomes both garment and towel throughout the bathing experience. You slip your feet into the wooden clogs, which protect against hot floors and provide traction on wet marble. The first room you enter is the sogakluk. This tepid room serves as a transition space. The temperature runs warm but not intense. You sit on marble slabs and allow your body to adjust. Other bathers rest here, some arriving from the hot rooms, others preparing to enter them. The marble feels smooth and slightly cool despite the ambient warmth. The sogakluk teaches patience. The hammam ritual cannot be rushed. Through an arched doorway you enter the hararet. The hot room takes your breath for a moment. Heat and humidity combine into a thick atmosphere that wraps around you like a damp blanket. The central area features a large heated marble platform called the göbektashi, which translates as belly stone. This elevated slab radiates heat from below, where water pipes carry steam and hot water. You climb onto the göbektashi and lie down. The heated marble works its way into your muscles. Unlike sauna heat that comes from the air, the göbektashi provides direct conductive heat through your back and legs. The sensation differs from anything you have experienced so far. The marble never feels hot enough to burn, but maintains constant steady heat that penetrates deeply. Your muscles begin to unknot from the inside out. The direct contact with heated stone creates different sensations than immersion in hot water or exposure to hot air. The marble's smooth surface holds centuries of history. Countless bodies have lain here before you. The stone has absorbed the heat and released it into tired muscles for generations. The göbektashi serves as the heart of the hammam experience. Everything else leads to or flows from this central heated platform. The architecture places it prominently in the center of the hararet, under the highest point of the dome. Light filters through small glass windows in the dome. Star-shaped openings allow sunlight to penetrate the steam. The beams of light become visible in the thick, humid air. Dust and water vapor make the light solid and real. The effect creates an otherworldly atmosphere. Some hammams use colored glass that tints the light blue or green or amber. The colored light transforms the space into something between bathhouse and cathedral. Around the room's perimeter, individual washing alcoves offer privacy. Each alcove contains a kurna, a small marble basin with brass taps for hot and cold water. The basins sit at waist height, perfectly positioned for filling bowls and cups. The alcoves provide just enough separation for modest washing, while remaining part of the communal space. You can see other bathers through the steam. You can hear water splashing and voices murmuring. But the alcove creates a temporary personal territory. Small marble stools sit in each alcove. You can sit while washing, reducing strain on legs and back. The stools show wear from decades of use. The marble has been polished smooth by countless wet bodies. Everything in the hammam feels permanent and ancient. The materials themselves speak of durability: marble, brass, tile, and stone. Nothing plastic or temporary. The hammam was built to last generations and has fulfilled that promise. Some bathers wash themselves in these alcoves using the traditional method. They fill small copper bowls called taz from the kurna. The bowls hold perhaps a litre of water. They pour the water over their bodies repeatedly, mixing hot and cold to achieve comfortable temperature. The pouring creates a rhythm: fill, pour, refill, pour again. The sound of water splashing echoes throughout the harari. Dozens of bathers pouring water creates a symphony of liquid percussion. The technique requires practice to master. You must pour with enough force to rinse thoroughly, but not splash excessively. You aim the water stream to cascade down your body, carrying soap and dirt toward the drains. The floor slopes subtly toward central drainage channels. Everything is designed to manage water flow, nothing pools or floods. The water moves constantly downward and away. Others wait for the telek, a male bath attendant who provides washing and massage services. The telek represents a profession that has existed for centuries. Young men apprentice under experienced telek to learn the proper techniques. The work requires strength and stamina. Hours spent in intense heat and humidity, constant bending and scrubbing. The physical demands are considerable, but skilled telek command respect and earn decent income. A telek approaches and gestures for you to remain on the gubikteshi. He carries his professional tools in a small basket. The case emit various soaps and towels. His movements show practiced efficiency. He has done this thousands of times. Every motion serves a purpose, no wasted effort. He begins by testing the water temperature in a nearby kurna, adjusting the mix of hot and cold. The attendant carries a rough cloth mitt called a kers. The kers is typically made from coarse silk or synthetic material. The texture feels like very rough sandpaper when dry. When wet and applied with vigour, it removes dead skin with remarkable effectiveness. Different regions favour different keys materials. Some prefer goat hair, others use hemp fibre. The roughness remains constant regardless of material. He dips the keys in hot water to soften it slightly. Then he begins scrubbing your skin with surprising vigour. The pressure borders on aggressive. You wonder briefly if skin can actually withstand such treatment, but the telek knows exactly how much pressure to apply, enough to remove dead skin, not enough to damage living tissue. The scrubbing technique has been refined over generations. The kizi moves in long, firm strokes. He starts with your back, working from shoulders down to waist. The rough texture removes dead skin cells, dirt, and whatever else has accumulated since your last hammam visit. Grey rolls of dead skin begin appearing almost immediately. They collect on the marble beneath you like tiny worms. The visual evidence of the kizi's effectiveness seems almost shocking. How much dead skin can one body accumulate? The answer becomes visible in the grey rolls accumulating around you. The outer layer of skin cells dies and is replaced constantly. Most of this dead material falls away naturally through friction with clothes and normal washing, but some remains, building up gradually. The keys removes everything in one thorough session. The scrubbing borders on aggressive but never crosses into pain. The telek understands the line between vigorous and violent. His hands move with certain confidence. He has learned through experience exactly how much pressure each area of the body can tolerate. The back can handle more force than the chest, the legs more than the arms. He adjusts instinctively. After thorough scrubbing, the telek produces a large linen bag. This is the moment that many first-time hammam visitors find most memorable. The linen bag seems unremarkable at first, just a square of fabric sewn into a simple pouch, but its purpose soon becomes clear. The telek dunges it into a basin of warm water and soap. He plunges it into a basin of warm water, then squeezes and works the bag until it produces enormous quantities of foam. Traditional hammam soap creates these mountains of bubbles. The telek covers you in foam from head to toe. The sensation is absurd and delightful. You disappear beneath a blanket of soap bubbles. The Telek works the foam into your skin with practiced efficiency, cleaning what the Kizi exposed. Then comes the rinsing. Bowl after bowl of warm water cascades over you, carrying away the soap. The Telek ensures every trace of bubbles is removed. The marble platform beneath you channels water toward drains. The whole room functions as a giant shower, where gravity and careful design manage water flow. You emerge from the foam baptism feeling profoundly clean. The massage follows. The Telek's strong hands work through muscles relaxed by heat and scrubbing. He pays particular attention to shoulders and back, areas where tension accumulates. The massage style is practical rather than gentle. He stretches your limbs and applies pressure to knotted areas. Small pops and cracks signal joints releasing. The combination of heat, cleansing and massage leaves you feeling like you have shed an old skin and grown a new one. After the massage, you're left to soak in the heat. You remain on the Göbek Taşı or move to the washing alcoves to pour more water over yourself. Some bathers spend hours in the hararet, alternating between the heated marble and the washing basins. The thick steam makes time feel elastic. Minutes stretch into comfortable infinity. The heat seems to slow everything except your heartbeat, which works steadily to cool your overheated body. Eventually you retreat to the Sogukluk. The transition room now feels almost cold compared to the hararet. You sit on the marble slabs and feel your core temperature gradually normalizing. Your skin glows pink and clean. Every pore has opened and been cleaned and closed again. The Telek scrubbing removed layers you did not know existed. Your body feels lighter, as though the dirt had actual weight. You return to the Kamakan for the final stage. The changing room provides a different atmosphere now. The same fountain still flows, but you experience it with new awareness. You wrap yourself in dry towels and recline on the raised platforms. An attendant might bring tea or sherbet if you request it. Most bathers rest here for extended periods, enjoying the post-bath euphoria. The hammam serves purposes beyond hygiene. For centuries, Ottoman society used hammams as community gathering spaces. Men discussed business and politics. Women arranged marriages and socialized away from male relatives. The hammam became an equalizing space where social hierarchies relaxed, though never disappeared entirely. A wealthy merchant and a modest craftsman might bathe side by side, both reduced to pestimals and human bodies. Turkish bath culture influenced the wider Islamic world. From Morocco to Iran, variations of the hammam spread with Islamic expansion. Each region adapted the basic template to local customs and architecture. But the core elements remained. The sequence of rooms building from cool to hot. The heated marble platform. The vigorous scrubbing. The emphasis on thorough cleansing rather than quick washing. You dress slowly, your body still radiating residual heat. The hammam experience lingers in clean skin and loosened muscles. Outside, the Istanbul streets bustle with late afternoon activity. But you carry the hammam's peace with you. The ritual has reset something fundamental. The combination of heat, water, scrubbing, and human touch has reminded your body of its capacity for renewal. Your journey through bathing traditions continues across continents and centuries. Korea offers its own variation on communal bathing. The Jimjilbang combines elements you recognize from other traditions, but adds uniquely Korean features. These facilities operate 24 hours and serve as affordable lodging for travelers, social spaces for families, and wellness centers for anyone seeking relaxation. You enter a modern Seoul Jimjilbang late at night. The building rises several stories, its entrance bright with neon signs. The cost of admission includes access to all facilities for as long as you want to stay. Some visitors come for a quick soak. Others spend entire days or nights sleeping in designated rest areas. You pay at the counter and receive a uniform consisting of shorts and a t-shirt, along with a locker key worn on your wrist. The facility separates into gendered and common areas. You head first to the gender-specific bathing area, where full nudity is expected. The space resembles a large tiled bathroom with multiple pools of varying temperatures. Hot tubs, cold plunge pools, and warm soaking pools all offer different experiences. Unlike Japanese onsen with their natural mineral water, Jimjilbang pools use filtered and treated water heated to specific temperatures. Before entering any pool, you must shower thoroughly. Korean bathing culture takes cleanliness seriously. Shower stations line one wall with soap, shampoo, and scrubbing implements provided. You wash with particular attention to detail. knowing that shared pools demand scrupulous hygiene. Only when completely clean do you approach the baths. You start with a warm pool to acclimate. The water temperature runs comfortable rather than challenging. You soak for several minutes, feeling the day's tension begin to dissolve. Other bathers occupy the various pools, some sitting in quiet meditation, others conversing in low voices. The atmosphere feels relaxed and unhurried. The hot pool comes next. This water runs significantly hotter than the warm pool. You ease in gradually, letting your body adjust. The heat wraps around your limbs and works into your core. Your heart rate increases. Breathing deepens. The Korean approach to hot water differs from Japanese onsen in that the temperature, while hot, rarely reaches the extreme levels of traditional onsen. The goal is sustainable soaking rather than brief intense heat exposure. After the hot pool, you brave the cold plunge. The water temperature drops close to freezing. You submerge quickly, gasping at the shock. The cold grips your entire body in an icy fist. You stay perhaps 30 seconds before climbing out. The contrast between hot and cold creates that familiar rush of endorphins. Your skin tingles with heightened sensitivity. Many Jimjilbang offer a special scrubbing service. Middle-aged women, called demiri, provide intense exfoliation using rough mitts similar to Turkish kizi. You lie on a raised platform while the demiri scrubs every accessible inch of your skin. The treatment borders on aggressive. Grey rolls of dead skin accumulate and are rinsed away. The demiri work with practiced efficiency, neither gentle nor cruel, simply thorough. After bathing, you change into the provided uniform. This marks the transition to the common areas where men and women mingle freely. You leave the bathing section and enter a large communal space filled with various heated rooms. Each room maintains a different temperature and atmosphere. The salt room features walls covered in pink Himalayan salt. The temperature runs warm but not hot. The salt supposedly provides health benefits through negative ions and minerals absorbed through breath and skin. You sit on heated floor cushions and lean against salt crystal walls. The lighting is dim and peaceful. Other visitors read, nap, or quietly talk. The charcoal room radiates intense dry heat. The walls and floor contain heated charcoal that releases far infrared rays. The temperature here rivals a Finnish sauna. Black surfaces absorb and radiate heat in steady waves. The air itself feels thick with warmth. You find a spot on the heated floor and lean against the wall. The charcoal's heat penetrates differently than water heat or steam heat. It goes deeper somehow, working its way into joints and muscles with persistent intensity. Sweat begins flowing within minutes, not the light perspiration of moderate exercise. This is full-body sweating that soaks your cotton uniform and drips from your chin. Your hair becomes damp and then wet. Rivulets run down your spine. The body's cooling system works at maximum capacity. You feel your heart beating faster, pumping blood to the surface where evaporation can cool it. The sensation borders on overwhelming. You stay 15 minutes before the heat becomes too much. Any longer risks genuine discomfort or even danger. The charcoal room promises detoxification through intense sweating. Whether toxins actually leave the body through sweat remains scientifically debatable, but the psychological effect of such profound sweating feels cleansing regardless of measurable outcomes. You emerge drenched and lightheaded, ready for cooling. The ice room provides dramatic contrast. The temperature drops well below freezing. Ice covers the walls in thick layers. You enter wearing your cotton uniform, which provides minimal insulation. The cold hits hard and fast. 2 minutes feels like 10, but the shock invigorates in ways that ordinary cold never could. Emerging from the ice room into normal room temperature feels like stepping into a warm bath. Other themed rooms offer different experiences. An oxygen room pumps enriched air for supposed respiratory benefits. A yellow clay room maintains moderate heat and uses clay for therapeutic purposes. A jade room features floors and walls of jade stone heated to release beneficial elements. Whether these various rooms deliver their promised health benefits remains debatable, but the experience of moving between different environments creates a wellness journey regardless of scientific validity. The common area also includes sleeping spaces. Large rooms with heated floors offer rows of wooden pillows. Visitors stretch out for naps between bathing and sauna sessions. Some people spend entire nights here, the Jimjilbang serving as budget accommodation. Families come for affordable weekend outings. Couples enjoy date nights that cost less than a movie and dinner. Food service operates around the clock. You can order traditional Korean snacks and meals. Sikye, a sweet rice drink, is particularly popular post-sauna. Hard-boiled eggs roasted in the sauna rooms offer protein. Instant noodles satisfy late-night hunger. The prices remain modest, keeping the entire Jimjilbang experience accessible to a wide economic range. You settle into a rest area with your sikye. The sweet drink cools your overheated body. Around you, families relax together. Teenagers cluster around phones. Elderly folks doze peacefully. The Jimjilbang democratizes wellness in ways that expensive spas never could. Everyone pays the same modest fee and accesses the same facilities. Social hierarchies fade in matching cotton uniforms. Russia offers another variation on heat and water. The banya resembles a Finnish sauna in its use of dry heat and steam, but Russian bathing culture adds its own distinct character. You find yourself in a traditional wooden banya outside Moscow on a winter afternoon. Snow covers the ground in deep drifts. The temperature outside hovers around -20 Celsius. Your breath crystallizes instantly in the air. The cold bites at exposed skin within seconds. The banya building looks similar to a Finnish sauna from outside. Dark wood construction weathered by countless winters. Simple design that prioritizes function over decoration. Smoke rising from a chimney signals that someone has been tending the fire for hours. The preparation for banya takes time and attention. The stones must reach extreme temperatures. Between 1939 and 1945, millions of ordinary people found themselves living extraordinary lives shaped by a global conflict. This story explores the quieter moments of that era, the daily routines and small acts of connection that sustained people through years of separation. We draw from letters preserved in the Imperial War Museum archives, oral histories collected by the Library of Congress, Veterans History Project, diaries held at the National Archives, memoirs published in the decades following the war, and photographs preserved by families who lived through those years. Tonight you settle into the ordinary moments that defined an extraordinary time. The years between 1939 and 1945 shaped millions of lives, but not every moment involved dramatic action or battlefield thunder. Most hours passed in waiting, in routine, in the small gestures that kept people connected across oceans and continents. You wake before dawn in a military barrack somewhere in England. The air smells of damp wool and coal smoke. 50 other men sleep in narrow cots arranged in neat rows around you. Someone coughs. Another man mutters something in his sleep. You lie still for a moment, staring at the ceiling beams barely visible in the pre-dawn darkness. The wake-up call comes at 5:30. A sergeant walks through the barracks, not shouting, but speaking in a voice loud enough to rouse everyone from sleep. You swing your legs out of bed, your feet touch cold floorboards. The man in the next cot groans softly but sits up anyway. Everyone moves in the practiced choreography of military routine. You dress quickly. The uniform still feels slightly foreign, even after months of wearing it. Buttons are fastened in a specific order. Laces are tied with particular loops. Everything has its place and its method. Your fingers work automatically now, muscle memory taking over while your mind wanders to thoughts of home. The washroom is crowded. 40 men try to shave and wash at the same time. Water runs cold from the taps. You splash your face, and the shock of it brings you fully awake. The mirror shows a face you still recognize, but one that looks older than it did a year ago. You lather soap and begin the careful work of shaving with a straight razor. The man next to you hums quietly, some tune from a radio show back home. Breakfast happens in the mess hall at 6:15. You file in with your unit and pick up a metal tray. The servers ladle porridge into your bowl. Toast appears on your plate along with a spoonful of jam that tastes vaguely of apples but might be made from turnips. Coffee steams in thick ceramic mugs. It tastes nothing like the coffee your mother made, but it is hot and contains enough caffeine to sharpen your thoughts. You eat sitting at long wooden tables with men who have become familiar over the months. Conversation is minimal in the morning. Everyone focuses on eating, on gathering energy for the day ahead. The porridge is neither good nor bad, it simply is. You scrape your bowl clean because food is food and waste is unthinkable. After breakfast comes the first inspection. You stand at attention beside your bunk while an officer walks through the barracks. He checks that beds are made with hospital corners, that footlockers are organised according to regulation, that boots are polished to a proper shine. You passed this inspection yesterday and the day before and the day before that. You will pass it again today. The morning drill begins at 7. You march in formation across the parade ground. Left, right, left, right. The rhythm becomes automatic. Your boots hit the ground in unison with 40 other pairs of boots. The sound echoes off nearby buildings. The officer calls out commands and your body responds before your mind fully processes the words. Turn left, about face, forward march, halt. The parade ground is packed earth worn smooth by thousands of marching feet. Puddles from last night's rain reflect the grey sky. You step over them or through them depending on the formation requirements. Your uniform absorbs the dampness from the air. By the end of drill, the wool smells even more strongly of lanolin and sweat. The precision of marching satisfies something in you. The synchronization, the unity of movement, 40 men moving as one organism. Individual concerns fade when you march. There is only the rhythm and the commands and the collective motion. For 30 minutes each morning you stop being yourself and become part of something larger. After drill comes physical training. Push-ups in the cold morning air, sit-ups on a dew-damp grass, running laps around the perimeter of the camp. Your breath comes in white puffs. Your muscles complain at first, then settle into the work. The man running beside you makes a joke about how his mother's cooking gave him better endurance training than any army exercise. A few others laugh, conserving breath between words. By 9 o'clock you report to your assignment for the day. Perhaps you work in supply, checking inventory and loading trucks. Perhaps you assist in the motor pool, changing oil and rotating tyres. Perhaps you sort mail in the communications tent, seeing hundreds of letters addressed to other men while hoping your own name will appear on an envelope soon. The work is repetitive, but it keeps you busy. Busy hands leave less room for worried thoughts. Lunch arrives at noon. Sandwiches made with bread that is dense and filling if not particularly flavourful. Cheese that is sharp and a bit crumbly. An apple if the supply shipment came in recently. More coffee or sometimes tea that is strong enough to strip paint, or so the jokes go. You eat quickly. Lunch break lasts only 30 minutes. The afternoon continues with more work. Time moves differently here. Hours can feel like minutes when you are focused on a task. Minutes can feel like hours when you are waiting for something to happen. You have learned to exist in this strange temporal state where calendars matter more than clocks, where you mark time by mail deliveries and weekend passes rather than by the position of the sun. Around 4 in the afternoon, a brief rest period allows you to return to the barracks. Some men write letters, others play cards, a few simply lie on their bunks and stare at the ceiling. You pull out a piece of paper and a pencil. The paper is thin and slightly rough. The pencil needs sharpening. You carve a fresh point with your pocket knife, then begin to write. Dinner comes at 6. Stew tonight, with vegetables that are overcooked but plentiful. Potatoes and carrots and something that might be mutton. Bread to soak up the gravy. Pudding for dessert, a dense steamed cake with a hint of sweetness. You eat everything on your tray. The food fuels you. That is its purpose. Evening brings a few hours of free time. Some men gather in the recreation tent where someone has set up a phonograph. Music plays, big band tunes that remind everyone of dance halls on Saturday nights. Other men shoot pool on a table with felt worn thin in spots. You might join a card game, or you might simply sit and read a book borrowed from the small library collection maintained by the chaplain. The light fades early in winter. By 7:30 the darkness is complete. The barracks are lit by bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling. You finish your letter. The words came slowly at first, but then poured out in a rush. You write about the weather, about the food, about a funny thing that happened during morning drill. You do not write about the things that worry you or the reasons you are here. Those topics feel too heavy for paper and ink. At 9 o'clock the lights go out. You lie in your bunk and listen to the sounds of 50 men settling in for sleep. Someone snores. Someone else shifts restlessly. The building creaks as it cools in the night air. You think about home. You think about the letter you will mail tomorrow. You think about the letter you hope to receive soon. Sleep comes gradually, pulling you down into dreams that mix memories with wishes. You're not the only one whose days follow military rhythms. Across England, across North Africa, across the Pacific Islands, millions of others wake and dress and march and work and sleep in patterns dictated by war. The sun rises over different landscapes, but the routines remain remarkably similar. Breakfast at dawn, drill and work and duty, letters written in stolen moments, Sleep when darkness falls. Your wife wakes at 6:30 in a house that feels too large without you in it. She has turned your bedroom into her room, a space she inhabits alone except for the photograph of you on the nightstand. The photo shows you in uniform, smiling slightly, looking both confident and uncertain at the same time. She touches the frame sometimes when she passes. Just a brief contact, fingers on glass, a small ritual that makes her feel connected. Her morning begins with the children. Your daughter is 7, old enough to dress herself, but still young enough to need reminders. Your son is 4, full of energy and questions. She helps them with buttons and shoelaces. She makes breakfast from the rations available. Oatmeal with a little honey, toast from bread she baked yesterday, milk for the children, coffee for herself stretched thin with chicory. The kitchen window looks out on a street where half the houses are missing their men. The mailman walks by at 8:15 every morning. Some days he stops at your house, some days he does not. Your wife has learned not to rush to the door immediately. She lets him finish his route, then checks the mailbox when she leaves to walk the children to school. School runs from 9 to 3. Your daughter goes to 2nd grade in a classroom where the teacher is 60 years old, brought out of retirement because the younger teachers are all serving overseas or working in factories. Your son attends a morning program for young children, learning to share toys and follow simple instructions. Your wife walks them both to the school building, then returns home to face the day ahead. She works part-time at the local hospital, not as a nurse but as a volunteer, rolling bandages and organising supply closets and delivering meals to patients. The work helps. It gives her purpose beyond the waiting. She sees other women there, all volunteers, all with husbands or brothers or sons serving somewhere far away. They talk as they work. They share small victories and frustrations. They rarely talk about their fears. Lunch happens at home after her hospital shift. She eats simply, a sandwich, an apple, tea that she drinks while reading yesterday's newspaper. The war news is always present, always in the background of thought. She reads the articles but skips the casualty lists. She cannot bear to see the names, to imagine other women receiving the telegram she dreads. Afternoons are for housework, laundry on Monday, ironing on Tuesday, grocery shopping on Wednesday when new ration stamps arrive, mending on Thursday, cleaning on Friday. She has organised her week around these tasks. Structure helps. Routine provides comfort in a time when so much feels uncertain. She picks up the children at 3. They walk home together, your daughter chattering about lessons and playground games, your son holding her hand and skipping occasionally. She listens to their stories. She asks questions. She tries to give them a sense of normalcy, even though nothing feels particularly normal anymore. Dinner requires planning and creativity. Meat is rationed, so she cooks it only twice a week. Other nights bring casseroles made with vegetables from the victory garden she planted in the backyard, noodles with cheese, bean soup with ham hock for flavouring, fried potatoes with onions, cornbread when she has enough cornmeal saved up. The children eat without complaint. They have never known abundance, so they do not miss it. Evening is when she misses you most. This was your time together, after the children went to bed, when you would sit and talk about your days. Now she sits alone with a book or a piece of mending. The radio plays in the background. She listens to news programs and variety shows. Sometimes a comedian says something that makes her laugh, and for a moment she forgets to feel lonely. She writes to you twice a week on Wednesday and Sunday evenings. The letters are long, filled with details about the children and the house and the neighbourhood. She writes about the victory garden and the hospital volunteers and the funny thing your daughter said at breakfast. She does not write about the empty chair at the dinner table, or the way she reaches for you in her sleep and finds only cold sheets. Bedtime comes at 10. She checks on the children, tucking blankets and moving stuffed animals back into small arms. She locks the doors and turns off the lights. She climbs into bed alone and reads for a while, words blurring slightly as exhaustion sets in. The book is a mystery novel, something to occupy her mind with problems that have solutions. Real life feels too complicated for such neat resolutions. She falls asleep thinking about your last letter, the one that arrived 3 days ago. You wrote about the weather and the food and a card game you won. You did not write about danger or fear. She understands what you are doing. You are protecting her from worry. She wishes she could protect you the same way, sending letters that carry comfort instead of longing. Letters are the bridges that span the distance between you. They arrive irregularly, bunched together in handfuls or absent for weeks at a time. The military postal system works with remarkable efficiency given the circumstances, but it is still subject to weather delays, routing confusions, and the general chaos of moving mail across war zones. You receive a stack of letters one Tuesday afternoon, 6 envelopes all at once sent over the span of 3 weeks. You recognise your wife's handwriting immediately. The sight of those familiar loops and slants makes something tight in your chest loosen slightly. You carry the letters to a quiet corner of the barracks. You open them in chronological order based on the dates she wrote in the upper right corner. Her words paint pictures of home. She tells you about your daughter losing her first tooth, how the little girl put it under her pillow and was thrilled to find a penny there in the morning. She describes your son's obsession with trucks, how he pushes his toy vehicles around the kitchen floor making engine noises. She mentions the neighbour's cat that has started visiting your back porch, how she feeds it scraps and it purrs loud enough to wake the whole house. She writes about practical matters too. The roof leaked during the last storm and she called the handyman who patched it temporarily. The Victory Garden is producing tomatoes and beans. She canned 20 jars of tomatoes for winter. The car needs new tyres, but tyres are hard to come by, so she walks most places now. The children are healthy. The bills are paid. Everything at home is running as smoothly as can be expected. Between the lines, you read what she does not say directly. She is managing alone, but it is not easy. She is strong, but she is tired. She misses you with an ache that cannot be fully expressed in words suitable for letters that might be read by military censors. You understand this unspoken language. Years of marriage taught you to read her moods, to hear what she means rather than just what she says. You write back that same evening. You tell her about the endless drills and the food that is filling if not delicious. You describe the British countryside, the hedgerows and stone walls and sheep dotting green hills. You mention a pub where some of the men went on their last pass, how the locals were friendly and the beer was warm in a way that took some getting used to. You write about missing her, about thinking of her and the children every day. What you do not write fills more space than what you do. You do not mention the anxiety that keeps you awake some nights. You do not describe the way fear tastes, metallic and sharp at the back of your throat. You do not tell her about the man in your unit who got a telegram last week, how his face went pale and empty and stayed that way for hours. You protect her from these truths because that is what you can do from this distance. Other men in the barracks write to girlfriends, to parents, to siblings. Some write daily. Others compose long letters once a week. A few men never receive mail and never write any. They keep to themselves, as if cutting off connection might make the separation easier to bear. You wonder if they are right, but you cannot bring yourself to stop writing. The man in the bunk next to yours receives a letter from his mother every single week. She writes on blue stationery in elaborate cursive. Her letters are full of neighbourhood gossip and family news. His younger sister got engaged. His father's hardware store is doing good business. The church had a bake sale that raised money for the war effort. He reads these letters aloud sometimes, laughing at his mother's descriptions of events that seem absurdly normal given the circumstances. Another soldier writes to his sweetheart, a girl he met at a dance 3 months before shipping out. Their romance is new and uncertain, built on a handful of dates and now maintained through words on paper. He labours over every sentence, crossing out phrases and starting again. He wants to seem mature and confident but not too distant. He wants her to wait for him, but does not want to demand that commitment. Love is complicated enough without adding thousands of miles to the equation. Mail call happens twice a week, on Tuesday and Friday afternoons. The sergeant distributes letters and packages in the mess hall. He calls out names and men come forward to claim their mail. The ritual takes on ceremonial weight. Getting mail means someone is thinking about you. It means you are not forgotten. It means life continues back home, that there is a future waiting beyond this present moment. Packages arrive less frequently but create more excitement. Your wife sent one last month, a box filled with cookies she baked and wrapped carefully in waxed paper. Chocolate chip cookies, oatmeal raisin cookies, peanut butter cookies pressed flat with fork tines. They arrived slightly crumbled but still delicious. You shared them with your unit, passing the package around after dinner. The sweetness tasted like home. She also tucked in a small photograph. Your daughter and son sitting on the front steps, squinting into the sun, both grinning widely. The photo is black and white, but you know your daughter's dress was yellow and your son wore his favourite red shirt. You keep this photo in your breast pocket, pulling it out occasionally to remind yourself why you are here and what you are working to protect. Writing letters requires finding time and space and privacy in a life that offers little of any of those things. You write during breaks, in the evening free hours, on Sunday afternoons when duties are lighter. You write on whatever paper is available, standard military issue stationery when the supply is good, scraps of brown paper when supplies run low. Once you wrote on the back of a supply requisition form because it was the only paper you had and you needed to get words down. The act of writing creates a strange intimacy. You sit in a crowded barracks surrounded by noise and activity, but when pen touches paper, everything else fades slightly. You enter a mental space that is quieter, more focused. The words flow from mind to hand to page. Each sentence carries a piece of your heart across the distance. Some men write with perfect penmanship, careful letters that march across the page in orderly rows. Others scrawl hastily, words barely legible in their rush to express everything they feel. Your writing falls somewhere between these extremes, neat enough to be read easily, rushed enough to convey urgency and emotion. The letters you send and the letters you receive create a conversation that unfolds slowly across time and distance. She tells you something. You respond 3 weeks later. She answers your response a month after that. The delays are frustrating, but also oddly fitting. Life itself has slowed down. Everything important takes longer now. Patience becomes a skill you develop alongside military competencies, like marching in formation and field stripping a rifle. Some letters never arrive. You mention something in one letter that she never references in her replies. She asks questions about topics you never raised. The lost letters exist in a strange limbo, words that were written and sent but never delivered. You imagine them floating in military mailbags somewhere, waiting in sorting facilities, sitting in some postal clerk's office. You hope they eventually find their destinations, even if the information they contain is outdated by the time they arrive. Your wife's days follow patterns shaped by rationing and volunteering, and the constant effort to maintain normal life for the children. The war exists everywhere, but not always in obvious ways. It appears in the ration book she carries when shopping, in the victory garden she tends, in the scrap metal drives and bond rallies and blackout curtains. Grocery shopping requires strategy and patience. She arrives at the market early on Wednesday mornings when fresh shipments come in. The shelves hold less variety than before the war. Sugar is severely rationed. Butter is precious. Meat requires both ration stamps and luck. She has learned to plan meals around what is available rather than what she craves. The market has changed its character during wartime. Items that were once abundant now appear sporadically. She's learned to recognize the patterns. Canned goods arrive on Mondays. Fresh produce comes in Wednesdays and Saturdays. Meat is unpredictable, dependent on local farms and military supply needs. She adjusts her shopping accordingly. Other shoppers have become familiar faces. The same women appear on the same days, all hunting for the same scarce resources. They exchange information quietly. The dairy got butter yesterday. The grocer expects potatoes tomorrow. They help each other navigate scarcity, sharing knowledge that makes survival slightly easier. The butcher knows her by name now. He saves her a decent cut when he can, remembering that her husband is overseas. She does not ask for special treatment, but accepts it when offered. Other women in line do the same. There is an unspoken hierarchy in wartime shopping. Women with men in service get subtle preference. Women with stars in their windows, indicating sons or husbands killed in action, get whatever they want without question. She shops with other women from the neighbourhood. They pool their ration stamps sometimes, combining resources to buy items none of them could afford individually. They share recipes that stretch ingredients. Meatless meatloaf made with oats and eggs. Mock apple pie made with crackers when apples are unavailable. Butter extenders that mix margarine with milk. The recipes are practical and sometimes surprisingly good. The victory garden takes up most of the backyard now. She planted tomatoes, beans, lettuce, carrots, onions and squash. The children help with weeding and watering. Your son likes pulling carrots, marvelling at the orange vegetables that emerge from brown dirt. Your daughter prefers picking tomatoes, choosing the reddest ones with careful consideration. The garden connects her to something ancient and fundamental, planting seeds, tending growth, harvesting food. These acts have sustained humanity for thousands of years. She finds comfort in this continuity. Wars come and go, but people still dig in the earth and coax life from soil. She learns through trial and error. Some plants thrive, others struggle. The tomatoes produce abundantly, the lettuce bolts in hot weather, the beans climb their poles with determined vigour. She adapts her planting strategy each season, learning which varieties grow best in her particular patch of ground. Weeding becomes meditative. She kneels in the dirt on Saturday mornings, pulling unwanted plants from between the vegetables. The work occupies her hands while her mind wanders. She thinks about you. She plans the week ahead. She remembers summers before the war when the garden was smaller and you did most of the heavy digging. The children treat the garden as both workplace and playground. They water with the hose on hot days, sometimes spraying each other and dissolving into giggles. They hunt for ripe vegetables like treasure seekers, calling out discoveries with pride. The garden gives them responsibility and joy in equal measure. She cans and preserves everything the garden produces. Tomatoes go into mason jars lined up on the basement shelves. Beans are blanched and frozen in the small icebox space she can spare. Cucumbers become pickles in a brine recipe passed down from her grandmother. The work is hot and messy but satisfying. Each jar represents food for winter, security against uncertainty. Volunteer work fills several afternoons a week. At the hospital, she rolls bandages with other women in a bright room that smells of cotton and antiseptic. The work is repetitive and meditative. Hands move in automatic motions while minds wander or engage in quiet conversation. The women talk about their children, their jobs, their hopes for after the war. They rarely talk about their fears. She also volunteers at the USO canteen on Friday evenings. She serves coffee and donuts to soldiers passing through town on their way to ports of embarkation. The young men are nervous and excited, trying to appear brave. She treats them all like the sons of friends. She asks where they are from. She listens to their stories. She waves goodbye when they board buses, hoping someone will show the same kindness to you wherever you are. The neighbourhood has changed in subtle ways. Half the houses are missing their men. Women have taken over tasks previously done by husbands. They mow lawns and paint fences and fix leaky faucets. They help each other with the heavy work, forming teams to tackle projects too big for one person alone. Community has deepened through shared necessity. Some houses have stars in their windows. Gold stars for men who will not come home. Blue stars for men still serving. Your house has a blue star, carefully placed in the front window where anyone passing by can see it. Your daughter asks about the star sometimes. You explained before you left that it represents Daddy being away. She understands in the way children understand complicated things, accepting the explanation without fully grasping all its implications. Evening air raid drills happen monthly. The sirens wail and everyone must turn off lights, close blackout curtains, and wait in darkness until the all-clear sounds. The drills are precautionary. Enemy planes have never appeared over your town. But the possibility exists in theory, so everyone practices. Your wife sits in the dark living room with the children, telling them stories to keep them calm. The drills only last 20 minutes, but they feel longer. She attends bond rallies and scrap drives. She contributes what she can. Old pots and pans for the metal drive, worn tyres for the rubber collection. She buys war bonds with small amounts saved from the household budget. Every purchase feels like participation, like contributing to your safety and eventual return. The acts are small, but they provide a sense of agency in a situation where she has very little control. The radio becomes central to home life. She listens to news programs every evening, tracking the progress of the war through reports that are carefully worded to maintain morale while conveying facts. She listens to variety shows for entertainment. Comedians tell jokes, musicians perform, dramatic programs present stories with clear heroes and villains. The radio connects her to a larger world beyond her immediate concerns. Your children adapt to wartime childhood. Your daughter collects scrap paper at school for recycling drives. She comes home proud of filling an entire box. Your son plays war games with his toy soldiers, recreating battles he knows nothing about, acting out scenarios drawn from overheard adult conversations and newsreel images. The games worry your wife slightly, but she does not stop them. This is the world he is growing up in. She teaches the children to pray every night. They kneel beside their beds and fold their hands. She guides them through short prayers asking for safety and peace. They pray for Daddy to come home soon. They pray for all the soldiers fighting far away. The prayers are simple and sincere. She's not particularly religious, but finds comfort in the ritual, in the act of speaking hopes aloud, as if speaking might make them more likely to come true. Time moves strangely during war. Days pass slowly, but months vanish quickly. You have been gone for 8 months now, though it feels both longer and shorter than that span suggests. Summer turned to fall surrendered to winter. The seasons change, but your situation remains essentially the same. You wake and drill and work and sleep. You write letters and wait for replies. You exist in a state of suspension, life on hold until some undefined future moment. Winter in England is damp and cold in a way that seeps into bones. The barracks are heated but never truly warm. You sleep in multiple layers. You wake to frost patterns on the windows. Morning drill happens in darkness, your breath visible in the air, your fingers numb inside gloves that are not quite thick enough. You receive a package from home in December. Christmas gifts sent early to ensure arrival. Your wife packed them carefully. A wool scarf she knitted in your favourite colour. A tin of homemade fudge. A small photo album containing pictures of the children from the past few months. A letter tucked inside explains each photo. Your daughter's school play. Your son's 4th birthday party. A family picnic at the park before autumn weather turned cold. You look at the photos for a long time. Your daughter looks taller, her face losing some of its baby roundness. Your son's hair has gotten lighter, bleached by summer sun. They're growing up without you there to witness the daily changes. You miss them with an intensity that is almost physical, a hollow ache in your chest that never quite goes away. Christmas in the barracks is both festive and melancholy. Someone decorates a small tree with paper ornaments and string. The mess hall serves a special meal, turkey instead of the usual stew, mashed potatoes with real gravy, pie for dessert. The food is better than normal, but eating it makes everyone slightly sad, thinking about Christmases at home with family gathered around tables. Some men receive packages filled with treats from home, cookies and candy and fruitcake dense with nuts and fruit. Everything gets shared. You contribute your fudge to the communal pile. Other men add their contributions. By the end of the day, everyone has tasted a variety of homemade sweets, each flavour carrying memories of different kitchens in different towns across America. Evening brings caroling. Men gather in the barracks and sing Christmas songs slightly off-key. Silent Night and O Come All, Ye Faithful and White Christmas. The music is rough but heartfelt. You join in, your voice blending with dozens of others. Singing together creates a sense of connection, a brief reminder that you are not alone even though you are far from home. Your wife spends Christmas with the children. She tries to make the day special despite your absence. She cooks a modest meal with a small chicken instead of a turkey. She gives the children gifts she made or bought with saved money. A doll for your daughter, a toy truck for your son. They seem happy with these simple offerings. Children are adaptable. They find joy in what is available rather than mourning what is missing. She hangs stockings on the mantel. In the morning, the children find oranges in the toes, a rare treat given citrus rationing. Small candies fill the rest of each stocking along with pencils and hair ribbons and other practical items disguised as gifts. Your wife watches the children open their stockings and feels both grateful and sad. Grateful that they are healthy and safe. Sad that you're not here to see their excitement. The house smells of cinnamon and cloves. She made spice cookies using hoarded ingredients. The scent fills rooms with memory and warmth. She remembers other Christmases. The tree you cut together 2 years ago. The year your daughter was born and everything felt new and miraculous. Time layers upon time. This Christmas is difficult, but it is still Christmas. She takes a photograph of the children beside the tree. They pose in their good clothes, smiling for the camera. She will send this photo to you. You will see how much they have grown. You will see the tree decorated with paper chains they made. You will see home captured in a single frozen moment. Evening brings quiet reflection. After the children sleep, she sits in the living room with a cup of tea. The tree lights glow softly. Outside, snow falls in silent abundance. She thinks about you spending Christmas in a military barracks far away. She hopes you are warm and safe and thinking of her too. January arrives cold and grey. The new year brings no immediate changes. You continue your routines. She continues hers. Letters still take weeks to arrive. News from the war front is cautiously optimistic, but offers no firm timeline for when anyone might come home. You both settle into acceptance. This is life now. You exist in it rather than fighting against it. Your wife takes a part-time job at a factory that makes parachutes. The work is monotonous but pays better than volunteering. She sews seams on huge expanses of fabric, her machine humming steadily for 8 hours. Other women work beside her, all of them with similar stories. Husbands overseas, children at home, bills to pay, lives to maintain during years of suspension. The factory women become her closest friends. They eat lunch together, sharing sandwiches and complaints and small confidences. They watch out for each other. When one woman gets sick, the others cover her quota. When another woman receives bad news, they take her home and sit with her until the worst of the shock passes. War creates communities bound by shared experience. She works morning shifts so she can still pick up the children from school. The schedule is exhausting. She wakes at 5 to be at the factory by 6. She works until 2, then hurries home to meet the children at 3. Evenings are filled with cooking and cleaning and homework help and bedtime routines. She falls into bed exhausted every night. Sleep comes quickly, so does morning. The factory work gives her satisfaction beyond the paycheck. She's contributing. Every parachute she helps make might save a life. Maybe it will save your life. The thought is both comforting and terrifying. She focuses on the rhythmic work of the sewing machine and tries not to think too much about where the parachutes will eventually be used. Spring arrives gradually. Daffodils push up through cold earth. Trees begin to leaf out. Days grow longer. The changes are subtle at first, then suddenly everything is green and growing. Your wife plants the victory garden again. This year she adds more rows. She feels confident after last year's success. The children help dig holes for seedlings. They water carefully, taking pride in their participation. You've been gone for a year now. 12 months of separation. 365 days of waking up somewhere that is not home. The anniversary passes without particular notice. It is simply another day of drill and duty and routine. But at night, lying in your bunk, you count the months and feel the weight of accumulated time. Life continues despite the war, not in defiance of it, but alongside it. People find moments of happiness wedged between worry and waiting. Your wife laughs at something your daughter says. You play cards with your unit and win 3 hands in a row. These small joys do not erase the larger difficulties, but they make the difficulties bearable. Your daughter learns to ride a bicycle. The bike is second-hand, purchased from a neighbour whose son outgrew it. Your wife spends an afternoon teaching her, running beside the wobbling bicycle with one hand on the seat. Your daughter falls twice, scraping her knee both times, but gets back on with determination. By evening she can ride the length of the driveway without help. She beams with pride. Your wife wishes you could see this triumph. She writes you a detailed letter about the bicycle lesson. She describes the scraped knee and the stubborn perseverance and the final victory. She tells you how your daughter rode up and down the street for an hour, shouting for everyone to watch. She mentions that your son wants a bicycle now too, even though he's still too small. The letter captures the ordinary magic of childhood accomplishment. You read this letter sitting under a tree on a sunny afternoon. Your unit has a rare break from duties. Some men nap in the grass, others play catch with a worn baseball. You read about your daughter's bicycle and smile. You imagine the scene so clearly you can almost see it. For a moment, distance collapses. You're there in spirit if not in body. Your son starts kindergarten in September. He's nervous the first day, clinging to your wife's hand as they walk to school. She reassures him. She introduces him to the teacher. She waves goodbye as he sits at a small table with other 5-year-olds. She walks home trying not to cry. Her baby is growing up. Time moves forward whether anyone is ready or not. She writes to you about the first day of kindergarten. She describes your son's nervousness and the way his face lit up when he saw blocks in the classroom. She tells you he came home excited, chattering about new friends and a story the teacher read. She includes a drawing he made, stick figures representing the family. You are included in the drawing despite your absence. A tall stick figure labelled Daddy stands next to the shorter figures of Mama, sister and brother. You pin the drawing to the wall beside your bunk. Other men have similar decorations, family photos, children's drawings, letters from sweethearts. The walls of military barracks worldwide are covered with these artifacts of love and connection. They transform sterile spaces into something slightly more personal. They remind everyone why they are here and what they are protecting. Fall turns to winter again, a second winter of separation. The days shorten, cold returns. You go through the same seasonal adjustments as before. Extra blankets on bunks, hot coffee clutched in cold hands, morning drill in darkness. The repetition is both monotonous and oddly comforting. Routine provides structure when nothing else is certain. Your wife prepares for another wartime Christmas. She has less anxiety this year. She knows what to expect. She plans modest celebrations and does not mourn the elaborate Christmases of peacetime. The children understand better this year too. They know Daddy will not be home for Christmas. They accept this fact with the resilience of children who have adapted to circumstances beyond their control. She sends you another package in early December. More fudge, a new scarf because the first one wore out, photographs from the past year, a letter filled with love and longing and determination to keep going. The package arrives 2 days before Christmas. You open it carefully, savouring the moment. The fudge tastes like home. The scarf smells faintly of her perfume. The photos show your children growing up. You are missing their childhood, but they are thriving despite your absence. You write back immediately. You thank her for the package. You tell her you love her. You promise you're being careful. You describe the Christmas dinner the mess hall will serve. You mention the carol singing planned for Christmas Eve. You fill the letter with details meant to reassure her that you are safe and managing well. You fold the letter and mail it, knowing it will arrive in January, long after the holiday has passed. Still, you write. Connection matters more than timing. The second Christmas passes much like the first. Good food, shared treats, men thinking about home. You participate in the festivities but feel slightly removed, as if watching yourself from outside your body. You wonder if you are becoming too accustomed to military life, if you are losing touch with your civilian self. The thought troubles you, but there is nothing to be done about it. You exist in this life because you must. January brings the coldest weather yet. Snow falls and stays on the ground for weeks. The camp slows down. Some training exercises are cancelled because conditions are too harsh. You spend more time indoors. The barracks feel crowded with 50 men confined together. Tempers occasionally flare. Someone's snoring becomes unbearable. Someone else's habits irritate everyone. But mostly you all manage to coexist peacefully. You have learned patience along with all the other military skills. Your wife manages a second winter at home. The house is harder to heat this year because coal is more expensive. She keeps the thermostat lower and everyone wears sweaters indoors. The children complain about the cold. She gives them extra blankets and makes hot cocoa as a treat. They adapt. Everyone adapts. That seems to be the primary skill of wartime, the ability to adjust to changing circumstances and keep going anyway. She continues working at the parachute factory. The work is steady. The paycheck helps. She has saved enough money to repair the roof properly, to replace the worn tyres on the car, to buy shoes for the children whose feet keep growing. The savings also provide security, a small cushion against uncertainty. Money cannot solve the problem of your absence, but it solves other problems, making daily life slightly easier. Spring returns again. Another year of waiting, another planting season, another round of letters sent and received. Life has found its rhythm in these years of separation. The rhythm is not what anyone would choose, but it is sustainable. You both continue putting one foot in front of the other, day after day, because that is what must be done. News from the war front improves gradually. Military operations that seemed stalled begin to advance. Territory is gained. Key battles are won. The progress is slow but real. Hope begins to feel less like wishful thinking and more like reasonable expectation. Maybe the war will end. Or maybe you will come home. Maybe someday soon will become someday soon. Your unit receives new orders in late spring. You will be moving, though to where and for what purpose remains unclear. The announcement creates a buzz of speculation. Men guess at destinations and assignments. Some hope for combat duty, eager to finally see action after years of training. Others hope for continued support roles, preferring safety to glory. You find yourself somewhere in the middle, wanting to contribute but also wanting to survive. The move happens in June. You pack your limited belongings and board a transport. The journey takes days. You travel by truck and train and ship. You see new landscapes, different cities, other military installations. Everything is both fascinating and exhausting. You sleep when you can, sitting upright in crowded vehicles, head bouncing against windows as you doze. You arrive at a new base closer to the front lines. The atmosphere is different here, more urgent, less routine. The men around you have seen combat. Their eyes hold a wariness that training cannot produce. You listen to their stories. You learn from their experiences. You prepare yourself mentally for what might come next. But weeks pass and you remain in support roles. You load supplies and maintain equipment and process paperwork. The work is important even if it lacks drama. Wars are won not just by soldiers fighting, but by massive logistical operations keeping those soldiers supplied. You contribute to victory in ways that will never make headlines. That is fine. You never wanted headlines. You wanted to do your part and come home. Your wife receives your letters describing the move. She reads about new locations and different duties. She notices what you do not say directly. You are closer to danger now. The realization frightens her, but she does not let fear paralyze her. She continues her routines. She works at the factory. She tends the garden. She cares for the children. Fear lives in her chest, but it does not dictate her actions. Summer passes, fall approaches. News from the war front is consistently positive now. Allied forces are advancing on multiple fronts. The end seems possible, even probable. People begin to imagine peace. Conversations shift from endurance to anticipation. What will happen when the war ends? How quickly will soldiers come home? What will post-war life look like? Your wife allows herself to hope. She makes plans in her mind. She thinks about your return. She imagines the day you will walk through the front door. She pictures the children running to hug you. She envisions ordinary evenings spent together, no longer separated by oceans and continents. The images sustain her through the remaining months of waiting. You allow yourself to hope too. You think about civilian life. You imagine sleeping late on Saturday mornings. You picture Sunday dinners with your family. You dream of taking your children to the park, of holding your wife's hand while walking down a street where no one wears uniforms. The future becomes more vivid as it draws closer. Winter arrives, the third winter of your separation. But this winter feels different. The war is winding down. Victory seems certain. The only question is when, not if. You mark time differently now, not in terms of how long you've been gone, but in terms of how soon you might return. Christmas comes again, the third wartime Christmas. Your wife decorates modestly, but with more cheer than previous years. She allows the children to feel excited. She bakes cookies despite sugar rationing. She plays Christmas music on the radio. The holiday is not perfect, but it is hopeful. Next Christmas, you will be home. She believes this with growing conviction. You spend Christmas at your new base. The meal is good. The company is familiar. You have made friends here, bonds forged through shared experience. But you're all thinking about home. Conversation keeps returning to plans for after the war. Where will you live? What jobs will you seek? How will you reconnect with families you have not seen in years? The new year arrives, 1945. This will be the year. Everyone can feel it. The momentum has shifted decisively. Allied victories accumulate. Enemy resistance weakens. The end approaches. You allow yourself to count weeks instead of months. You allow yourself to imagine specific scenarios of return. You write to your wife about hopes instead of just routines. She receives your letters and reads the hope in them. She responds with her own hopes. She tells you about improvements she wants to make to the house. She mentions job opportunities you might consider. She describes the welcome home party the neighbours are already planning. She writes about a future that is no longer distant fantasy, but approaching reality. Spring comes early, the weather improves, flowers bloom. Birds return from winter migrations. Nature carries on oblivious to human conflicts. You watch crocuses push through the last patches of snow and feel oddly moved. Life persists. Beauty endures. Soon you will rejoin the world of seasons and growth and ordinary wonders. Victory in Europe is declared in May. The news spreads rapidly. Celebrations erupt. Men cheer and embrace and shed tears of relief. The war in Europe is over. You have survived. You will go home. The realization is almost overwhelming. Years of tension release all at once. You feel lighter, as if a weight you had grown so accustomed to carrying that you stopped noticing it has suddenly been removed. But going home is not immediate. The military does not simply open the gates and send everyone back at once. There are processes, procedures, paperwork. Soldiers must be demobilized in an orderly fashion. Transportation must be arranged. Priorities must be established. You join thousands of others in a massive queue waiting for your turn to board a ship heading west across the Atlantic. The waiting is harder now than it was during the war. Before, you waited with no clear end in sight. Now you know the end is coming, but you cannot quite reach it. Days feel longer when you are this close to reunion. Hours stretch. You mark time obsessively. Every morning you wake thinking that maybe today orders will come. Every evening you fall asleep disappointed that today was not the day. Your wife experiences similar impatience. She knows the war is over, she knows you are safe, but she does not know exactly when you will arrive. Letters slow down during the demobilization chaos. Information becomes scarce. She waits by the mailbox each day. She listens to news reports about troop ships arriving in various ports. She tries to calculate when you might board a ship and how long the voyage might take. Her estimates are hopeful but unreliable. Finally, in late June, you receive your orders. You will board a ship in 2 weeks. The transport will take approximately 10 days depending on weather. You will arrive at a port in New York. From there you will be processed through a demobilization center and given rail tickets home. The entire journey from boarding the ship to walking through your front door will take roughly 3 weeks. You write to your wife immediately with this information. She receives your letter in early July. The timeline makes her cry with relief. 3 weeks, 21 days. She can endure 21 more days after enduring nearly 3 years. She begins preparations. She cleans the house thoroughly. She makes plans for your return. She tells the children that Daddy's coming home soon. They react with excitement tinged with uncertainty. Your son barely remembers you. Your daughter's memories have faded and blurred. They know you from photographs more than from lived experience. You board the ship on schedule. The vessel is crowded with men heading home. Everyone is in high spirits despite cramped conditions. You sleep in bunks stacked 3 high in holds below deck. Meals are served in shifts because the galley cannot accommodate everyone at once. The food is military rations, but no one complains. You're going home. That is all that matters. The ocean crossing takes 9 days. The weather is mild, the seas are relatively calm. You spend hours on deck watching the water roll past. Other men play cards or write letters or simply talk, voices overlapping in constant conversation. The mood is jubilant but also reflective. You have all been changed by these years. You are not the same people who left home. The question is whether home will recognize the changes or whether you will be expected to slip back into old versions of yourselves. Land appears on the 9th day. The coast of America emerges from morning mist. Men crowd the rails to catch their first glimpse of home soil. Some cheer. Others stand quietly, too moved for words. You feel your throat tighten with emotion. After years of absence, after months of longing, here is home, solid ground. The country you left and fought to protect. The place where your family waits. The ship docks in New York Harbor. Processing through the demobilization center takes 2 full days. You fill out forms, you receive medical examinations, you turn in military equipment. You're issued civilian clothes, dress pants and shirts that feel strange after years of uniforms. You collect back pay and separation allowance. You receive honorable discharge papers. You become a civilian again, officially released from military service. The train ride home takes another full day. You travel through familiar landscapes, cities and towns you recognize, fields and forests that look exactly as you remember them. Everything is the same. You are what has changed. The realization is both comforting and unsettling. Home remained home. You became someone slightly different. The challenge will be reconciling these truths. Your wife receives a telegram 2 days before you arrive. It is brief but sufficient. Arriving home July 27th, stop. Love, stop. She reads the telegram 3 times. Then she calls your mother. She tells the neighbors. She prepares the house with renewed energy. She bakes a cake. She plans a special dinner. She helps the children make welcome home signs with crayons and paper. The day of your arrival arrives. She wakes early despite barely sleeping. She dresses carefully. She wants to look her best for you. She helps the children dress in their nicest clothes. They eat a quick breakfast. Then they wait. You told her you would arrive on the afternoon train. She takes the children to the station an hour early. Better to wait there than to pace at home. The platform fills with other families, other wives and mothers and children waiting for returning soldiers. Everyone scans each arriving train. False alarms create momentary excitement, followed by renewed waiting. The children grow restless. Your daughter holds her welcome home sign. Your son clutches a toy airplane he wants to show you. Your train arrives at 3:20 in the afternoon. You step onto the platform carrying a single duffel bag. You scan the crowd. So many faces, so much noise. Then you see them. Your wife, your daughter, your son. They see you at the same moment. Your daughter runs toward you, her sign bouncing. Your son follows, not quite understanding but caught up in the excitement. Your wife walks, then runs. You drop your bag and catch your daughter as she launches herself at you. You lift her and spin her once. She wraps her arms around your neck. Your son reaches you, and you scoop him up with your other arm. 2 children, one on each side, both talking at once. You are crying. Ah. You did not expect to cry, but tears run down your face. Your wife reaches you, and you set the children down. You look at her. Really look at her. She looks older and also exactly the same. 3 years have passed. They show in subtle ways around her eyes and mouth, but her smile is the smile you remembered. Her eyes are the eyes you dreamed about. You embrace. The world narrows to this single point of contact. Everything else fades. There is only her warmth, her familiar scent, the reality of her presence after years of absence. You stand on the platform holding each other while other reunions happen around you. Other soldiers embrace other families. The platform is chaos of joy and tears and suitcases. You stay still in the center of this chaos. Your family surrounds you. Your children press close. Your wife does not let go. This moment is the one you've been waiting for. This moment makes everything worthwhile. Eventually you gather yourself, you pick up your bag. Your wife takes your hand. Your daughter holds your other hand. Your son bounces beside his mother. You walk to the car together. The drive home takes 15 minutes. Everyone talks at once. Your daughter tells you about school. Your son shows you his airplane. Your wife points out changes in the neighborhood. You listen and nod and let the words wash over you. Being with them is enough. Everything else is details. You arrive home. The house looks exactly as you remember it, and also completely different. Small changes are everywhere. New curtains in the living room, different furniture arrangement. The walls need paint. The yard is more overgrown than you remember. But it is home. Your home. You walk through the front door and breathe in the smell of your house. Something is cooking in the kitchen. Fresh flowers sit on the dining table. Welcome home signs hang from the walls. Dinner that evening is special. Your wife made your favourite foods. Pot roast with potatoes and carrots. Fresh bread. Apple pie for dessert. You eat slowly, savouring every bite. The children chatter through the meal. Your wife watches you with eyes that shine. You catch her hand across the table and squeeze. She squeezes back. Words are insufficient for what you both feel. After dinner, the children show you their rooms. Your daughter displays her collection of books and dolls. Your son demonstrates how his toy trucks work. They want your attention after years without it. You give them all your focus. You admire everything they show you. You answer their questions. You hug them repeatedly, making up for years of missed embraces. Bedtime comes, and you help with the routine. You read stories to both children. Your voice sounds strange to them at first, but they adjust quickly. They snuggle close as you read. Your daughter falls asleep first, her head on your shoulder. Your son fights sleep, but eventually surrenders. You carry them to their beds and tuck them in. Your wife stands in the doorway watching. This is what she wanted. This is what kept her going. Later that night, you sit with your wife in the living room. The house is quiet. The children are asleep. You hold hands on the sofa. Neither of you speaks much. You do not need to. 3 years of separation have ended. You are home. She is beside you. The future stretches ahead. Uncertain, but shared. Whatever comes next, you will face it together. You sleep in your own bed that night for the first time in 3 years. Your wife lies beside you. The room is dark and quiet. You listen to her breathing. You feel her warmth. You are home. Finally, completely, undeniably home. Sleep comes easily, deep, and dreamless. Tomorrow you will begin rebuilding the life you left behind. Tonight you simply rest, surrounded by the people you love, safe in the place you belong. The days after your return blend together in a haze of adjustment and rediscovery. You relearn your house, your neighborhood, your family. Some things are easy. Sleeping in your own bed feels instantly right. Eating meals at your own table is comforting. Other things are harder. Finding your place in household routines takes time. Reconnecting with children who have grown and changed requires patience. Your daughter warms to you quickly. She remembers you well enough that your presence feels like restoration rather than disruption. She takes you on tours of the neighborhood, showing you changes and introducing you to new friends. She wants to include you in everything. She saves her best drawings for you. She asks you to read her bedtime stories every night. Your son is more cautious. He was 2 when you left. Now he is 5. His memories of you are vague impressions rather than clear recollections. He watches you carefully, trying to figure out where you fit. You do not push. You let him come to you at his own pace. Gradually he warms. He brings you his toys. He asks you to play. Trust builds through small interactions repeated daily. Your wife is patient with your adjustment. She understands that you have changed. She has changed too. You both need time to learn each other again. Conversations sometimes stumble as you search for common ground. But love provides a foundation. You want to reconnect. That desire drives the work of rebuilding intimacy after years apart. You look for work. The factory where you worked before the war has reopened its civilian production lines. They are hiring returning veterans. You apply and are accepted quickly. The work is familiar. You settle into routines, grateful for employment and the normalcy it provides. The paycheck allows your wife to quit the parachute factory. She transitions back to being home full-time, at least until the children are older. Life finds a rhythm. You wake beside your wife. You eat breakfast with your family. You go to work. You come home to dinner. You help with homework and bedtime. The routines are ordinary but extraordinary to you after years of absence. You never take them for granted. Every meal together is precious. Every evening with the children is a gift. Some nights you struggle with memories. The war left marks that are not visible but are nonetheless real. You dream sometimes of the men you served with, of places you would rather forget. Your wife wakes you gently when nightmares trouble your sleep. She does not ask for details. She simply holds you until the dreams fade and you can sleep peacefully again. You connect with other veterans. The man next door served in the Pacific. You talk sometimes, sharing experiences that only other veterans truly understand. The conversations help. Talking to someone who has been through similar things eases the isolation of memory. You join a veterans organization. The meetings provide community and support. Your wife joins a group for veterans' wives. They meet monthly and discuss the challenges of reunion and adjustment. She learns that her experiences are not unique. Other women struggled with the same issues. The solidarity helps. She feels less alone. The women share strategies for helping their husbands readjust and for managing their own emotions during the transition. Seasons pass. Summer turns to fall. Fall becomes winter. Your first Christmas back home is everything you imagined during those years overseas. The house is decorated. The tree is full. Presents are wrapped and waiting. You cook a large meal together. Extended family joins you. The house fills with noise and laughter and love. You watch your children open gifts and feel overwhelming gratitude. You are here. You made it home. Not everyone did. You think about the men who will never sit at their own tables again. You remember the gold stars in windows, the families who received telegrams instead of returning soldiers. You survived. That fact is both joy and burden. Life continues. Spring arrives. You plant a garden with your wife. The children help dig and water. The work is therapeutic. Your hands in the soil feel grounding. Growth happens slowly but steadily. Seeds become seedlings. Seedlings become plants. Plants produce food. The cycle is reliable and comforting. Years pass. The war recedes into history. Your children grow up. They ask you about your service occasionally. You tell them some things and keep other things private. They do not need to know everything. They need to know you are present, that you love them, that you came home and stayed home. You and your wife grow old together. The separation remains part of your story, but it does not define your entire story. You built a life after the war. You raised children. You worked and saved. You created memories to balance the years apart. The separation shaped you, but it did not break you. Looking back, you remember the waiting, the endless days of routine, the letters that sustained connection across distance, the fear that lived beneath every moment. But you also remember the reunion, the platform, the embrace, the tears, coming home. Those memories are stronger than the difficult ones. Love endured. Distance was overcome. Life continued. Your wife has her own memories, years of managing alone, children raised without their father, constant worry, the effort to maintain hope when hope felt foolish. But she also remembers your return, the joy of reunion, the relief of ending the wait. She remembers building life together after the war, creating a future after years of suspended present. The war was part of your lives, but not the whole of your lives. You lived before it. You lived after it. The years of separation were significant but finite. What mattered most was what came after. The decades of ordinary days, the accumulation of small moments, the steady presence of love and family and home. In the end, you both survived not just the war but the separation. You found each other again after years apart. You rebuilt what the war interrupted. You created a life together that was rich and full and meaningful. The quiet lives of the World War II continued into the quiet lives of peace. And that continuation, that persistence, that determination to keep going, was its own kind of victory. The story ends here, in this place of completion. The war is over. The separation is over. The waiting is over. Life goes on. The sun rises and sets. Seasons change. Children grow. Years pass. Love endures. Home remains. And that, in the end, is what mattered most.